Channel declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
Yeah, 매일 눈을 뜨면 들려오는 라디오 심장 깊이 받쳐 울려오는 스테레오 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 아픔만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let it go 허리 아픈 봄은
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, folks. That's right. It's Thirsty Thursday. Thursday, April 10th, 2025. I am live. I'm alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Did you watch the Lakers game, Papa? No, I did not. Don't be crazy. But you know what I did watch? Since this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, that's precisely what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what I watched last night. I watched White Lotus. I finished it. I watched White Lotus. I finished it. And let me tell you, folks, I've yet to watch One Piece. I haven't decided if I want to bank it or if I want to do it on a weekly basis. Chat, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you. Season 3 of White Lotus is too anxiety inducing. I'm not going to give you any spoilers or nothing, okay? I'm just simply going to say it quite literally gave me too much anxiety. So I think the acting was fantastic. I think the acting was amazing. It was maybe too amazing. People say it's not as good as season 2. Some people say it's the best season, but it's still underwhelming. I think it was fine. I mean, Walter Goggins is my icon. I mean, he's amazing. He's amazing. The autogynephilia trans monologue made me feel like Mike White was a little bit of a reactionary for incorporating it. Not necessarily against that sort of thing. I mean, who knows? Did I say what? Walton Goatkins. Goatkin. He admitted to some transphobic views in a podcast. Oh, he went on Andrew Sullivan's podcast? Nice. I don't care. Like I don't care as in like transphobic sentiment being showcased in a work is not something that I'm against, because transphobia and even like autogynephilia could be something that you could show. It's just a matter of how you show it, right? It's not necessarily something that's like untouchable. You can't show it. Like, it's more so what you do with it. But the way that he showed it was not necessarily. The way that he showed it wasn't like a confused person, but more so the way that he showed that was basically being a trans person is just like having a fetish about your fucking your penis. Like that's the way he delivered it, as in Okay, this is so high level trans topics that we're immediately diving into. It's going to be very confusing. It's going to be very confusing for most chatters. They don't even understand what we're talking about. Like, it's I understand that this is incorrect and also wrong. I'm saying it's fine to put incorrect and wrong things in works of art. You will never have me go, that's reactionary, that's bad. Like, reactionary opinions exist in the real world. You know what I mean? Like, it's good. I would go so far as say it's a good thing to showcase reactionary opinions in works of art as well. It's just how you broach the subject matter that I think is important. And he just kind of covered it as like someone who is the director's vision in that one felt like he was just kind of putting that in there because it's like, ooh, it's like a weird, scary thing. It's like a transphobic person's perspective on trans people from the outside, but not in the same way as like, lol, these are just like men wearing dresses, but instead it's one step further. It's like a more intellectual transphobic perspective where it's like, I know something that other people don't know. And then and it felt like he just kind of put that in there just to say like, I'm smart. I'm not like a regular kind of person. I'm very smart in the way that I'm delivering this. Like, yeah, it's not the Daily Wire basketball movie. It's one step above it. It's like a more liberal framework. In any case, that wasn't even the main point of contention here. I think that, yeah, I mean, it just gave me so much anxiety. That's it. He is still very good at writing the most dog shit characters. Like, he really is. I mean, it makes sense. He's probably dog shit himself. Like, you can't, it's so like, the Duke guy, I forget his name, famous actor, Zhukov from Death of Stalin, right? Whatever his name is, he's also the weirdly libbed up as fuck, apparently. But he was Jason Isaacs. Yeah, Jason Isaacs was so good. And his situation reminded me of how, like, whenever I'm getting, I don't know, quote unquote, canceled, and how I just like shove that deep down and don't try to make that a problem for my friends and my family. And I just like try to shelter them from that kind of thing. But the anxiety doubled down for me personally, watching him go through the motions. Obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison because when I'm getting canceled, it's like because I'm woke. He was actually doing crimes, right? But like the very act of hiding your shame and hiding that instability from your immediate family was so relatable. It pissed me off. Like, it made me extra anxious. And obviously I didn't, do the things that he did, both before that caused the anxiety, or rather do the things that he did after. Not going to give you any spoilers, but interesting stuff. I mean, it was decent. I'll probably watch season 4. It's just because I'll forget how much anxiety I had watching season 3. So when season 4 comes around, I'll probably watch it. Yeah, I know Jason Isaac wears the yellow Stand With Us ribbon, the pro-Israel ribbon, the Bring Back Our Hostages ribbon. Yes, I know. He's still an amazing actor. That doesn't... The fact that Mike White said that maybe Belinda just deserves a nice ending without connecting how her story came full circle is in a way, nihilistic way, shows he isn't much a thinker. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a really good point. That's the other point where there's like, listen, like Belinda's plot point, like it's supposed to be assholes getting a comeuppance. No one is perfect. No one is good. every single person gets like brought down a couple pegs. Maybe one person makes out better than they started, but like her character arc quite literally was supposed to invoke some kind of punishment in my mind. Like her becoming the financial motivation, like turning her into a bad person, that in and of itself was supposed to be something that you point to and go, see, she's a bad person as well. But maybe her arc is not over, because I had two goats on this show. Okay, let me tell you who my goats were. And you might know this. You might have already guessed it, but my goats were Porn Shy, who, by the way, underrated, fantastic guy. Okay, my goats were Porn Shy, and of course, what's his face? God damn it, what the hell is his name? The other Thai dude with Lisa. Guy Talk, yeah. Guy Talk is my number one goat. Okay, Guy Talk is goat talk, straight up. And the entire time I was watching, I would yell at Lisa. I was like, get away from him, you know, because I knew she was trouble. I knew her ass was no good for my man Guy Talk, who simply is a fool. Okay, he is a kind-hearted fool. And Mook, also known as Lisa, played by Lisa, who is an incredible actress, by the way. I had no idea. I didn't realize you could be like, I thought K-pop stars were just like robots, you know what I mean? Like not real. I thought they were just like built in a fucking lab to just activate in front of cameras to dance and sing and shit. Like I cannot comprehend how good of an actress she was. Oh my God. It was crazy. Lisa cannot act. No, she was good as fuck. Yo, you're crazy. Am I crazy? I thought she was good as hell. Heh, you're so Western brain. What do you mean? You don't expect any musician to also be like that good as an actor. I thought she was great, because the reason why I thought she was great is because I believed the relationship. Like I believed her. I believed her as a person. I believed her ambitions. I believed her motivations. She was very believable. That's what acting is. She seemed like a real person, and so did Guy Talk. And I loved their relationship. I loved their back and forth. I think they were great. Maybe you're just gullible. Anyway, it's okay if you're crazy. It's cool that your wise foreign scholars enjoy Lisa. I really hated Zion's Disney Channel original movie ass acting. Oh yeah, he was really, yeah, he was not good. But to be fair to him, he was literally on a superstar squad. It's like Bronny James. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, if you're going to get compared to LeBron, it's going to be difficult. Like you're already not, you don't already have the fucking basics. Like, come on, dude. He straight up was surrounded by an insane cast at all times. Like he's being matched up against some goats. It made it extra bad. It made it extra bad. He nailed it. I have an NBA role though. Nah, I didn't like that. I didn't. It's not that I was annoyed by his character, because there's plenty of characters I get annoyed by. And Mike White, he writes characters in the most annoying ways possible. His character was not annoying. Like Patrick Schwarzenegger was incredible. He actually did a much better job than I expected him to do. He was so good. He was so convincing, as he is built for that role. He is that guy. That guy that he was in the show, he is that guy. Straight up. Fantastic. Yeah, Patrick held his own, even though he's a nepotism baby. Absolutely. Everyone was great. Really, everyone was great. Everyone was fantastic. Walton Goggins killed it as Rick. I mean, that's Walton Goggins, baby. Come on now. Of course. Bro, it's incredible. I've been listening to you for like 10 minutes and I still have no idea what show you're talking about. I'm talking about White Lotus season 3, baby. White Lotus season 3. It was great. So, you know, I finished it. My mom hasn't watched it yet. And she asked me like, oh, should I watch it? Like, I was like, I don't know. I literally was like, it's not for the faint of heart. You know, you will get a lot of anxiety. Like I swear to God, I had agita. I had like a stomach ache every episode. It was crazy, which I think is a good thing, right? Like that's probably a good thing. Also, I'm gonna be for real. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. I'm sorry. I could not stand the British lady's teeth. Like I feel so bad for saying that. Amy Lou Wood, Chelsea, like it's just like one of those things where I first thought that she had like fake teeth on. Like I thought that they had done that. I don't know. It just like fucked me up a little bit. Like I just could not stop focusing on her teeth. Kaya, please, enough. Little lady, I know there's a lot of motion happening in the house, but bad opinion rejected. Okay, I mean that's just me. That's just me. That's it. This socialism shit is over. I'm misogynistic. I'm engaging in Britophobia. Anyway, the HasanAbi conundrum. Watch one stream, I promise.
My experience with communism very closely mirrors my experiences deconstructing from religion.
What is this?
It's very interesting how when you meet someone from a certain group that you've been taught to be so scared of your entire life, and you finally meet someone from that group and hear about what they believe directly from them rather than from the group that disagrees with them, you very quickly go, oh, that's literally it. Like, I read the Communist Manifesto and was just like, that's it? That's all it says? It's not scary at all. In fact, some of these people might be some of the most selfless, most kind, most thoughtful people you've ever met in your life if you actually get involved in a group of people that share these views.
Yeah, I mean, if you're lucky and you find a good group, because some of them are annoying, okay? I'll be real. So I get the underlying sentiment here, and I totally agree with it. I think Communist Manifesto is very vanilla overall. I think that the sentiment about how if you learn about a person from someone who just hates them, someone who despises them, yes, there's gonna be a lot of well poisoning, okay? And you are going to be misguided. But once you dive into it yourself and give it a fair shake, you will understand that perhaps it wasn't like that at all. Having said that, however, there are some really fucking annoying leftists out there, unfortunately. Not here, though. We work actively and tirelessly against that sort of thing. Like yourself. Yeah, I think probably my biggest benefit is that in spite of the fact that I spend 8 to 10 hours online every single day, I still actively ground myself by having normal conversations with normal people who I disagree with. And I don't have any expectation that everyone is going to reflect my worldview. As a matter of fact, I never have that expectation at all. I never have the expectation that someone's going to agree with me. So when they do, it's a pleasant little surprise. Whereas I feel as though many people are not like that at all, and they should be like that. And when I say you should be like that, they get mad at me and say I don't know, counter-revolutionary or whatever. I'm pretty grounded. I can get annoying about certain things. I'm very stubborn. I have my moral convictions and I will fight for them till the very end. Having said that, pretty normal in terms of having a conversation with other people. I don't have to make everything annoying. I actually kind of dislike you personally, but I do agree with you politically. The Grifter 132. Thanks, man. That's cool. That's fine. Yeah, that's how we know you're not a real leftist, not annoying enough. It's true. Markets are collapsing again. Turns out cutting our largest trading partner didn't instill too much confidence. What will happen next? ICE makes criticizing Israel an illegal idea. Get in now to learn about the art of the deal. I always wonder what it is when people are like, I actually agree with Hasan wholeheartedly. I just fucking can't stand him. I wonder what it is. Like, what have I done that just like pissed you off? Is it because you think I'm not sufficiently leftist enough, or is that what it is? Or do you think it's because... Is it because of one thing that I said that you don't agree with? You know what I mean? And then that like broke you? What kind of leftist is an annoying leftist to you? Come on. The ones I yell at every day. The ones that are like, you LARP as a Zoomer? I don't. I'm 33. I'm literally, look at me. I have white beard hairs. There is never a moment where I've LARPed as a Zoomer. That's just a thing people say. Like, what is the... I have a white beard, man. If you think I'm behaving like a Zoomer, that's just kind of on you. There's no... I say how old I am pretty much every day. I also talk routinely about how I don't understand a lot of aspects of Zoomer culture. I don't agree with you on copyright IP with regards to music, but it's so funny to imagine being the kind of person who takes that personally and hates you over. I love your commentary and you're very good at explaining stuff, but I absolutely hate how hot you are. Okay. Yeah, we need... My brother said, why should I listen to an angry, yelling Turkish guy? He might agree. That's what it is. Read lookism. What? Lookism? Ew. Oh, come on. The person I know who feels that way, doesn't like the bro vibe. She automatically vitriolic towards frat bros. She likes your rhetoric, but you look like someone she'd normally hate. I know. That's the real discrimination. That's what it is. The real discriminatory practice out here is that there's a lot of people out here who would agree to what I have to say, but they can't get past the way I look and the way I carry myself. And honestly, that's racism. That's real racism. Anti-white man discrimination. Anti-white man discrimination is the real discrimination out here, okay? As a cisgender, heterosexual, white guy, okay, with bro-like tendencies, I hate how much people despise me for that. They want to judge the book by the cover and never actually read the book. Yeah, bromophobia. It's real. I don't like you because you seem like the kind of guy that would make a smoothie in a blender with stuff in it from the night before. I would never do that. That's worth a death sentence, honestly. Like, that's such a, I'm not going to say nothing, but that's such a crazy L. You know what I mean? What are you doing at that point? No spoilers, but I'm just saying, if you were to go to the kitchen and there's a blender in the kitchen with shit in it already, and you just like dump some more protein into it and go, all right, like, what are you doing? What are you doing at that point? You know, it's just natural selection running its course. You were not going to make it. Have you seen this DSA TikTokers recruiting tactic? Life after you join your union, you get fair compensation for your labor. I like this. Stud. Average Eagles fan protein shake. He wanted a taste of the pina colada because he wasn't allowed to have one. That's so stupid. No, I'm sorry. That's dumb as hell. In 2019, he used the phrase 35-year-old IT worker and I haven't forgiven you. Yo, that's fine. All right. We're not going to talk about why people don't like me, okay? That's stupid. That's enough of your reasonings as to why you think or why your friends that you've tried to put my stream on with are not into it. Enough. It's fine. They can be wrong. It's okay. I'm not for everybody. You know what I mean? He thought his brother had just made a protein shake. No, that doesn't make sense. That's still inappropriate. Anyway, I will say this much. The only time after the only time where a lot of people who normally would despise me because of the optics unironically turned around and were like, actually, there's a method to his like bro style where him speaking this language is probably a good thing. It might not be for me in particular, but he's working to actively de-radicalize people that, you know, are firmly on the grips of the right, and that's a good thing. And I was like, wow, finally some fucking people get it. And then, of course, very quickly they forgot. Like very, very quickly they were like, nah, actually he's just bad and problematic and wrong and whatever the fuck. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing though, you know, and you keep doing what you're doing. I know we got the Shamath piece here too. It's such a stupid thing that he voluntarily revealed. Also, 2 planes clip wings at DC's Reagan Airport because we need to bring gay pilots back. So you're a himbo grifter? No, I'm who I am. I am who I am unapologetically. I have the perspective. I have the perspectives that I maintain, but I'm not going to change my output, change the way I look, change the way I sound in an effort to be like extra accommodating. Okay? That's it. What is this? This happened almost 2 weeks ago. What the fuck? 2 jets bumped wings on the ground in Washington Reagan's airport with members of Congress aboard one of the planes. No injuries reported. Yeah, that would make you fake. Yeah, it would. I guess they associate bro style commentary with reactionary thought. Yeah, but that juxtaposition in and of itself, I think, breaks through for a lot of people who need to hear it. You know, your gay ass don't need to hear my commentary. Oh yes, Shinshiro Watanabe, new show Lazarus. I fell asleep while watching it, and it was spectacular for the brief moments that I did watch it. For the record, it was it's amazing. I like it. Lazarus was shite. No, I like it. No, Watanabe does not make shit, okay? Even Space Dandy is good. And if you don't actually agree with me on that, you just don't understand. You don't know ball. You don't know ball. You don't know game. Game recognized game, and that means you don't got game, okay? Sorry. You watched Devil May Cry. It was awful. It's fine. Space Dandy is underrated. Yeah, that's why I went with that one instead of the classics, Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, which everybody knows is some of the best anime of all time. All right. EU pauses retaliatory tariffs following Trump's trade U-turn.
The European Union says it is putting its retaliatory measures against the U.S. on hold after President Trump backed down first and paused his tariff plan for 90 days. The president of the European Commission said the pause is, quote, an important step towards stabilizing the global economy. European markets all solidly higher this morning. A lot of green there. Let's get right to CNN's Melissa Bell live in Paris. And, you know, the EU is basically taking a little bit of a victory lap, saying this is what happens when we stick together.
That's right, and hoping to stay unified on this. And what's interesting about their response to this 90-day pause, John, is not just that they're pausing what they were planning to do with regard to the reciprocal tariffs, which has been paused, but they're also stopping the rest of their responses. So, for instance, American tariffs on steel and aluminium of 25% remain on European companies. Europeans agreed yesterday on their response to that. They've decided to pause rolling out that response.
What? You're not a radical feminist? That's what bothers me. Hassan becoming a radical trans feminist would be nice, to be honest, but I don't even know where he stands on actual feminist theory right now. Yeah, this is what I mean, guys. This is literally what I mean. This is what I'm talking about, which is that, like, no, there is a limit to my output here. Okay, there's a limit to my brain. There's a limit here, and that limit is, you know, be nice to women. That's it. Like, if you think I'm gonna be I don't know, equipped with like dworkin thought, then, you know, I don't know, probably not gonna happen. CDU and SPD are cutting social benefits as you predicted. Nice. Yeah. Your take about auto AGP is still bad? What? No, my take about AGP is not bad because you 100% agree with my take on it. You're just too stupid to fucking recognize what I just said. And you immediately heard me say it's okay to put bad concepts because human beings are bad and wrong in movies, but you didn't understand what I was saying, and you just lasered in on one side of that fucking commentary and immediately started dialing it up to 11. I'm not saying this is an appropriate thought. I'm simply saying inappropriate and wrong and reactionary thoughts should still very much be placed in fucking works, in normal works of art, because they're a part of the human condition. Having said that, Mike White's placement of the AGP rhetoric was clearly from a reactionary perspective, where he tried to intellectualize a transphobic opinion, like a ooh, I'm a bad boy. Look at what I know. That's it. That's all I'm stating. So it was a shallow analysis from an outsider. Okay. And most people don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyway, shut up. Shut up. It's crazy to hear Normans talk about AGP. Trans people barely do unless they have Fortran and brainworms. I know. That's why I said, like, this is deep trans lore. You know what I mean? It's just like deep trans lore. It's just outdated, old school, fucking neo-Nazi created, like, initial trans research that's just like anti-trans. That's what it is. let's keep going.
American
We're talking about
tariff-
fucking EU and tariffs.
On the automobile and auto parts industry remain on Europe. For now, Europeans are also holding back. So a lot of restraint really being shown by the European Union here. They've really stopped all of the measures, both the ones they'd agreed on and the ones they were considering for now. Have a listen to what the Spanish Prime Minister had to say in response.
Nobody wins a trade war. Everybody loses. For this, the measure announced by the US administration, pending review of the exact details, seems like an open door for negotiation, and as such to an agreement between countries.
So Europeans hopeful that negotiations can be reached, that negotiations can begin on all of these matters, but they also explain that they're going to continue to work together to look at very firm measures on both the automobile tariffs and the so-called reciprocals, so that if in 90 days, when that period comes to an end, should the American ones kick in, the Europeans should be ready to respond, and to respond very harshly, as we discussed yesterday. But for now, very much looking to see whether this pause...
Yeah. EU and China were looking at setting minimum prices on electric vehicles. So this was a major problem that, if you recall, I talked about quite extensively. Ursula von der Leyen was a year ago complaining about how China was stealing Europe's lunch money with their incredibly cheap, incredibly affordable, and very competitive electric vehicles. And if left unchecked, that the entire European manufacturing would fall apart because people would simply go and purchase Chinese vehicles, because it's impossible for European markets to compete with the affordable, accessible, and also good quality Chinese vehicles that are out there, readily available. Donald Trump, of course, in this major five-head move, blowing up international trade, has made the European Union reconsider their position, and also even forced China's hand to basically raise its prices for its electric vehicles so that it doesn't outcompete the European market too much. So this is one of those moments where I think the EU is playing ball. They're playing ball with China a little bit. EU Trade Chief Sefcovic, Chinese Commerce Minister Wang have agreed to look into setting minimum prices rather than duties for China. Made EV imports Commission spokesperson says. I did not think that they would do this, I will admit. And I still don't think that they're going to follow through on this. I think potentially this is a move by the European Union to show America that they are not afraid of China, in an effort to bring America back to the table and reconsider the way that it's treating the EU. I would be shocked if the European Union was like, actually, we're not afraid of Chinese style governance. We like what they're doing, and we want to do it ourselves as well. That would be shocking, because that would undermine American hegemony in spectacular fashion.
Equals the beginning of negotiations.
Yeah, this is very much a case of what happens next. Melissa Bell in Paris today. Thanks so much for being with us.
Trump's reversal
I think this is a bluff.
led to an historic surge on Wall Street yesterday. U.S. markets, though, right now, let's take a look. Well, I'm going to go this direction. They are not in surge territory, if you will. Futures are down across the board. The White House is spinning this as all a kind of big win and part of a grand strategy by President Trump. Others, though, are saying that, well, he caved, he backtracked, and he retreated on demands that only he made, and a self-inflicted wound. The nation's biggest bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, is still sounding the alarm, even in the face of this move by Donald Trump about a possible recession this year. CNN's Zain Asher here with us now to talk about, and there has been a lot. I mean, what happens next is where everyone's mind has to be, especially when we're looking at futures like this. I mean, what is expected now with this U-turn, backtrack, and buckling of President Trump?
So I spoke to one analyst last night who said to me, can we please have a normal day on the markets?
No.
Just Just one normal day because we have earned it. Looking at where futures stand right now, the last I checked, Dow was down about 500 points or so. I'm going to guess, Kate, that today is not going to be that day. Yeah. Now that everyone has had an opportunity to really sort of sober up and digest what we saw yesterday, I mean, obviously everyone has gotten over the shock, positive shock, but the shock of Donald Trump pausing these tariffs for 90 days. But now that everyone's had a chance to sort of sober up, the reality is setting in. You look at the facts. We're seeing a 10% tariff still on most parts of the world.
That's 25, still historically high.
That is still historically high. Yeah. And on top of that, 25% tariff on steel, on aluminum, on autos as well, and not to mention the minor detail of triple-digit tariffs on China, with whom we import about $400 billion worth of goods every single year. What I think is really interesting is that you look at Dow futures, they're obviously down. You contrast that with what's happening with European stocks. If you could just pull up European stocks, squarely in the green. That's obviously because they're reacting to the 90-day pause, but also the fact that Europe is saying that they're not going to retaliate anymore. What I think is also interesting is what's happening with Asia stocks. Obviously, you would anticipate that the Asian stocks who are seeing tariff relief, so we could just...
What is this? EU? I really disagree about your EU trying to take. There's almost no fear of socialism from China. Rather, it's the potential of China acting like Trump by leveraging their monopoly on certain trade goods in the EU. Yeah, I just have a much more... Look, I'm Turkish, okay? And as a Turkish person, my first interaction with Western chauvinism does not come from the United States of America, but instead comes from the European Union. So as a Turkish person, I'm also a little skeptical even when I hear Euro-communism coming from the likes of Yanis Varoufakis, who I love and admire. But when I see initiatives like DM25, sometimes I'm a little bit skeptical about that sort of thing because in my experience, in my lifetime, what I have always seen from the European Union is a commitment, not necessarily to upholding human rights and values or whatever, but a arrogant attitude surrounding their positioning as the bastion of liberal capitalism. Okay? It's just, this is how it's perceived here. All I'm saying, yes, EU is more fiscally conservative and capitalist, but the public discourse is really not about socialism. Yeah, but we're not talking about public discourse. We're talking about European elites. We're talking about governments. When we're talking about governments, the wishes of the population are irrelevant. Okay? I mean, look at the Israel situation. Do you think that the overwhelming majorities of all Western nations now have the same exact opinion on Israel as their leaders? No, of course not. Every country is turned into a fucking Gulf state at this point, where the population literally despises Israel by pretty large numbers, as a matter of fact. But the governments are like, no, what do you mean? We love Israel. Shut the fuck up. So, for me, I think I'm saying that I have a little bit of resentment for sure that clouds my judgment from time to time, but I also have I will always maintain a healthy level of skepticism against European leadership because at the end of the day, the European Union is a vehicle for capitalism. It is. That's what it is. That's what the European Union is there to do. And so I think that when push comes to shove, I still believe that European leadership will not decouple from the United States of America and find themselves in the hands of China. Because if China became the hegemonic power, then European capital would be undermined in that process because they would have to restructure their own internal governance to reflect Chinese values or the Chinese economic order. They would have to, can you imagine every European country behaving like China, having command economies? I mean, that would be amazing. I would love that. I'm just saying that probably wouldn't happen. I 100% believe the EU will decouple from the US if they make any moves towards taking Greenland. That would be awesome. Not the taking over Greenland. That would not be awesome. But I do think that, I mean, this is what I've been saying. I've been saying that the EU is also a fairly large consumption engine, okay? America is as well, but the EU also is a pretty large market with a lot of purchasing power as opposed to the rest of the world, as opposed to the global south, right? That would be amazing if they did that. If they turned around and said, you know, this American dominance is over. We recognize that there's a new game in town. We've been around for much longer than the American government has. You know, you got what, 200 plus years? We've been around for thousands, and it's time. It's time to go with a new master. Now, that one can only dream of a future such as that one. Okay? One can only dream. But I do think that there's still a lot of... I still think that there's a lot of Orientalist framework here at play. And I talk to a lot of people that that are not American. Let's just put it that way. I talk to a lot of people who understand the European Union, who just, I would say, the attitude that they reflect oftentimes with what they say and what they don't say is that they are still very much fearful, like extra fearful of China. They consider China to be a really scary, like they're still afraid of Chinese dominance. Why are you talking of US, China as masters? What do you mean? Because those are the two different poles right now. Those are the two different global hegemonic superpowers. One has been the only game in town, especially post the dissolution of the USSR. And the other one has grown in spectacular fashion over the course of a very short period of time. Daily reminder that you don't know anything about the stock market. Stay in your lane, low bro. I mean, it's true. I don't. I still maintain the position that the stock market is gambling, and also money is fake. Value is so made up, especially with our global financialized economies. I mean, and I use the example of the fake tweet that caused the market to rebound for and recover $4 trillion in value over the course of an hour, only to have it evaporate once again, as the perfect distillation of my argument. Is a perfect example. I do really believe it. Like, it's not, I mean, I said this before. It's like cryptocurrencies is like playing roulette with a blindfold on, versus the stock market is like playing blackjack, where the odds are higher in your, the odds are higher, but it's still not in your favor. And also on top of that, there's still the element of, it wasn't fake. It was just leaked early, and Trump couldn't take that. I don't think it was leaked early. I think that was something that they were presenting. And it was a brief moment where, like, I forget who it was, but one of Trump's guys went on Fox News and said, yep, no, Trump is going to do what he's going to do. And then everyone was like, oh, that's enough for us. Yes. And then they just kind of went along with it. But my point is, my point is, the very fact that like that can create trillions of dollars worth of value instantly, and then only have it like evaporate, that in and of itself is like, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the stability of the stock market. I think if this was, this isn't to say that there wasn't a time and place where like the stock market was entirely speculative. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think that just like the heavily financialized global economy has turned it into this thing that operates on confidence. There's still fundamentals behind it for sure. That's why I say it's different than like playing roulette with a blindfold. It's more so playing blackjack. There's a rule book that you can follow. There are people who can count cards. You know what I mean? So there is a way to win. And there are fundamentals. There are basic fundamentals, but like ultimately there is still probability that it's still gambling. Motherfuckers, if your market has substance, then Hasan is no threat, so stop fixing your what? What are you saying? Hasan, it's been an hour. Wrap up the both sides bullshit. I'm so confused. Stop sending me the new no way, no how banger Jay Mershon. Okay, I'm not going to watch it right now.
Just pull up Asia as well. Asian stocks that are seeing tariff reliefs, for example, the Nikkei, up about 9%. But Kate, check this out. Even the Shanghai Composite, right? Chinese stocks also rallying despite the 125% tariff increase. And that indicates to me that Chinese investors saw what Donald Trump did yesterday and are saying to themselves, well, look, this kind of indicates that if the pain is great enough for Americans, be it investors or perhaps later consumers, that Donald Trump is willing to back down, that he is willing to negotiate. So that's why the Shanghai...
Dude. I think anyone that thinks that there's any stability from Donald Trump is on fumes at this point. They're huffing maximalist copium. They're on crack cocaine and fentanyl. They're doing a speedball with crocodile on the side. Donald Trump has demonstrated over the course of this past week alone that he is a madman, hell-bent on destruction and incredibly stubborn and does not give a fuck. Yes, there are moments where he will scale back a little bit, but as demonstrated from the reality that he still tried to functionally create a trade embargo against our largest trading partner, that in and of itself is like, how do you look at that and go, yeah, no, this guy will really scale it back? It's like, no. He said he was going to kill you and then he chopped your leg off. That doesn't mean that you're in a better position overall than before he came into the room. You're legless now. He took one of your legs out. How the fuck can you sit there and be like, well, at least he didn't kill me? Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? You got one leg now. You got a stump. Put down the crack pipe. They're so desperate to be like, this is the problem, okay? This is the problem with like institutionalists, institution defenders, where they're like, this entire thing can't collapse, right? On the whims of a madman. Like, that can't happen. There's no way. And I think people are just going to go to their deaths saying, oh, no, he's just, there's surely something that he will respond to. See, he reacted in the way that we wanted him to. It's like, no, he didn't. He actually didn't do that at all. Did you want the art of the deal to be severing ties, severing trade ties with our largest trading partner and simultaneously applying universal 10% tariffs to all of our other trading partners? Basically a de facto 10% sales tax increase, inflation, automatic inflation. This is not, it's not like this isn't, if you look at the situation, you go, well, this surely spells order. You're insane. You're an insane person. There's nothing orderly about what Donald Trump has done this fucking past week. The only reason why you think there's order is because you want to desperately believe that there is something going on there, that he's responsive to something, anything, and not simply insane.
Shanghai Composite ended the day there in the green.
And on that, that's why there's been a lot of really interesting reporting about how China has been preparing for this for a long time and is ready to unleash even more pain as it could be a very long fight.
One of the funniest aspects of Donald Trump's madness, by the way, and transparent graft, was when he just straight up did insider trading. Like, a bunch of his homies, and we'll find out who, especially those in Congress, when they, in like 9 days, they have to reveal their trade positions. Okay. But the insanity was just right before Donald Trump made his announcement, releasing the tariffs, okay, or putting a 90-day pause, like, people started trading like crazy. That's insane. Now, the expectation there is supposed to be, well, the SEC is going to look into this and they're going to punish these people that are doing insider trading. Donald Trump maybe also could be the first person who's ever done outsider trading as well, which was when he was like, buy now on fucking Truth Social. But if you think that the SEC is going to look into this, you're out of your dang mind, because as we know, the administrative state is completely captive to Donald Trump. There's no regulatory agency that can like go against the big dog at this point. Here, Donald Trump's audio was caught on this video explaining that his billionaire friends made billions yesterday with tariffs and stock market manipulation. The SEC needs to investigate. Yeah, good luck.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because you know he's in financials.
I mean, I get that there's plausible deniability to what he's saying here, right? He could be like, come on, the markets are looking good. You made billions. But yeah, it's robber baron speedrun. Oh yeah. NASDAQ call volume spiked minutes before the 90-day tariff pause was announced. Not a good look at all. Yeah, I wonder. Not a good look at all. How did that happen? Chat, how did this happen? Dude, it's so funny. Like I said, it's transparent. The graft is transparent, okay? It's out there, is open, is for all to see. He did this with cryptocurrency first, where he just straight up was like, I mean, he did a fucking crypto rug pull before the day before his inauguration. He did a fucking cryptocurrency launch, okay? It was insane. And then what did he do? He did the exact, he's treating the stock market like it's fucking cryptocurrency now. It's just straightforward robber baron shit. And it's funny because like the average American is too busy living paycheck to paycheck to recognize that they're doing this in fucking broad daylight. Okay? And they're living paycheck to paycheck. They're too invested in the fucking podcast sphere and think that like trans people are doing this, you know what I mean? Or they don't even think about this at all. So yeah, when Caroline Leavitt says this is the most transparent administration ever, she's right. Like they are transparently fucking you over. And unfortunately, many people are too invested in the minutia and silliness to actually recognize that they're getting fucked over. Coffeezilla also covered is this market manipulation. We'll talk about that as well. We'll watch this as well, but let's keep going.
What are China's options?
Okay, so a couple of things. This time yesterday, we saw China in the same boat pretty much as the rest of the world. They had a little bit more pain inflicted on them compared to everyone else, but they were more or less in the same boat. Now they are completely isolated, and that is a strategy deliberately designed by Donald Trump to make the Chinese regret retaliating. In terms of who blinks first, whether it's going to be Donald Trump, whether it's going to be Xi Jinping, Kate, your guess is as good as mine. But what I will say is that we've talked a lot on this show about American consumers and the fact that they are going to suffer in all of this. What I think is also important to note is that the Chinese economy has been suffering for quite some time. They're dealing with slower growth, slower GDP. They have a real estate market crunch.
What the hell-y? Yo, that was crazy. What the hell? What the hell-y? What the heck? That was weird. That was weird as hell. That's the internet telling you to stop watching CNN. Bro, it's not the... Ooh, the problem there wasn't me watching CNN. It happened right as I retweeted the Chinese embassy, bro. I swear to God. Chinese embassy, we don't back down. We are Mao Ning, spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, says we are Chinese. We are not afraid of provocations. We don't back down. They dusted the old Mao tapes and brought it out. And the Chinese embassy in the U.S. said, we don't back down. And I quote retweeted, I said, they're aura farming with Mao. I'm losing it. And then boom, I got blasted into orbit. Suspicious F right there. Very suspicious F. The CIA hit my stream with the heart attack gun. Stop watching the Clinton News Network. I thought you were apolitical. Don't worry, brother. I'm an American patriot. Are you Chinese CIA? I fucking wish, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? It's called Havana Syndrome. It's called Havana Good Time, chat. All right, let's keep going.
This decision by him of how to respond to this is just as much economic as it is political. The good news, as you talked about, Xi Jinping has had time to prepare. We saw this coming, of course. But they have a controlled economy. So they have levers that they can pull in order to shield their economy from tariffs. So, for example, they're already devaluing the currency just to make their exports a little bit cheaper. And that's why we're seeing Asian markets, especially the Shanghai Composite, rallying on the hope that perhaps there is going to be a deal here.
Yeah, so who has the upper hand in this, we'll call it a chess match right now, and we will see more evidence of that today.
We'll see.
It's great to see you, Zane. Thank you so much. John.
All right, joining us now, Jason Furman, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and now a professor of economic policy practice at the Harvard Kennedy School. Professor, thanks so much for being with us. So is this a case now of no harm, no foul, the tumult over?
Absolutely not. This is above and beyond what the president campaigned on doing. And at the time, most people discounted those threats and thought he'd only fulfill.
This, surely this is a sign of stability and order when you got a situation where people are like, oh, no one believed his campaign promises. I mean, come on now. Just a normal political process here in the United States of America where you just go, remember when he said tariffs is the most beautiful word in the English language? No one fucking believed him. They thought maybe it's like the 10th most beautiful word in the English language. Oh, man, we all thought he was playing around, dude. Why would you think that? Why would you think that he was playing around? This shit is so goddamn annoying. This cannot be the underlying basis of your political identity where you go, I'm just voting for this guy because of vibes. I hate this. I'm voting for this guy because of the goddamn vibes. I don't think that he's serious or sincere about his policies, or rather, I haven't really thought thoroughly what would happen if he implemented these policies. Like, not the self-glaze too much here, but I've been fucking screaming about this for a year at this point. Since he started talking about the tariff shit, I was like, this is going to have a really long-lasting, damaging impact on global trade. How do you not see that? It's the same principle behind mass deportations. You can't do that because it's like, one, incredibly inhumane, two, logistically impossible to do, and three, would collapse American agriculture overnight. For no reason either, by the way, for no good reason. Like, that's not a real fear that people have. It's just completely unwarranted. It improves nothing. And it's just about being a bad person, being mean for the sake of cruelty in and of itself. It pisses me off. It pisses me off when people are just like, well, I didn't think that he was going to do this. I thought he was just joking. Okay, well, I thought he was going to do this, but I didn't think the impact would be this bad. It's like, well, you're a fucking dumbass then. What do you mean? There are plenty of people who knew that it was going to be bad. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What the hell is this?
Part of them. Tariffs are still very, very high, and we're about to start seeing it in the real economy.
That's a long-winded way of calling Trump supporters stupid. No, Democrats have this stupid dog in them too. There's a lot of people who have this stupidity in them. And it's partially a consequence of, like, I guess, reaping the rewards of living here in the United States of America and having some semblance of stability for so long, despite unstable leadership time and time again. But like, or a lack of confidence in any form of governance actually following through on their agendas. Americans just don't know a world where a politician says they're going to do something and they follow through on it. That's what it is. And they also quite literally do not believe the impact of said legislative agenda until it happens. We saw this. We saw this with the abortion stuff. Every single fucking politician said abortion is murder. Abortion is murder. Every single fucking right-wing politician said abortion is murder. Abortion is murder. You can't do murder. And then, lo and behold, Roe v. Wade gets overturned after the Supreme Court justices straight up lied to the American public and said it was a super precedent, but then they reversed it, and then everyone was like, okay, some murder is cool, actually. I think we got to do some exceptions for murder. Why did they do that? Why did they all of a sudden go, it's not actually all murder. Some of the murder is awesome. I love when you do the murder, actually. Abortion is murder, but some murder is great. Like, why did they do that? It's because people immediately went, oh my God, I never really thought that if abortion was illegal, that my daughter might need to get an abortion one day, and due to a medical complication, for example, and not be able to get it and die. Like, that's fucked up. That's really bad. I didn't think about this. It's like, why didn't you think about this? It's kind of the whole point. The whole point of why we shouldn't be setting these like erroneous standards for no fucking reason, because it's going to be ultimately harmful. That's like, there are plenty of people who've been yelling about this for years. I've been yelling about this for years. Same shit with the tariffs. Same shit with mass deportation. Same shit now with the erosion of due process and the erosion of the First Amendment. These are concepts that are literally being taken away from all of us right now. And it's alarming, and I keep ringing the alarm bells, but if you ask the average American, they have no ability to understand that this is fucked up. They have no ability to think, well, this might actually harm me down the line. Americans are always playing catch up. Liberals and Republicans alike, liberals and conservatives alike, they're always playing catch up, where they go, oh man, I voted for this guy. I think what he's doing is good. I didn't realize that it would inevitably impact me. Shit, the leopard's eating my face party, always.
In the prices that families pay, in the layoffs that companies are going to be doing.
All the reporting, it was the bond market that spooked the president and forced his hand, led him to blink here. Can you explain, for all of us who may not have taken Act 10, exactly what was happening with the bond market, and if those fears are still over, or fears are still existent, I should say?
Yeah, normally when you're going into a downturn, you would think that the Fed is going to cut interest rates and interest rates are going to come down. But what was really scary was that interest rates were going way up. And that's because investors around the world, reportedly some of them in Japan, but around the world and in the United States, were more nervous about the United States. They didn't trust our country. They didn't want to lend to our country. And because of that, that made interest rates go up, just like any other borrower who's not particularly creditworthy is going to end up with higher interest rates.
And the New York Times reporting that the president knows what that means. As someone who worked in real estate, when interest rates start going up, it just gets harder to do business. What do you think China sees here? We just heard from Zain Asher on this. Do you think they see this as a chance now to talk? Do they feel isolated, or do they see now that the president will blink when facing certain pressures?
The president has shown over and over again a willingness to blink. In his first term with China, when he would negotiate deals with them, it was largely deals about how to not escalate further.
Oh, look at that. After yesterday's pause, I was like, okay, back from the edge, but I'm still worried about recession dynamics taking hold. I didn't think that 24 hours later, we'd be back to staring at this chart of long-term yields. I mean, part of the issue is that I shouldn't even be calling it a pause. It's giga tariffs on China. Yeah, this is what I mean. Yesterday, we all looked at the market being green, and I told you this is an insane moment, okay? This is an insane moment where people are very clearly demonstrating that the stock market does not have the fundamentals baked into it, where very clearly people are just hoping on a dream. They're wish casting for stability when no semblance of stability exists. I told you this. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to go, yeah, actually, things are fine now because we only have 10% tariffs universally and like 200% tariffs on China, our largest trading partner. That's crazy. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean the stock market is supposed to normalize in that process? What are you talking about? It was just a hope and a dream, dude. People were just wish casting stability. I don't know how so many intelligent people looked at the situation and went, oh, it's rebounding. Finally. Okay. There's a brief moment of respite for 90 days. It's like, no, there isn't. There literally is no respite here. Are you fucking stupid? I mean, I guess the answer is yes. I don't know if it was stupidity, denial, or naivete. It's crazy. Jeff Stein from WAPO says, I know this is an incredibly old and boring point now, but it's remarkable watching how the ostensibly data-driven stock market is driven so heavily by vibes. Shout out to Kyla Scanlon. Nothing has changed from yesterday's surge to today's decline, other than everyone realizing the tariffs on China are now 125%, even though this was known yesterday. That's what I mean. I am not a finance guy. As Stocky correctly pointed out, I don't know shit about the stock market. But the one thing I do know is that it is psychotic to assume that things got better when we are trying to use a hatchet to sever ties with our fucking largest trade partner. Are you stupid that you thought things were going to get better? It is so obvious an indication of the market's irrationality right here with what happened yesterday. And all these dumb fucks posting the green as though it's any indication of where things are going. Like, what are we talking about? You don't have to be a fucking finance bro or even understand market fundamentals to look at the situation and go, hey guys, I know a lot of people have this unfounded confidence all of a sudden because Donald Trump at least backed away from some of the most meaningful parts of his agenda. But things are still pretty bad, don't you think? At this point, it's like they want the line to keep going up because that's all they've known. So they'll hold on to any glimmer of hope to make the line go up. It is quite literally held together by a bunch of people hallucinating an alternative reality. A quick read of Stock Trading for Dummies would empower the average educated adult with all the knowledge they need to realize how fucked the situation is. VIX and VVIX are diverging from each other, i.e. professionals are out of the market right now and retail traders are not known as the most rational actors in the financial markets. Anyone that says this is coping. You are coping. If you think institutional traders do not also engage in this exact same irrational behavior, you are wrong. You are unimaginably wrong. First and foremost, I don't even believe that retail traders could automatically hit the panic button and cause the market to move in this direction in this decentralized manner where they all just came to the same conclusion. Okay? You cannot do that without institutions. That's number one. Number two, institutional traders also engage in the same exact irrational behavior. The exact same irrational behavior. 100%. So the reality of the matter is the market movements from yesterday to today are not just done by retail traders losing confidence or gaining confidence out of nowhere, whereas like institutional traders, actually institutions themselves like are still solidly on board with the market fundamentals and they knew that this wasn't going to happen, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not real. It's just like beyond cope. You are doing the same. I think you're doing the same, demonstrating the same naivete that I talk about all the time, which is the infallibility of institutions. The idea that like no matter what happens, there's some adults in the room and they're still holding on to the concepts that I learned in my textbooks. Okay? Asma's chat is cheering for the 125% tariffs and wanting to go up to 400%. I love that. They're so stupid. I love that. I love how fucking stupid Asmongold's fan base is. It's amazing. They are unironically bringing out the pitchforks to literally shove it in their own asses. There is nothing funnier to me than watching a bunch of fucking hogs cheering on initiatives that fuck them. Okay? It's funny. I'm sorry. It's fucking hilarious.
Rather than to de-escalate. But now we're starting from triple-digit tariffs on China and the United States, nearly 100% tariffs on the United States in China. It's really, really hard to picture how either of our economies will be able to function, deliver job gains, deliver benefits to consumers in the midst of a very, very extreme trade war. So some which way, someone's going to need to blink, or else we're both.
This is not real. Make showers great again. Go fuck yourself. That's not real. That's funny. Okay. If something goes down 10%, then an up percent, are you back where you started? No, because a decrease is from a bigger number. E.g., 100 minus 10 is 90. Plus 9 is 99. Huh? Down 10%, then up 10%. Then why is your e.g. not 100 minus 10, 90, plus 10, 100? Where'd the 9 come from? Oh my... What? What is going on? Why would it be plus 10 at that point? Does he think 10% of 90 is still 10? Does he think 10% means just 10 always? Like not 10%, but just 10, the actual number. No, I don't care. No. No. We're not doing this. I can't stare into the abyss. This is like when No. This is like when I watched videos of fucking people being like, how can the mirror see what's behind this towel? I can't do that. I cannot fucking do that. I am not doing that. Stop it. Stop it. There's already enough stupidity that I have to deal with on a fucking daily basis. What the fuck? There's already enough. We're laughing about people being like, hell yeah, make the fucking tariffs 400%, big dog. Yeah, I'll just grind harder. Like, people are like, yeah, make those tariffs 400%. I'll just fucking grind harder. Make the cost of living impossible to survive. I'll fucking survive somehow.
Going into recession.
Talk to me about what you are looking for, I guess, in the next hours and days. Everything's moving so quickly here. There's so many twists. But what are the next shoes that could drop in your mind?
I mean, to me, it's number one, are we hearing about more new tariffs? The president has talked about tariffs on pharmaceuticals, on semiconductors, on lumber. Is he still talking about those new tariffs? Number two, that 10% on every country in the world, that's pretty high. That goes on all our friends and foes alike, with the exception of Russia, which doesn't get it. Is that there to stay, or is that part of the negotiation? And then number three, what's happening with China?
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with President.
I do find it very funny that like everyone is operating with this though. Like liberals did this as well, and now Republicans were doing it yesterday, and everyone just goes, "Oh well, the market's green. That means it's good. Everything is good now." And then when it's red, they're like, "Wait a minute, why is everything red again? What is going on?" It's like, yeah, everything is confusing to you, of course, because you're stupid. Let me fix the problem here, okay? If you consistently look at market movements without any sort of care or consideration to long-term stability or instability, long-term results of the actions that the Trump administration is taking, you're going to be like, I don't get it. It's red and now it's green. What's happening? All the time. There was a brief moment where a lot of the Trumpian guard, the Trumpian vanguard was coming out and being like, obviously, market volatility is not indicative of like what happens in the economy broadly. And it was awesome. It was funny hearing them say things that I've been saying for years, right? Of course, they didn't fucking believe it. And they were just saying it because in the interim, they just wanted to defend Donald Trump. That wasn't a principle that they had. They hadn't thought it through. I'll give you a great example, okay? Here's a great example of how the stock market performance doesn't necessarily indicate long-term stability or health for the overall economy, especially for the working class. Mergers and acquisitions. When big company takes over smaller company and then engages in layoffs and, let's say, lays off 20,000 employees, they call that eliminating redundancy. The stock performance is great in that process. But the reality is 20,000 people just got fucking laid off. Do you think that's a good thing? No, of course not. So clearly, this is, in the most reductive term, in the most reductive ways possible, a great indication that maybe the stock market is not reflective to the living conditions of the average American. Perhaps that is a good starting point for all of you. Take that home with you and think about that and expand on that information when you go on this journey. It's pretty basic stuff, really. I don't know how else to explain it to people, really. Like, what can I do other than that? That has been debunked. If you knew Trumponomics, you'd know that. Yeah, my bad.
President Trump set to meet with his cabinet as a key part of his second-term agenda hangs in the balance right now up on Capitol Hill. And after a week of tariff whiplash here in the United States as the president's trade war clearly intensifies.
And as we know, Wall Street doesn't like the uncertainty, right? Wednesday's green bounce after the tariffs were paused, that has turned into Thursday's red reality check. Let's go to CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny at the White House. And Jeff, you have reporting along with your White House colleagues about how this all came to be with the pause and this cabinet meeting today as well.
Good morning, Pamela. It certainly was an extraordinary turn of events yesterday, not even quite 24 hours ago, but we have learned that it certainly was the advice that the president was receiving from some members of his cabinet, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who will be in that room today when the cabinet is meeting. He was the one, of course, who was really sounding the alarm and telling the president how deep the bond markets were reacting to the president's sweeping tariff plan. So one thing that this whole situation has really shined a light on are the differing pieces of advice that the president was hearing from Scott Bessent, for example, the Treasury Secretary, versus his longtime trade advisor, Peter Navarro, who was urging the president not to make negotiations. A big question, though, heading into this cabinet meeting, is Elon Musk going to be in the room? We have not seen much of him in recent days, but he's been very active on social media, and his view on this sweeping tariff plan was that it was not good for the economy. So he was throwing stones, quite literally, at the top trade advisor. But the top economic advisor...
Is it real that EU is considering removing tariffs on China EVs? Yeah, but I don't think that they're going to... I think what is going to happen, this is my suspicion, this is my speculation, wee-woo, speculation alert, is that they want some kind of price adjustment from Chinese companies in general. Like, they don't want China to enter the market with uncompetitive, with prices that are impossible to compete with from the European market. So they're going to probably want the... They're probably going to want BYD to increase their prices on their end so that they can maintain trade and allow China to continue manufacturing, make up for some of the manufacturing output that they lost from the United States of America in the short term. But I think it's more so a bluff regardless. I think it's EU bluffing against America. That's what I think. Yeah, EU wants price minimums, exactly. Because there's no way that they would allow China to enter the European market with the prices that China wants to enter the market with, because then they would actually get fucking cleaned out. No one would purchase a European car ever again inside of the EU. I hope it's not just a bluff, and I hope it is a signal for a long-term sustainable trade partnership with China, and perhaps even another indication that the major market of the European Union is moving away from American hegemony into the comfortable bosom of the Chinese empire. The 100 years of Chinese prosperity is upon us. So we shall see. Do you think this will strengthen BRICS and allow for a partitioning of the economy and solidifying socialist power? We'll see. All I can think of is that the more the EU moves in the direction of China, the more insane Trump will get.
Kevin Hassett talked about the cabinet meeting earlier like this.
USTR has informed us that there are maybe 15 countries now that have made explicit offers that we're studying and considering and, deciding whether they're good enough to present to the president. The Chief of Staff's office has asked all the principals that have, skin in the game to come and discuss what their views are about how this should go. And that's what the purpose of the meeting is.
So the offers that Kevin Hassett is talking about there are from allies like Japan, South Korea, and others who have opened lines of communication trying to lower their tariff percentage with the president. So this is all coming as the trade war is very much still on with China. There is no question about that. But the U.S. is trying to sort of circle our allies, if you will, Wolf, to have a united front against China.
And it's interesting, Jeff, Kevin Hassett is also pushing back on suggestions that President Trump actually manipulated the markets when he told people it was a, quote, good time to buy only hours before announcing the pause. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California says he plans to write to the White House about it. How is the administration defending itself?
Well, if there is no question that timeline of a few hours between when the president sent that message, be cool, time to buy, versus about 1:18 yesterday afternoon East Coast time when the president sent out his message about a pause on this. What happened during that intervening time? Did anyone have a heads up at all? Kevin Hassett, again, the president's top economic advisor, told us a short time ago that there was no insider trading or any type of activities going on, but Democrats on Capitol Hill are not convinced of that. But Wolf, the reality is, since Republicans control Capitol Hill, there will not be any type of a committee investigation. However, this will be something, a moment in time, really those 4 hours in time yesterday that will be viewed in the coming days. But for now, at least, the trade war on against China, the cabinet meeting is underway shortly, Wolf.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House for us. Jeff, thank you.
So let's check in now with CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. She is standing by at the New York Stock Exchange. Vanessa, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, well, listen, markets are down this morning coming off that enormous rally yesterday. And I spoke to a veteran trader, Peter Tuchman, just a short time ago. And he told me that the real reaction of Wall Street really comes the day after. Yesterday was this relief rally. And today, reality has set in that we are still very much in the middle of a trade war with still historically high tariffs. That 90-day pause on those high reciprocal tariffs are very welcome news to traders here. I spoke to a few yesterday after the market closed who said that anytime the Dow is up nearly 3,000 points, that is a good day. However, today they are facing down high tariffs on China, that 125% tariff.
Like, what happened? Did they open up their fucking eyes? Like, this is what I don't understand. What, like, this was the reality yesterday. What happened? This is why I had that conversation with Nate Tankus where I was like, the money is fake. Okay. Like, I'm sorry, you will never convince me that this is real. Okay, the value in the stock market is just like is firmly held together by anything but confidence. It's just crazy.
You have those tariffs in place, 25% on autos. And then, of course, you have that 10% universal tariff that is...
Wait, people are saying it's 145. Did Trump increase it again? What happened? Is that like a thing? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Once you go past like 40% or even 30%, really, it truly doesn't matter. You are just firmly committed. You're just firmly committed to severing trade ties with China. And I think that it's going to get even crazier. I think America is, you want to know what I think Donald Trump's going to try to do? Here's a couple things that Donald Trump could still try to do. One, try to stop like Chinese companies from being traded on. That's number one. But more importantly, try to also enforce some kind of trade embargo or rather punishments on secondary markets that work with China, which was his initial goal with these universal tariffs, like when he was slapping Vietnam with stuff. I think that he doesn't, it's not just about America not trading with China. It's about the rest of the world not trading with China. So I do think that I do think that there's a couple more tools in his tool belt of mania where, you could, I don't even know how the delisting stocks would work. I don't know. I'm not a stock market guy at all. But I do think that the American initiative in this situation would be to the American move in this situation would basically be to just do North Korea shit to China, but you can't do North Korea shit to China. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't do North Korea or Iran to China. China is far too powerful and far too important to the entire trade regime that we have designed for the past 40 fucking years. China has become undeniable, impossible to avoid. Forex Live. Trump admin. Oh my God. Yep, there it is. Trump admin is moving towards a possible delisting of Chinese public shares. This is psychotic, dude. They are fucking psychotic. Are you joking? Here's a report from Charlie Gasparino at Fox Business. Sources: Trump administration is moving towards a possible delisting of Chinese public co-shares on U.S. exchanges. Sources: incoming SEC Chair Paul Atkins. Dude, everything we're doing to China, I wish we would do to Israel, by the way. Like, it would be so warranted to do to Israel, and yet we will never do that to Israel. Oh my God. The dream. The dream, baby. The friggin' dream. Helicopter crashed into Hudson. The chopper broke off midair and dropped. Oh, my Lord. Everything is happening. Everything is happening all at once. ABC has a special report on it.
Which,
Okay,
by the way,
I'm not going to cover it right
has
now.
a pretty rough current.
Yeah,
I'm not going to cover it right now. I'll get to it in a little bit. Let me finish this at least.
In effect right now, and you see the markets there right now, the Dow down about more than 2.5%. Look at the NASDAQ down more than 4%. The S&P down almost 3.5% there. But the big questions that I'm hearing from traders here today are sort of what are the off-ramps here to this trade war? What are the negotiations that need to be happening between these more than 75 countries in the administration? And then especially looking at China, because so many of the companies that are traded on Wall Street here have direct ties to China, get many of their products from China. So what
about taking back Chinese-owned U.S. land? It's nothing. What are you talking about? Chinese-owned U.S. land is so minuscule. Go ahead. Claw it away from the Chinese investors. Like, what are you talking about? That's just fucking meme shit. It is literally podcast meme shit, dude. Stop listening to podcasts. Holy fuck. China is like not even in the top 10 of land buyers in terms of foreign investment. It's nothing. It is so insanely marginal. It is so tiny. It is so minuscule. It's nothing.
What does that look like? One analyst said to me this morning that some of these negotiations could actually center more around other things, non-tariff related things, something like with China, maybe a deal with TikTok, or even a deal with the Panama Canal. Those are the questions that they have. What is the off-ramp for this trade war for the president? So here today, I would say less uncertainty, but still a level of uncertainty about where this trade war is going, Pamela. Obviously, we're not seeing sort of those dramatic swings this morning that we've seen in the past several weeks. That is because very much investors here know we're still in the middle of this. Obviously, though, good sign that that 90-day pause went into effect just yesterday, Pamela.
Yeah, I mean, clearly investors are sending the signal, though, that they understand this is far from over. There's a lot to be worked out, but you do have businessmen like billionaire investor Bill Ackman, a Trump ally, celebrating this.
Yeah, Bill A. Packman. Bill Smokes Crackman. Absolute dummy. Every single one of these people that are supposed to be like brilliant investors and all this shit, every single one of these people have shown that they are delusional morons. They are just regime enjoyers, even if the regime is shanking them. All the way from Elon Musk to Bill A. Packman, okay?
Pause. He was among the business leaders who had turned on the president over his tariff plans. He's now praising the pause and implementing many of those taxes. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, we know the past several days leading up to these reciprocal tariffs going into effect, Bill Ackman, who, as you mentioned, is a billionaire, he is the founder of a huge hedge fund, he was saying that these tariffs would be, I'm reading here, quoting, economic nuclear war. So he said that leading up to Wednesday's tariffs, and he was warning that this could be really terrible for the economy. Now that the president has reversed course and put this 90-day pause into effect, he is coming out and saying that, yes, he was raising concern, but he's praising the president in what he calls the art of the deal, that the president actually did right by this deal. And Bill Ackman and other billionaires were raising those alarms for several days, but many of them are seeing a little bit more of a relief here that the president has maybe listened to advisors, as Bill Ackman said, and really sort of put into place more of a better roadmap for billionaires right now that really, you know, they play in the stock market. They obviously have their businesses tied to the stock market, Pamela. They can be against him one day and with him the next day as they see their stocks rise, Pamela.
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich, thanks so much.
Let me bring in Anna Stewart. So, Anna, we've been seeing European stocks rallying, not just on the news that the Americans were pausing these tariffs for 90 days, but also the fact that the Europeans were going to reverse the retaliatory tariffs that they put into effect yesterday as well. Take us through that.
Look at that rally. It's pretty strong, and that's largely because, of course, European markets were actually closed when the 90-day pause was announced. So they didn't have a rally yesterday. We're seeing it here, and I think it is being sustained as well by the fact that the EU is also going to pause for 90 days. Although the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that while they will pause for 90 days, if negotiations are not satisfactory, our countermeasures will kick in. So a bit of a warning there. But I think for European investors, this is possibly the first time that it's actually felt like almost a reality that perhaps the US administration will negotiate with them. Up to this point, the EU has, for instance, offered 0 for 0 tariffs on industrial goods, on autos, and that's frankly been ignored. So perhaps this is an opportunity. Very different story elsewhere in the markets. Of course, Wall Street has opened lower today. The relief rally there is over, and by a number of metrics, even from JP Morgan not shifting their outlook in terms of recession, keeping it at 60%. Some of these assets suggest that people are still pricing in the likelihood of a recession. Oil prices steeply lower at this stage, about 4.6% lower.
So see, I did it. I lowered the oil prices. I promised you I would do it. Demand might be down in the future due to a complete collapse of global trade, but believe me, oil prices are down. I fixed it.
Under the $60 barrel. It could finish today at the lowest.
It's ironic because the last time that oil prices went down incredibly, Trump was president again, and he literally also constantly pointed to that. It was COVID. Donald Trump was like, remember how low oil was? Yeah, during COVID? Thanks, man. Yeah, it was awesome. I remember. Fantastic. People's relatives are just fucking dying in the hospital. It was awesome. Thank you, sir. You did it. Oh, it's amazing. He's doing it. He's doing it. I told you I would bring oil prices down, and I'm doing it again.
It's been since April 2021. We're also seeing that the US dollar fell sharply, and the bond yields, the 10-year bond yields in the US, which, of course, President Trump was concerned about, we haven't seen much of a shift there. So we've had this huge reversal, but actually a lot of the fears, a lot of the yippiness, if that is even a word, is still out there.
A lot of golf players will know exactly.
I want to turn now to Michael McKee, our international economics and policy correspondent, who has been, listening in as the president and his team have been speaking, but also paying very close attention to the 30-year bond auction that we saw just a moment ago, and also the undulations that we have seen and continue to see in the markets, both in the bond market and the stock market, and to the economic data that we got as well, the CPI data this morning. Mike, I just want to get your reaction to what you heard there, and maybe give us your sense of sort of what these next 90 days look like. Here we have an administration eager to broker deals, as we heard there in that meeting. That's meeting with the realism of how difficult it is to broker trade deals historically, all the nuances and details that go into them.
Well, it took a year, more than a year, to renegotiate NAFTA, and almost nothing was changed in that treaty that came out as the USMCA. So I think you have to approach what this administration is saying about these deals with a great deal of skepticism. For example, we heard there, and we've heard from others in the administration, that 70 countries have approached the administration. But Kevin Hassett said this morning on...
Yeah, also, my favorite part about the 70 countries that have approached the American administration is that they won't reveal who the countries are. So, like, we don't even know if they approached it. I'm sure they did. Like, plenty of them have. Like, Japan, we know for a fact, approached America. And South Korea is another one. But it's like... I don't even fucking know if they... Dude, please stop. Please stop posting this. I got it. Xi Jinping unravel meme. Come on. Come on. Stop spamming. You just got auto-modded. I'm once again finding myself in this weird predicament. Because on the one hand, I'm like watching... a lot of this neoliberal design unravel in real time as contradictions heighten in the hands of a madman hell-bent on death and destruction. But also, on the other hand, I can't even entertain this notion for too long because I recognize the impact that it will have on the average person in the United States of America and also around the world. It is very frustrating. It is very frustrating because, like, this sort of instability or some semblance of volatility would always happen. You need the medicine, right? Like when the body is ill and we heal the body, we do surgery, you need a little bit of medicine, and in the process, like, yeah, there's going to be some harm in the short term, but it's for a grand design. It's for health and stability in the long term. Like, that part is true. It's just Donald Trump is not doing that. He's not doing that at all. So what's frustrating about this is, once again, he's just kind of fucking up the global economy because he's bored, if that makes sense. He's just, yeah, when I fuck up the economy because I'm bored, when I kill the global economy because I'm bored is kind of what's happening. You're using the sick patient Trump analogy. No, it's not the wrong analogy. That analogy is not incorrect, except the patient has cancer and Trump chopped off the fucking leg of the patient for no reason. So the cancer still remains, and now you're legless.
One of the other networks that there are 20 countries. So, I mean, what is the actual truth, and what are we actually going to get out of it, and how much of this is going to be tariff reduction, and how much of this would have anything to do with non-tariff barriers? I mean, remember, they went after the Europeans and the British for having a VAT tax. Does that get addressed? Yep. So a lot of reasons to be skeptical about what they're talking about. But what we can say will happen.
Do I see an off-ramp for the Trump-China shit? Yes, I do. Given China's restraint in all things global trade, in all things foreign policy, I think China offers a aesthetic victory to Trump. But I don't even know if I can see this. I can see China offering a fig leaf to Donald Trump, like opening up a factory, like a BYD factory or some shit in America. I could see that. Maybe sweeten the deal with TikTok on the side. Just to stop Trump from killing himself. And that's only because fig leaf, olive branch, whatever. I could see them doing that. It's just, I don't think that America would be convincible, regardless of what China does. And that's number one. And number two, stop with the fantasy. I'm just saying, this is not what I think is going to happen. This is not what I'm saying is going to happen. You asked me if there's an off-ramp here, and even though all of these alternative scenarios are very, very unlikely, the highest likelihood of all of these alternative scenarios that are still incredibly unlikely would be China trying to give Donald Trump like an aesthetic victory here. Having said that, I don't think America would take that and then go, okay, we're good now. Because Donald Trump has shown once again that he is not interested in reason.
Happen is if these other tariffs that are already in place stay in place, we will see prices go up and we will see the economy slow down. It's going to be very interesting. These are very heavily weighted, obviously, towards China, and we import a lot of stuff from China. So how is that going to affect the American consumer's psyche if they can't get things from China?
Well, and investor psyche as well. After the remarkable gains of yesterday, the best day since 2008, obviously we have a massive reversal on our hands with 5% losses on both the S&P.
I do want to say something here, but like, if Donald Trump hadn't done this, I know for a fucking fact, you will never convince me on this, I know for a fact that China would just not fuck up the bag and would continue doing what it's doing without actually escalating or at any point trying to undermine American hegemony. There is 0% chance. They want stability. They want stability because in that stability, as the dollar is still the superpower, they get to do things within this system that allow Chinese prosperity to fucking happen. I don't think China shill. Okay, well, this is perhaps one of the many instances where we are in my moment of vindication. Like, you're living through my China shill vindication moment, and yet you're still saying I'm a China shill. It's pretty funny. I have found myself vindicated many times over on a lot of the things I speak about in terms of foreign policy, in terms of American long-term instability. But this is like coming in here in this very moment as America is undermining its own hegemonic power in the hands of seemingly a fucking madman. And you're still over here being like, you're a China shill. Okay. I think you will arrive at my position eventually. Long-term watchers already know what my opinion is here, you know?
S&P 500 and even greater for the NASDAQ 100. And we know markets did play a role in the decision-making of President Trump yesterday, though he was specifically concerned about the bond market, talking about queasiness, Mike. And I wonder if a little bit of that queasiness has been abated, not just by the tariff moves, but by once again, for a long-duration Treasury auction, the 30-year yield, it looks like demand was a bit better than expected.
Yeah, the 30-year comes in reasonably strong. It stops through 2.7 basis points, about what we saw with the 10-year yesterday. It does suggest that people are out there looking for duration. Dealers took less. Directs, though, took a lot more than they did yesterday. Direct bidders and indirects were down a little bit from their average, but still relatively strong. So
tariffs are an incredible litmus test. Nearly every reasonable person on the left hates them, and nearly every dumbass on the left defends them. I will grudgingly give an exception to actual elected polls in the Rust Belt, but among influencers is undefeated. I think that's appropriate. Hasan is not a fan of free trade. Democrats should not be in favor of free trade. The only thing free trade benefits is capital owners. I mean, it's true. What annoys me, the shit out of me, is that this guy's a third worldist. He's arguing that the global poor are ripping us off while saying his whole thing is protecting the global poor. Wait, what? No, I'm not saying that the global poor are ripping us off. What are these people saying? Do they purposely misunderstand my point? At no point have I defended Donald Trump, by the way. So that's what's really funny. I feel like more people are China pilled after the red nose shit happened. At least they have some stability. We don't have that. Yeah. It's Jeremiah Johnson's a moron. Pay him no mind. He's part of the Armand Domalewski dumbass brigade. Yeah, I mean, founder of CN Liberalism, New Liberals, writing at Infinite Scroll. This person has blocked me. I didn't even know what the fuck this is. So it makes sense that this guy would be. This guy's got a globe on his Twitter username. I'm not surprised that he has, one, the wrong opinion, and two, can't comprehend the things that I'm saying. Why are you always getting blocked? Liberals. Liberalism is inherently reactionary. They're just, a lot of these like globehead accounts are just basically gay Nazis. You know? When push comes to shove, they openly demonstrate their disdain for the global South, for the working poor of the world, and the working poor in their own countries too.
Not a major change in the auction statistics, but a well-received auction in this case, as was the 10. So that may supply a little more confidence to people in the fixed income markets about foreign demand and overall demand for U.S. Treasuries. There's been some talk that people were backing away from investing in the U.S. I think the equity markets are reflecting what normally happens in these kinds of situations where you have a big turn down. This is what we've seen before, where you get these rallies and then stocks go back down again. Very much the pattern after 2000.
Libs are big mad about your take. They're pancake waffling it to say you support Trump. Tariff equals Trump and Trump equals bad, according to them. I mean, Trump does equal bad. At no point have I defended Donald Trump's tariffs regime. I think I've poured a lot of hours into talking about how fucking stupid Trump's tariff attitude is. You know? Stock market is broken. Asmongold doesn't understand Trump tariffs. Republicans cope with Trump tariffs. You see the latest Johnny KGP Harris video? Looks like the US aid was really cut. Yeah. Everything about that monster sickens me. He wants to end 5 billion lives. Even the House Democrats had a take saying tariffs aren't bad, but Trump's not doing them right, and the libs online lost it. Yeah, because the fucking liberals are... Someone trying to community note you? What is this? Your enemy isn't China, it's global capital. China represents 90% of global capital, making it the world's second largest economy. It is also the second in the world in terms of total number of billionaires. This goes back to the same paradigm of, oh, China is capitalist, actually. Okay, why don't we do Chinese-style development here then? No, that would be communist. It's always the same. It's literally the same. I'm like, okay, great. China is capitalist. We're capitalist. Let's do China. They're like, oh, no, that would be communism. Why would we ever do that? That's communism. It's also funny because it's like, it goes back to the same dynamic of like, China is going to collapse any moment now because they're socialist. Okay, China's going to collapse any moment now. They're socialist. They're socialist. Okay, we've decided that China is actually cheating. They're too good. Their socialism is too good for our capitalist system. It's cheating. It's cheating. It's cheating. It's cheating. They're cheating. Okay, how about we cheat? And here, remember when I told you like a lot of quote unquote intelligent PhD having political economy understanding people will consistently talk about China cheating. What they mean when they say China is cheating is that China has a command economy and it is impossible to compete against a command economy. God forbid we have that same thing here in the United States of America. Fuck no, we can't do that because that would harm the interests of capital. This goes back to the argument that I'm making, which is that supranational capital is the most powerful element here. That is the enemy here. It is not China. Because if we wanted to truly have a free market, okay, it was a real free market, and China was cleaning out, absolutely destroying us by outcompeting us in the free market, we would look to what they're doing and then implement it here, which would require us to have central planning and be invested in long-term stability. Have long-term goals of both internal development and external development. Even the One Belt, One Road initiative in and of itself is a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about. But of course, we don't want we don't want to compete against China. We want to continue the system where the dollar is the reserve currency of the entire globe, where all global trade is done on the dollar. So we still have that level of control, while also simultaneously we want to be able to cut Chinese manufacturing and just rip it away from them, and Chinese development and rip it away from them because they outcompeted us all at the behest of capital. You cannot talk like this if you were in China right now against the government. You know that, bro. Yes, I know, dude. I know that. I know. Wait, what, bro? They literally shoot people in the back of their head execution style if they speak against their government? Y'all want that? The fuck are you talking about? Hey, man, I fantasized about something happening in China that's not happening. Do you want that here? That's so fucking stupid. First of all, I wouldn't be speaking like this if I was in China. I would be a fucking regime-pilled defender of the Communist Party of China in the glorious People's Republic of China. Okay? So, you know, I wouldn't be concerned with the free speech limitations there. That's number one. Number two, as long as I'm here, I do criticize the Chinese government's practices on that front regardless. Except the issue here is, as American hegemony ends on the global stage, we are finding out right now in this very moment that free speech wasn't so fucking free anyway here in the United States of America either. You got ICE literally saying, if you have dangerous ideas crossing into American borders, we will shut it down. Yeah. If you talk about Israel being bad in China, they actually black bag you in the middle of the street and then ship you into a slave colony in El Salvador. Oh, wait, we are doing that. We're doing that right now. Fuck. My bad. That's not China. That's America. But hey, keep coping.
Back to 2001.
Anyway, let's talk about this. Okay? Let's talk about this. You will understand what I've been saying over and over again. When a fucking PhD economist says China is cheating and not playing by the rules of global trade, rules that we have designed, rules that we have designed ourselves. The Western world has designed, America especially. What they mean is China has a command economy and it's impossible to compete against a command economy because they can just fucking heavily subsidize the shit out of their manufacturing in an effort to outcompete capitalist countries.
After it was admitted to the World Trade Organization, China cheated in multiple ways. China continues to subsidize its industries in all kinds of ways. It engages in unfair competition. It does things that look to me, at least, like dumping. And it's done this for a quarter of a century nearly. What do you do to stop that, to check that kind of behavior of gaming a free trade system if it's not tariffs? Or is there nothing you can do? You just have to live with it?
Can I ask a question? Could every student here who's paying $10,000 or more in tuition raise their hands?
No, we don't have tuition.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. That was the point that I was making. So you have no tuition. Why do you have no tuition? You have no tuition because somehow you have succeeded in mobilizing funds that have enabled you to admit students without paying.
Look at this socialist, by the way. Okay? Look at this fucking socialist, chat. The radical Maoist third worldist Larry H. Summers, former United States Secretary of the Treasury, Larold H. Summers. I just need you to understand. That's fucking Larry Summers saying what he's about to say.
So students get the benefit of an...
We used to subsidize our industries. We do. There are rules for how much you can subsidize your industries technically in global trade. The problem is, or rather, what we do when we subsidize our industries is because they're capitalist enterprise that are not completely maintained and controlled by a command economy. When we subsidize our fucking industries, it surely lowers prices a little bit, but a big chunk of those subsidies still, in one way, shape, or form, end up in the hands of capitalists. That's the problem. It doesn't actually go directly into lowering prices, which is precisely the reason why America turns around and goes, wait a minute, you're not supposed to subsidize to actually cheapen the fucking the output. You can't subsidize shit to make it so that it's incredibly affordable. What are you doing? We subsidize everything, chat. What are you talking about?
Education without paying. Do you think that if the University of Texas or Harvard or Rice called this an unfair practice because it put them at a competitive disadvantage, that would be a reasonable thing? Or do you think that it's a good thing that you're able to provide free college educations, and it would be even better if more people could provide free college educations? I kind of have the latter view. So if China wants to sell us things at really low prices, and the transaction is we get solar collectors that help make there be less global climate change, or we get batteries that we can put in electric cars, and we send them pieces of paper that we print.
I mean, he's 100% correct about this scheme, by the way. This is the design. This is the design of American-backed global trade. He's just being radically honest about it. That's it. He's not like pro-China by any means. He is not in any way, shape, or form saying that it's a good thing that China is doing this or whatever. He is simply explaining what the system currently looks like, and to constantly fucking cry foul about the subsidies when Chinese affordable manufacturing is the way that we have designed this game. The only problem here is that China has developed into becoming a competitive superpower. That's the issue. If China was still poor, if China was this neoliberal shithole, okay, then we wouldn't have any issues. We'd be like, oh, great. What do you mean? China is marginally improving the living conditions of their working class 0.000001% year over year. That's fantastic. But that's not what happened. Through command economy, through 15-year plans, through rapid urbanization, through rapid development, China was able to become a competitive superpower. That is the issue. They didn't play ball. How dare you? How dare you have a fucking vision? How dare you actually truly work to uplift your citizens? That's unacceptable. That's literally this entire conversation. That's it. The global south is not supposed to develop. The global south is supposed to never become a competitive power in the global stage. That you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that as a developing nation. If China was still like India in terms of in terms of its governance, then we would never in a million fucking years complain about China. We'd be like, it's great. It's great. It's awesome. We'd be talking about how bountiful free trade has been for China. As we do to this day about India.
Think that's a good deal for us or a bad deal for us? I kind of think it's a good deal for us. So the idea, the way you frame the question, which is that this is cheating and is there a way to deal with the problem of cheating, I think is largely wrong. It's just like, was it unfair to dentists when fluoride water got invented? It was terrible for the dental business. Terrible. Far fewer
Isn't that the fundamental benefit of being a totalitarian system? You can influence the country for good or bad, unchecked. Yeah, except look at all of the other totalitarian systems that have something very different in comparison to China. Many developing nations have totalitarian systems in one way, shape, or form. And yet, we don't have these same considerations for those totalitarian nations. You are inevitably going to arrive at my conclusion here, okay? Which is what I'm stressing. The only difference between China and the other developing nations Okay, if you want to call it totalitarian, the only difference in and of itself with China in comparison to other places is that China has a command economy and a vision for development that they've actually followed through on. That's it. And they've seen much success in this process. Oh. It always goes back to the same dynamic. In China, the government controls the corporations. In America, the corporations control the governments. One is on a downtrend. The other one is on a massive upswing. Which do you prefer?
Cavities, far less for dentists to do. Was it terrible when electric light got invented? Terrible for the candle makers. So there's this thing that lets people buy things for lower cost. Should you say that's terrible? I think the whole way of framing the question is wrong. Now, I'm making it simpler than it is. There is an issue. It's called, which economists call predatory pricing, which is the idea.
Yeah, when Amazon does it, there's nothing that we can do, and it's actually good. When China does it, that's not good. And he's right. It is predatory pricing, for the record. But under normal market, free market conditions, you're supposed to, as a fucking government, okay, you're the American government. What do you mean China is doing predatory pricing to you? Are you insane? Subsidize our fucking industries then, and also ensure that our industries also have a race to the bottom in terms of prices, not in terms of wages, because you can also do that as well. You just have to drop the profit incentive out of the equation. Nationalize our key manufacturing industries, nationalize our extraction industries, and also in the process, control your economy. Actually control it. Do not let your economy be captured by the whims of the market for profit seekers that will always care about profit above all else. But we won't do that. That's never going to happen. We'll just keep coping and saying, look, China is so poor. The average working condition in China is significantly worse than America. Okay, adjust that to 20 years ago for the average Chinese worker versus now, and then look at American average worker living conditions and living standards 20 years ago versus now, 30 years ago versus now, 40 years ago versus now. Where the fuck was China 50 years ago versus where they're at now? Look at America and the average worker in the United States of America 50 fucking years ago. And I don't mean like the bounties of affordable treats. I mean like literally being able to purchase shit, the purchasing power that you have, upward social mobility 50 years ago versus now. China doesn't nationalize their firms and industries. They create a series of firms and make them knife fight to survive. Yeah, except it doesn't matter because ultimately the government still controls all of it. So when push comes to shove and there's something that they've done that is annoying to them, or they've destabilized the markets and have moved away from the vision of the government, they fucking knife the company. Evergrande is a great example of this. Look at what happened with Evergrande. They are de facto nationalized. That's why I say China uses capitalism as a sleeve, okay? Also, isn't it funny? Or is it Evergreen? Evergrande, isn't it? I keep fucking up the name of the goddamn real estate company. Yeah, no, it's Evergrande. I said it right. It's not Evergreen. Yeah, they use capitalism as a glove, okay? They wear capitalism. They basically present themselves as a nation with markets, a nation that cares about capitalist competition. And in certain instances, they use market conditions as well for competition. It's just funny to consider that everything that you say in America, like normal concepts that you think about here in the United States of America that you've normalized in your mind, you have a very scary word for it over there, okay? We have slavery in our prison systems. They have gulags. We have normal free market competition. They have knife fights. Think about that. It's always, even if they're doing the same exact shit that we're doing, or doing things at a much lower degree, we greatly elevate and you know, yeah, they have propaganda, we have PR. I don't ask you to, immediately adopt the framework that I'm presenting to you. Immediately adopt the framework that I'm presenting to you. I want you to simply reconsider. I want you to reconsider. I want you to reconsider how you look at these things, okay? Yeah, we have industry leaders in the form of billionaires. They have oligarchs. That's it. I want you to reconsider the framing that you have adopted.
That somebody will sell things at a really low price, then they'll drive all their competitors out of business, and then they'll jack the price way up. And so if you thought that all of this was sort of setting us up for the kill in terms of total dependence on China, that would be an argument that might lead you to want to have a policy. It's pretty hard to make that case with respect to the vast number of things we're importing. China's only one source of them. If the price did get jacked up, our producers could re-enter the market. In the entire history of economics, there have been almost no examples documented of where predatory pricing actually happened. There's an argument you can make that is about dependence, perhaps with respect to really sensitive technologies. We don't want to depend on China because then they might cut us off and their government might take control, and that might be bad for our national security. And there are a lot of things to do about that. We should stockpile more things than we do. There are probably some areas like semiconductors where we should be investing in developing domestic capacity. But that's not an argument that because they're making something available cheap, it's cheating and you should have a policy. So I'd reject the entire way in which you framed the question. Actually,
what year is this video from? Probably recent. Thanks to the dollar reserve status, the quote summers a rhetorical question. If China wants to sell us things at really low price and the transaction is we get solar collectors and we get batteries that we can put in electric cars and we send them pieces of paper that we print, do you think that's a good deal for us or a bad deal for us? Characterizing this as cheating, like Summer rightly says, should be rejected entirely. At the end of the day, who's more cheated? The party doing the hard work of producing goods at very low prices? Who is this guy? Just some random squishy socialist, dude. The videos from yesterday. Just a famous Maoist by the name of Larold H. Summers. Did you hear Trump isn't removing the Israel tariff? Trump is off the leash. My goat. He's doing BDS to Israel. That's right. He said he's going to dismantle the Zionist entity. My king. Comrade Summers, dude. Anyway, this framing of China as the good guy here makes no sense at all. What are you even talking about? China using capitalism as a sleeve? China is communist, period. Now that I think, what would help make a better analogy is if I pretend to be capitalism and you pretend to be China and you could use me as a sleeve. I mean, what? Who said that? Not me. Okay, Jesus Christ, Chad. You know, jerk off. Holy shit. Politico reports that Trump is appending his trade team. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is now taking the lead with Peter Navarro sideline and Howard Lutnick recast as the bad cop. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
Specifically around China. Megan.
Hey, David, absolutely. I just got off the phone with a White House official, and they need to clarify that the new effective tariff rate against China.
Chatter's branded law. China has hardly been truly communist since the Deng era. Yeah, I know, dude. Yes, you have a real method for a transitional socialist state. You just haven't implemented it yet here in the United States of America. But fucking look alive, everybody. When Chatter H Tom PK23 implements and institutes real transitional socialism in his grand vision, everyone will say, that's it. That's it. Any day now, he's going to bring it. I'm not saying that's necessary, bro, bad, bro, damn. No one thinks China is a fucking communist state. What are you talking about? China is not a communist state. China is, in their words, a transitional socialist state that is reacting to market forces, global trade, and the material conditions that exist currently. Also, learning from the mistakes of the USSR, former transitional socialist states that have perished. Conservatives do? No, they don't, because when push comes to shove, everyone will literally present how bountiful capitalism has been to China. They literally will say, they will turn around and say, capitalism has uplifted billions of people, eradicated global poverty. That's China. They're only talking about Chinese statistics. Remove China from the equation, and the global south across the board is not better off than they were prior to the uplifting. How can the Communist Party not be communist? There has literally never been a singular communist party in the history of communism that has actually been able to implement communism. That's not a thing. Communism is supposed to be the ultimate goal to arrive at. It is not what is happening right now. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, I know. The French Commune. Okay, shut up. We're not talking about that. This is not a no true Scotsman argument either. This is just literally the delusions of the people on the opposing side of the argument. I have no further questions. Okay. This isn't like cope to be like true communism hasn't been tried or implemented. It's like the Chinese government doesn't say they've implemented communism. They say they're a transitional socialist state that works within the current confines of global finance capital with Chinese characteristics.
China effective today is actually 145%, not 120.
Like, yeah, we have a communist party here. We have multiple communist parties here in the United States of America. Do we have communism? No.
5%, as they told us yesterday. This is not a new shift. This is based, I want to make clear, on a close reading of the executive order. I have it here. When they amended their executive order yesterday, they changed the rate, the reciprocal rate, so-called, from 84% to 125%. But that comes on top of the fentanyl rate that was already in place this term of 20% against China. So a White House official confirmed to me it is correct to add those numbers together, making the new rate that President Trump has added in tariffs against China so far this term to 145%. A big jump there from where we thought we were even yesterday and the start of the week as well. These numbers just keep increasing. And as you guys know, you do have to add that 145% to any tariffs that were already in place before President Trump took office this term. That's the Section 301 tariffs from his first term, as well as anything else that was already in place at baseline. But now the new rate, when you add all these figures together.
I find it really funny that Trump just like flies off the handle and we'll just make new numbers up. I respect that. I mean, it's good to be the king, you know? Just fuck it. YOLO. Make up new shit. Be like, yep, 300. I've decided 300% tariffs. I've decided 400% tariffs. Respect. Bigger number, bigger tariff. He's killing it.
For this term that they've added against China is 145% on Chinese imports.
Why do you support moving manufacturing to America but not support Trump's tariffs? I don't know, because I'm not a fucking moron. Because if you don't build a manufacturing base here in the United States of America, there is no trade to protect. There is no manufacturing to protect in that process, don't you think?
Imports. Guys.
Megan, a very important clarification. Thank you for that. It does make you wonder, yeah, because I think the broad assumption was 125% included, perhaps, the 20% already from fentanyl. I asked this question earlier of Eamon, but I'd love to ask it of you as well. In terms of exemptions, we were talking to an analyst earlier, of course, about Apple, where it may really be so important for a company like that to get an exemption, given how many iPhones are made in China. Do we have any expectations and/or do you have any reporting around what may or may not happen when it comes to that?
The best that we know is that the president said yesterday he was willing to consider some exemptions for some companies, but he didn't want to give any specifics on what it would require. So we don't know anything further than that. We know that Tim Cook has been in touch with this White House, in touch with this president. He's been down to Mar-a-Lago, been trying to win some of those exemptions here, as have other companies. But we just don't know yet. What I will say, despite just how high this China tariff is, now even higher than we initially thought, there is some more optimism now because companies like Apple that have production in other countries as well, they can at least move around. But I will say that, you know,
every number is made up. The tariff number is made up. It keeps increasing. The number of investment is totally made up. Every other day, Donald Trump will be like, we have gotten $5 quintillion from Apple. Tim Apple called me yesterday, said we're donating $5 quintillion. Numbers like you've never heard. Numbers you've never seen before. Everything's computer. Every day, billionaires are calling me saying, Mr. President, I'm going to give you $7 trillion. That's right.
There was softer language from the president yesterday that at least he's considering exemptions. We didn't get that before. And if passed is
1 million countries have called me. Countries you've never heard of. Lesotho. They called me. They said, Penguin Island. They called me. They said, Mr. President, the penguins are reeling with the tariffs. We will buy American. The penguins want to drive F-150s, Mr. President. Numbers you've never heard of. Cambodia. They called me. They said, Mr. President, please bomb us more. We love the bombs. We love it. We will buy the bombs that you will use on us, Mr. President.
His prologue in the first term, we did get some, so I would expect a lot more to come on that front.
I mean, a few things. The rate is so...
The duality of chat. This terrible impression is part of why I dislike you personally. Your Trump impression is one of my favorites, Lamau. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the 22-month subscriber.
Gargantuan compared to, first of all, the other tariff rates that we have and everything else. It makes me think that they're bringing them to the table to a deal, because at some point it's just unsustainable to have trade this way. And then their tariff rates now on our exports into China are what? Above 80%?
84, right?
They're at 84%, yep. And they're doing all these other things. The TikTok deal, for example, is on ice. The president acknowledged that yesterday. The companies that have all been added to the...
Yeah. Man, dude, this man is going to make everyone under the age of 35 a fucking Maoist. Okay? I swear to God. 1, destroying global trade, but simply trying to fuck China over, causing a massive inflationary crisis, and then simultaneously taking away one of the major treats that China has given to everyone, especially under the age of 35. Yo, the children will rise up as fucking Maoists, dude. Play the song.
Le Vietnam brûlé, moi je hurle Mao, Mao. Johnson.
And what? I don't know what this song is, but I don't think this is... Is that in French? Yes. This is from a Godard satire about idiot leftists in France. La chinoise au plutôt à la chinoise un film en train de se faire. The Chinese, or rather in the Chinese manner, a film is a making, commonly referred simply as La Chinoise, is a French political docufiction film written and directed by Jean-Luc Godard about a young group of Maoist activists in Paris. La Chinoise is a loose adaptation of Fyodor Dostoevsky's 1872 novel Demons, also known as Le Possessed. Yes, everybody knows what this is. I don't know what this is. I am unfortunately a brute. Le brute. Le chinois. La chinois. Plutôt à la chinois, un film entraîne des affaires. Your French accent violates the Geneva Convention. Anyway.
Blacklist, the entities list. I saw a headline this morning that China's buying some soybeans from Brazil. That's a hit to U.S. farmers. So China can do a lot more. I agree with you that I think with rates this high, you would think there have to be negotiations, and potentially we'll see those in the coming days. But I've been kind of amazed over the past few days just how little conversation has been going on between the U.S. and China. It doesn't seem like there's any sort of dialogue at this point. We've seen the tit for tat escalating without the leaders, at least, getting on a phone call.
美方仍在对中国滥施关税，对这种霸。
Lin Jian getting incredible amounts of TV time. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian coming out once again swinging. The United States is still imposing tariffs on China, he says. And China is firmly opposed to such bullying. China will absolutely not accept pressure, threats, and blackmail. This is what he said yesterday and the day prior. That is not the right way to deal with China. If the U.S. really wants to talk, it should show an attitude of equality, respect, and reciprocity. If the United States ignores the interests of the two countries and the international community and insists on fighting a tariff war and a trade war, China will certainly accompany it to the end. The United States, driven by selfish interests, has weaponized tariffs as a means of exerting maximum pressure and seeking unilateral benefits. This severely infringes upon the legitimate rights and interests. I'm not even kidding. I genuinely think that J.D. Vance calling Chinese peasants, calling the entire Chinese manufacturing base like peasants, did a real number. Like that was definitely the wrong move. I'm serious. I feel like that's one of those things where, you know, you're fucking up the bag. You think you can behave in this undiplomatic manner because you're sitting atop this throne, but you can dookie on Ukraine all day, every day. That's a very different equation than saying that to China. Especially China, considering its history, especially considering the motivations. It got people here in Europe angry, and that's weird because we racist as fuck. Constitutes a grave violation of the World Trade Organization rules, seriously undermines the rules-based multilateral trading system, and poses a major threat to the stability of the global economic order. It is a blatant act that defies international norms and runs counter to the entire world. Speaking of cutting the throat, the U.S. threats and blackmail against the rest of the world with tariffs is a real attempt to choke the throat of other countries and bully them into making a compromise or concessions. The relationship between China and Spain is a vital component of the relations between China and the EU. Last year, the total trade between China and Spain topped US $50 billion, and China and Spain's exports to China grew by 4.3%. In recent years, the bilateral cooperation on the new energy industry has boosted green and low-carbon development. This is China's response to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that Spain is getting closer to China is like cutting your own throat. That's what Scott Bessent said. And this is their response. The two countries maintain communication in the multilateral cooperation and jointly uphold the international system. With the UN at its core and the WTO-centered multilateral trading system, just like the friendly ties between China and other countries, the cooperation between China and Spain always serves as a driving force for both countries' economic growth and delivers tangibly for the two peoples and contributes to world stability and development. Europe stands with China. Eurasia will rise. Don't you dare call us U.S. vassals. We hate you guys much more than China. Yeah, you, as the average European citizen, might, but your leadership demonstrates a totally different set of standards. Okay? This is what you must understand. Although we have this notion where European countries that are supposed to maintain this liberal democracy, the attitude towards liberal democracy, that they are supposed to protect liberal democracy. Liberal democracy, I think, has its limitations. Clearly. I think more and more people will come to that conclusion that your leadership actually does not represent your values. As contradictions heighten, you will recognize that you are not all that different from a Gulf nation, for example. You are not all that different. That simply liberal democracy has been a lie. Here in the United States of America, the only thing that stops us from recognizing this reality is affordable treats, is treat affordability. As long as there is seemingly the feeling that conditions are getting better because treats are more accessible than ever before, and we can keep purchasing cheap TVs year over year, we forget that a lot of our material needs are not met by our government, regardless of how much we want them. And I think this is a reality that other countries will soon have to come to terms with as well. The interests of the public are not met by the so-called public servants that you elect into positions of power. All right. Let's look at Chamath talking about or actually, you know what? Before we look at Chamath, I want to talk about Aiden Ross, who a couple days prior was reeling from the impact that this Trump tariff initiative had on his stocks. One day of the market turning green, and Aiden Ross has a different attitude overall.
The tariff shit is a really good thing. All these other countries got tariffs on us. Be patient. Let him fix the country. The country's sick. Let him take his medicine, and the country's gonna get fixed.
How is this any different than what like Asmongold says? You know what I mean? How is this any different than what all of the smart economists say that are invested in defending Donald Trump? All you got to do is just repeat what Donald Trump is saying. That's it. The only difference is Aiden doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's the only difference. The output is still the same.
Like, you guys see the stock market? Boom, green, just like that. Like, it's like, come on, bro. Like, I'm just being real with you guys, bro. You understand why he's a good president? Because no president's ever dropped nuts like that. Like, bro, that's why we're respected, bro. Motherfuckers can't bitch us around and punk us. I'm being real. Stop. We all voted for him. Believe in our president, bro. Believe in our president. You don't gotta like me. You don't even gotta like Trump. But he's your president. So respect him, bro. He's in office. All right? It's really true. The tariff shit's good as fuck. All these other countries do it to us. Like,
he has absolutely no idea what the fuck he's saying here. And I wanna maintain my position on this. Many people that try to go out and defend Donald Trump's actions here, they also don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They are also completely oblivious. They're just simply repeating what they have heard. What is this? Dave Chappelle bringing Chinese jobs back to America? Let's hear what this is.
Motherfuckers' ideas sound like high people ideas. Like, he doesn't think these things through before he tells us. He just tells us what he's thinking as soon as it occurs to him. This shit sounds nuts. I'm gonna go to China, and I'm gonna get those jobs from China and bring them back here to America. For what, nigga? So iPhones can be $9,000? Leave that job in China where it belongs. None of us want to work that hard. The fuck is he thinking? I want to wear Nikes. I don't want to make them shits. What the fuck are you doing? Stop trying to give us Chinese jobs.
Jessica Betancourt is the president and CEO of Clem's in Massachusetts, which prides itself as being locally owned and operated since 1949. And Beth Beneke, she's the CEO of Busy Baby out of Minnesota. Her company designs and manufactures baby products. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Your stories are very important to tell here and to have your voices out there in the midst of this conversation. Jessica, your store was founded by your grandfather 75 years ago. You sell a range of everything. I mean, it touches almost every product SKU you could think of. What do the tariffs the 90-day pause on some tariffs, and now the even higher rate being put on Chinese goods. What does it mean for you and your business?
So yesterday, before the 90-day pause, I was pretty much expecting just about all of our 70,000 SKUs to have probably price increases of some level. Even US-made goods a lot of times have components that come from somewhere else.
Oh my God, you guys are such fucking babies. Yes, dude. Yes, the S's are cutting deep. Yes. God damn.
With the 90-day pause, it kind of kicks the can down the road. It doesn't solve that question. It just makes that timeline for Q3 and 4 that's really important to us. It's going to make that timeline shorter because we don't know what's going to happen in 90 days. As far as the China tariff being increased, we know that there's significant amount of SKUs. I'm going to estimate probably 30+% of those SKUs that we carry in some various categories that are really heavy in China specific SKUs.
So remember when
that are going to just see massive increases, and we just aren't quite sure how we're going to handle all of this.
Yeah, not quite sure seems to be the only honest way to answer any of this for anyone. I mean, and Beth, you just recently landed a deal with Walmart and Target. I mean, that's huge for any small business.
I want to know who they voted for as well. Just, you know, I'm conducting a study. I'm conducting a study in my mind, and I would really appreciate it if I got this information. I wonder if they'll say.
Business owner. The White House.
Yeah, I know the Joe Rogan, Douglas Murray debate. I will be watching that for sure. There's 2 videos that I'm going to watch on Israel. One is the Chris Kunzler video. He's great. He's a great TikToker. Middle Eastern studies, white boy with a Middle Eastern studies degree. He did one on like the liberal Zionism or the confused Zionism of Ethan Klein. There's also the Douglas Murray, Dave Smith debate over Israel. I've talked about Dave Smith already. You know? Whoa, what the fuck is going on? Why did my viewership just fucking jump up to like 46K and then down to 40K? What the fuck just happened? That's weird. Am I getting freaking botted, dude? Sorry, my fan showed up real quick. Yeah, am I getting view botted? Auk already tweeted about this? What do you mean? You said a slop tuber's name? No, I don't think that's what happened. Soros is molding in the Soros is making it rain in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, Georgie. Is the DNC Andes? This was something I wanted to ask. Is you want to bring Chinese manufacturing to the U.S.? How would that be viable when U.S. labor costs 5x China's? No, I'm not saying that. Okay, let's just continue with this, and then
I say that in the context of how your world has shifted overnight. And what we're hearing from the administration is a celebration of the president's moves here. First, the tariffs, and now describing the pause as as a stroke of kind of strategic economic genius. We've seen investors seem to be breathing a sigh of relief. Are you breathing a sigh of relief?
No, not at all. The news yesterday almost feels like the nail in the coffin for us.
Tell me why.
How do you see your live viewership numbers? How do you see your live viewership numbers? Like, and how much of it is like active viewers versus inactive viewers, like not signed in? What's the website? I want to look at that real quick. I want to see something real quick. No, not chatters. That's not what I'm... I mean, I guess that is a number. Yeah, chatter count is 30,000 right now. But the viewership count shot up from 37K to 41K all of a sudden. And at first it went in... And at first it was like... It went in from... At first it was... It's weird. Because Asmongold dipped from 53K to 41K. Like instantly. And I went up. And I went up to like... I went up to 46K and then dipped back down to like... Yeah, see? Actually, never mind. My user to viewer ratio is still the same, it seems. But this hasn't actually kicked in yet. This happened too recently for the website to... Yeah, and then it fucking shot back up. It's shooting up again. And now it's at 44, 45K. What the fuck is going on? What? Now it went back to 37K? What is happening? The fuck's going on, dude? The market is reacting to the tariffs on stream? Yeah. It's because you mentioned Asmongold and ate it? No, that's not the reason. Probably AWS load balancing. The viewer economy is volatile, just like our markets are, chat. All right, let's get back to the matter at hand here. I don't know what the fuck just took place here. But I keep jumping from like 37 to 45. Boom, boom, boom. Over and over again. All right.
I have products in China right now produced, ready to ship. They were supposed to get on a boat yesterday and come to America. And I can't ship them because what would have cost me maybe $30,000 with a reasonable tariff now is going to cost me almost $200,000. And I have to have that money when the products get to customs.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's definitely something wonky with the view count because we just looked at Asmongold a second ago. He had 43K or 40K. Now he has 53K. Mine still says 45K, but on my dashboard, it shows 37K. So clearly, now it's back up to 45K. What the fuck is going on? Okay, there's definitely something going on, something happening. Download the extension. I don't know what extension that is, but I don't care. But it's just like, obviously the numbers like shooting up and down like that means that there is either someone that's like botting, or it could be like a server side problem on the Twitch end that's not showing the actual numbers, something along those lines. But anyway, let's continue.
And I don't have that, nothing close to that. It's not even reasonable. So I have to leave my goods in China until I figure out some other direction. But what that means is when I run out of stock in 2 to 3 months, I no longer have products to sell and no more revenue coming in, which means I can't pay my bills, can't pay my employees. And
why are you using bots? Are you fucking stupid? You think I know how to fucking bot? You think many big streamers are getting exposed for review botting? What do bot providers will do is bot random big channels to blur the lines and seed doubt. See everyone is botting. Yeah.
Everything I have, all of my debt I have my house leveraged. We have 5 employees. My house is leveraged against our loans for our growth into Walmart and Target. I can't pay those bills. I don't even want to think about it.
Beth, how real is this threat and risk with this? It is just pure uncertainty for you right now. I mean, thinking that you only have 4 months of inventory, that is terrifying.
Yeah, and it's hard to make a decision. We had an idea yesterday after the announcement of, well, maybe we can export to Australia, repackage the products, and then re-import them from there. But because policy changes every 36 hours or so, I don't want to make that decision and make that move only for something else to change in just a couple more days. I'm paralyzed. I can't even make a decision right now. And I'm not the only one. There's thousands of us, small businesses in this exact same position.
Yeah, and Beth, you can't see it, but Jessica's nodding her head at the very same moment. Because, Jessica, one of the stated goals, and I think both of you can speak to this, Beth is speaking to it already, is one of the stated goals of this trade war was to bring more manufacturing back to the United States, have people buy more things from within the United States. Can you do that?
I can speak to that now because that's how I spent most of my day yesterday was.
Right.
Yeah, but I want both of you to respond. Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Yeah. These over.
One of them apparently in the Guardian article said that she did not vote for Donald Trump, so we know that at least.
Tariffs just don't even give us a chance to be a realistic pathway for us. For me, I would have to create, if I even found a factory in the US willing to do it that had the right machinery, it would take 4 to 6 months to get the tools made to even start production. And that alone would cost me over $200,000. I don't have the time or money to do that in this moment. We don't have any time to make any adjustments.
Jessica?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think Beth is absolutely correct. There are thousands of other small businesses, whether they're manufacturers or retailers, that do a specific category.
Look. This looks like a shoot up, dude. Look. Sorry, I'm going back to this thing. This is so stupid, but it is like something that people are talking about. But something literally happened in the last, something straight up happened in the last minute or last 10 minutes where Asmongold went down to 41,000 viewers. His active users stayed the same. And I went up and my active users stayed the same. It's either like a bug on the Twitch end or someone just moved bots around or some shit. You know what I mean? Your VOD views are fucked too because you only had 7.6K after your stream was over. No, that's normal. It doesn't immediately show the real number. And then it'll go up to, by the end of in a couple hours, it'll go up to 400K or whatever my VOD numbers look like. Bro, all these sites report where you see on the client from Twitch, they are the source of truth. What do you mean? China tuned into your stream. Yeah, looking at it, bro, we got at least 10,000. Okay, that's what it feels like. Looking at it, bro, we got at least 10,000. All right, let's continue.
I'm super fortunate. I carry products in a wide range of categories, and that helps me in a scenario like this. But if you have that baby store, that toy store, or you are a manufacturer that is bringing your product in from China, you are facing some really difficult decisions right now. And there is just not a pathway for everyone to pivot and change and magically create this manufacturing that doesn't exist today.
Yeah. I could talk to you guys for hours. I really appreciate you coming on and putting voice to this because it's very clear. Consumers are facing the hit and you are in it with your customers all together in this moment of uncertainty. And I am really sorry that you're in the middle of this and facing this, but thank you for coming on and talking to us about it. I really appreciate it. Karen, if markets are breathing a sigh of relief, so are Republicans, you would have to think. I mean, as Richard Quest had put it, this 90-day window that they have now is exactly where they should have began in trying to renegotiate trade deals. With that in mind, how should Democrats handle this?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, I think as the clip that you were...
Why are we saying fuck small business? Am I stupid or something? Can you help me understand? I don't know who this we is. I'm not saying that. Small businesses are the #1 propaganda tool of mainstream media, okay? Where mainstream outlets will always talk about small businesses because directionally small businesses and big businesses are aligned because they're still capital owners, but small businesses can be seen as like, you know, the mom and pop shops in your neighborhood, the people that you actually do know. So it makes the entire concept of defending free enterprise infinitely more personable. That's why everyone will always say small businesses are the backbone of American economy. You know what I mean? And not to say that like small businesses are bad, fuck them. I'm not saying that at all. Not every single one of these businesses are alike. Many of them are also owned and operated by the same person, right? It represents the American dream. Exactly. All of this stuff. So the reason why they're talking about the impact of small businesses is because it's infinitely more boring for CNN to have a guy from BlackRock come in and be like, well, you know, we're invested in a lot of companies that actually do business with China and it's ruining our stock portfolio. Like that's the reason why they ask small businesses.
You first played about the small business owners. The markets, we may be in slightly better territory and we have this 90 days, but Americans are still very concerned. I mean, the chaos and pain of the last week or so is still very much still in the system in terms of what people are feeling. And as we saw last weekend, people are already angry about DOGE. They're angry about a number of things that the president has done. So I think this is a moment for Democrats where we need to galvanize the anger, the fear, the concerns that Americans have. And
I'm a small business owner. We are not aligned with big business, in my opinion. I actually have to work. I'm not a bank / can just buy back stock. Yes, there are obviously differences between like what big businesses and small businesses can do, and not all small businesses are alike with one another. That's why I said many are just like owned and operated by the same person. It's just someone asked me why CNN uses small businesses as a reason, as a way to talk about business overall. And that's just what it is. It's just a way for CNN to talk about business across the board, but in an infinitely more personable fashion.
Number one, make it clear, Republicans are doing this. If Republicans in Congress had stood up to Trump last week, we could have avoided some of the worst of what we saw last Friday, where he's golfing and, you know, it felt like America's economy was exploding. And so I think it's really an important, and it's usually, it's hard sometimes to delineate between the two parties on different issues, but Americans trust Democrats when it comes to things like protecting health care, protecting, a number of the critical services we know are potentially on the chopping block in the budget that's going to get voted on, or blueprint today. And so I think this is a moment where they can really frame, we're for economic sanity. This president and this Republican Party are for chaos and pain, and they're not being honest with you about what it's really going to take to bring manufacturing jobs back.
Well, I did want to play what we're hearing from business owners, small business owners, because I just spoke with two of them last hour, and the way they talk about what.
I work for a small business, and they still definitely care about capital accumulation at the expense of their workers. They're just not as detached as shareholders. Yes, I agree with that assessment.
Just the uncertainty of this moment has meant for them is very real. Listen to this.
The news yesterday almost feels like the nail in the coffin for us.
Busy baby.
Tell me why.
I have products in China right now produced ready to ship. They were supposed to get on a boat yesterday and come to America. And I can't ship them because what would have cost me maybe $30,000 with a reasonable tariff now is going to cost me almost $200,000. And I have to have that money when the products get to customs, and I don't have that, nothing close to that. It's not even reasonable.
She says she's got 4 months of inventory, and then she might be out. She might be wiped out.
Yeah.
What is that message? What is the message in that to the White House and politicians on both sides of the aisle here?
Well, that message is really clear. I don't know that Donald Trump is very moved by these kinds of stories. He should be for politics, but when it comes to the economy and politics, they're both a confidence game. And if you've got folks like these small business owners, I don't know, they might have voted for Donald Trump, but now they have this economic uncertainty. And that uncertainty affects consumer confidence, and it impacts political confidence in a party. Do these people know what they're doing? And if he can be this erratic, this impulsive, and when is the end of that? I don't think we've seen the end of tariffs. I think you're going to feel those ramifications politically and economically.
That's a really, really interesting way of putting it. It's great to see you, Essie. It's great to see you, Karen. Thank you very much.
President Trump's trade war with China could have a big impact on one of America's most successful exports, the Hollywood blockbuster. China has demanded censorship of American movies before, but now there are reports of a possible ban. Carter Evans is in Los Angeles. Carter, good morning.
Vlad, good morning. For years, China has been a vital market for Hollywood. Now, although the country restricts American films, one industry expert says the average U.S. film makes about 10% of its gross from the Chinese market. But now that already fragile relationship could have a ripple effect around the world.
They want me to fight the chicken?
At the box office, a Minecraft movie wasn't just a blockbuster here in the U.S. It also topped the charts in China last weekend. A financial success for Hollywood that could soon become another victim of President Trump's trade war.
A couple of prominent bloggers who are connected to the main party in China suggested that China might consider putting blocks on the Hollywood films that do get release in China.
Sharon Waxman is editor-in-chief of The Wrap, which covers Hollywood's reliance on international ticket sales.
It only works as a global business. So if you look at the box office, well over half of the receipts...
What is everybody saying? Chicken jockey, flint and steel? Guys, I don't play Minecraft. I don't know these fucking Minecraft memes. What are you saying? You're all 35 years old. The average age in this fucking chat is 30 plus. Stop LARPing like you're goddamn Zoomer or Gen Alpha. You old farts. Get some culture. I refuse. The movie is crap. It's literally made for fucking babies. Are you a baby? No, if the answer is no, then it's not for you. The movie is not for you. It is for babies. Calm down. I mean, chicken jockey or whatever, having experiencing a moment of joy is one thing. I don't really give a shit about that. Have fun, I guess, but fake gamer. I am a fake gamer. We all aren't ancient like you, Onk.
The revenue that comes in on movies comes from countries that are not the United States.
Last year, Godzilla Kong made more money in China than anywhere else in the world, including the U.S.
Should the big studios be concerned?
Yes, they should be concerned.
Monique White is Executive Vice President at California Pictures, a distributor of independent films. She says studios losing revenue from such a massive market could impact production in the future.
That means their budgets are going to have to go down because they're not going to see that money coming out of China. And if what happens in China is going to happen in Europe and in Australia and any other countries, those budgets are going to have to get squeezed even more.
So this is a film trade war now.
Kind of, right?
It's just the latest headache for an industry still trying to recover from back-to-back labor strikes and a nearly 2-year shutdown due to COVID. And now there's threat of a recession.
What people in Hollywood worry about is that there is inevitably going to be some pullback. People will go to the movies less if they were going. They might have one less streaming service.
Now, the sources who first reported this, they're very well connected in China's media establishment, but it's not clear when or even if these retaliatory measures will take effect. But if they do, it could drive the industry that's still reeling from the pandemic into more film production overseas to cut costs. Gail?
Sounds like something else to worry about. Thank you very much, Carter.
We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly.
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours, so I'll be seeing it. I think Scott went out. Scott, you want to have a statement on that?
Sure. Look, the up 2, down 1 is not a bad ratio, or up 10, down 5. And I think as we have talked about, as we go through the queue and settle with these countries who are going to bring us their best offers, we will end up in a place of great certainty over the next 90 days on tariffs. But we had very good inflation numbers today. Oil's down. We had a successful bond market, so I don't see anything unusual today.
And next steps for China, sir?
Well, we'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken it.
Oh my God, he literally, dude. Every day that China doesn't call him is a day where he's getting increasingly sadder. I was joking when I said I think he loves Xi and did all this to get his attention, but goddamn, dude. He's like, why won't Xi call me? Why won't Xi call me back? Call me Xi. I did this all for you, Xi. Please pick up the phone, Xi.
Advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond anybody. Nobody will have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things.
How close are you to the first country coming to action?
God, he's such a fucking dumbass, dude. Yeah, Hollywood, it's gay and woke, right? It's never the massive industry that employs like fucking hundreds of thousands of people that is an incredibly important part of the American economy. It's so stupid. These guys literally just think Hollywood gay and woke. It's all those libtard actors making millions of dollars.
Make a deal.
I hate this. I hate this meta so much.
Is it for tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this in one day. If we can't make the deal that we want to make, or we have to make, or that's good for both parties, it's got to be good for both parties. And then we go back to where we were.
Did you miss the Trump trade?
the insider group chat we were all invited to. Guys, I don't know if you saw this. There was a huge opportunity to make some money because the president front ran the president. He says on Truth Social at April 9th at 8:37 a.m., this is a great...
You want to hear something? You want to know what my liberal tinfoil hat blue and on conspiracy is? I think he leaked it so that his buddies could not get hit with a... He leaked it on Truth Social so that his buddies that actually engaged in insider trading would not get hit with insider trading, so they could be like, what do you mean? We said it's a great time to buy. Some people listened.
Time to buy. Now, this is at all-time, at least in recent memory, lows for the stock market. The stock market's bottomed out, all because of the fears of tariffs that the president implemented. So he tweets this. You know, you're wondering, what is he talking about? Well, 3 hours later, we got this. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I hereby am raising the tariff to charge to China by the United States to 125% effective immediately, saying that he's going to pause for 90 days the rest of the world, sending the rest of the world skyrocketing. You know, these are U.S. markets here. The rest of the world is up as well. The markets have ripped, meaning if you listen to Trump, front-running Trump, you had a huge opportunity to buy. I mean, he told you. It's a great time to buy, and he was right. I mean, obviously, he knew what was going to happen. Now, so that was the Trump trade, art of the deal. It's all part of the plan, mastermind, art of the deal. I will say, actually, there was a guy who knew before it, a guy who has been treated very unfairly, if I have to say so. That's Walter Bloomberg. I don't know if you guys know about this. There have been a lot of think pieces, a lot of news made about this guy because he, on Monday, said, Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except for China. Now, as we know, that came true. But he said it on Monday that Trump was considering this. And the White House came out and said, no, this is fake news. This is not real. And as a result, a bunch of pieces got made about this guy, basically saying...
To be fair, no. No, that's not how this works. They absolutely misunderstood the reaction that the Trump admin had and immediately went along with it to be first to market.
Saying, hey, how fake news about tariffs on Elon Musk's X shifted trillions in the market. Anyone can really say anything on the internet and the people will just believe it. But was he wrong? I think ultimately he had the Trump trade before anyone else, that it was going to be paused. And actually, so I kind of feel bad for this guy. I had to make a little point to say he was redeemed. Now, he might be as surprised as anyone else. It's unclear whether even he realized that he was ultimately right. It's unclear whether maybe the White House saw the market moving in favor of that and just decided to go with that. But, I mean, it's exactly right. There's a 90-day pause on tariffs except for China. I will say, there are still...
No, he's not right. Tariffs still remain at 10% for everybody.
Still tariffs, though. There still are the 10% tariffs, and the 90-day pause, really, that's all it is. I mean, it's not clear. Some people are saying that tariffs are over. This is all just part of a move to save face. But it's not ultimately clear. What is clear is some are saying that this is the art of the deal. This is how it works, guys. This is all part of the plan, that you got tricked, you got fooled. If you were a panicking like me, you were proven wrong today.
Just add to what the secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
I failed!
You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect.
That's right. Clearly I was a fool for believing what the White House was saying. I mean, this was all part of a 4D chess strategy. This is also said by Peter Navarro, who also kind of said this is one of the greatest days economically for America.
This is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal trade deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate.
That's right, you nervous Nellies. You should have been listening to the Truth Social. You should have been buying the dip like your president told you to. Now, ultimately, was this some great plan? Well, somebody asked the president, basically, was this part of the art of the deal? Why did you ultimately remove the tariffs? Here's what the president said.
You started the morning saying be cool. And just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were...
Well, they weren't being cool. People were trading on treasury yields. They weren't being cool.
Jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions.
Now, wait a minute. That sounds a little different. That doesn't sound like the art of the deal. That sounds like you remove them because everyone was afraid, which is true. And that's a fine reason to remove them, but that's not the same reason as art of the deal, 10,000 IQ play. Anyway, the whole thing is bizarre, but I really wanted just to flag this weird era we are in where the president can front run his own announcements, like economically. If you could have paid for this as a group chat, you would. Like, dude, this private, imagine you had a private insight into what's going to happen in the future. Just the level of corruption is unreal. Now, some people say, well, he gave it to everyone. So, isn't that fine, I guess? And I can see your point, but the problem is nobody knew to take this seriously except for a few people. Unusual Whales notes that I think people knew of the tariff pause and traded it beforehand. You can see before Trump posted buy on Truth Social, traders opened QQQ and SPY calls right before the news. Someone opened SPY calls expiring today. Those calls are up 2,100% in the hour. So clearly some traders knew even before, and they opened up some calls before even the basically buy the dip tweet from the president. At the same time, it is sort of also the perfect cover. Like if he says 3 hours before buy, no one knows what that means. It's kind of cryptic. And if you do have insider knowledge, you can just do it, buy a bunch, and then later you go, I was just following, I just believed so much in the public, Truth Social thing. It's really the perfect plausible deniability. There's no way of proving that you didn't see that and just do it. And for everyone else, you can say, well, you had the same access to the same information. Yeah, well, some people knew that the president was about to drop the tariffs. Some people didn't. If those people who knew traded on that information and then later say, oh, no, I just followed the public advice, how can you prove otherwise? That's the problem with making statements like this. It is an inherent conflict of interest because...
The only reason why I said that this is liberal, like the only reason why I said my most liberal take on this is that it was like pre-designed to offer plausible deniability to insider trading. The only reason why I say that's a liberal take is because the liberal in me still has this assumption that the SEC would prosecute this sort of thing. Like that they still have some semblance of regulatory power. It does not.
It can lay cover fire for people who were doing corrupt things, and there's just sort of no way of proving one way or the other. It's weird, and it makes me worry that we're entering a time where basically the insider edge is trying to speculate what the president means about the tweets to buy the dip on the market. It's like... It's actually so weird to be having presidential stock advice. That's kind of... It's so crazy. But yeah, weird times we live in. I just thought I'd cover this since it's one of the most economically impactful news of our year, and preceded by a front-run tweet.
There's people getting rich off this graph.
USA checks are no longer clearing for Donald McDonald Harris, and he's going brazy mode. He made a video called "Who Gets Rich Off the Poor?" Donald McDonald Harris is either moving in a different direction for the new CIA, where they're woke and preach the gospel of the working class, or USA checks have been bouncing too hard, and now he stopped bouncing on America's penis. Donald McDonald's socialism arc. Okay, I'm obviously memeing. We'll see what he says. I suspect that there's still stuff in here that I will disagree with.
What we're looking at here is the number of Americans that don't make enough money for basic survival. So like a family of 4, 2 parents, 2 kids, living off of $31,000 a year or less. That's considered poverty in the United States, and there's millions of people who live with that kind of income. The US government spends about $1 trillion every year helping these people meet their basic needs. In recent decades, a lot of that money has been flowing through a middleman, private corporations who are supposed to be more efficient in administering this money.
So welfare is big business, and of course that's the irony of this whole thing, that there's so much money to be made from poverty.
Okay, what is happening? What the hell is going on? I'm scared. I'm scared. Why is he talking about this? I'm scared, chat.
Now, this is not easy stuff to understand. We're talking about government welfare programs and bureaucracy. Sometimes they're intentionally hard to understand, and these corporations don't.
If the Chi-Coms gave this man money before they gave me money, I swear to God, I'll do an Alex Jones pivot, by the way. I'm being so for real. Do you understand me? You will hear anti-Chinese propaganda like you've never heard before out of sheer envy. I have been your most loyal servant for almost a decade. If you were to take me off the list because you've gotten the propaganda for free and instead fund and funnel money into the likes of former CIA agents like Donald McDonald, I swear to God, I'll drop this whole thing. I'll forget about Chinese century of prosperity overnight. You understand me?
Really want to be known by anyone. But if you start to dig, which we've been doing, and you look deep enough into this, you start to see what all of this actually looks like, who's actually getting rich, what the incentives are within this system, where the loopholes are, and whether or not this is actually benefiting the people that it's designed to benefit. So in this video, I'm going to show you who gets rich off the poor, and I'm just going to do a few case studies that demonstrate how this works. I'll be making a list of examples here, going from what I see as the least egregious abuse of this system to the most. I am bracing myself to get sued or intimidated by the companies that I'm...
What? Okay. Okay, dude, chill. I don't think they're going to come after you, big dog. Yeah, China be like, why buy the cow if the cow gives the milk for free?
Calling out in this video because that's how a lot of these powerful shadowy companies work. So as always, every assertion in this video is rigorously fact-checked and in my sources. Lawyers, go check that first before you send me your cease and desist order. Thank you. And with that, let's look at who gets rich off the poor. Let's go back to this graph one last time and just...
Bro, that's amazing. what is it in the minds of people, unless you're just LARPing, what is in the minds of people that, like, when they hear a guy finally say, like, you know, capitalism's kind of fucked up, like, it's got to be a meme, right? Like, there's no way this guy's being for real. Like, Johnny Harris is a capitalist, dude. How the fuck is it that when he goes, hey, man, there's a lot of private enterprise here that takes advantage of the welfare state, effectively working as a middleman and underserving the already underserved working poor, and motherfuckers immediately be like, oh, Air Max. There's an element of truth to this. No, there isn't an element of truth to it. What the fuck are you talking about? This guy was literally trolling. You're stupid. You're so stupid that you fell for a guy who was being facetious. You admitted that your moral system is so broken fundamentally that a guy who is literally fibbing, okay, is actually, there's a hidden kernel of truth in that. No, there isn't.
Zoom back to the 1950s, where you can see that the poverty rate was double what it is today. It's like 22%. This was really bad, and it led to the president at the time declaring war.
And this administration today, here and now, declares unconditional war on poverty in America. We shall not rest until that war is won.
So, A War on Poverty by Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964. This is what that war looked like. This big line. This is social spending as a share of GDP. You can see this is where he gives this speech right here, this flat line. Social spending just skyrockets right after. The government spends tons of money for this war on poverty. That money goes towards programs like Medicare and Medicaid, food stamps, public education, which is why you see...
Bro, I swear to God, since World War II, America lost every war, dude. War on poverty, war on drugs, Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan. What war have we fucking won, dude? Holy shit. I'm thinking about it. It's like Grenada. We're over here talking about invading Greenland, dude. It's crazy. The last time we won a war, we got fucking straight hard carried by the USSR. I guess the Cold War. That's the one long war of attrition. Don, look at Asian Jito. Does that mean small head? They would never do that. Xi Jinping would never say that, especially because he has been rewarded handsomely with such a large head. And I think that's bullshit. He would never say that to me.
See this big dip from 22% all the way down to 12, 13%. And for a time, all this spending worked. Poverty declined 30% in 5 years. But eventually, progress slowed. And the government kept spending, and people got tired of it. The economy wasn't doing well, and people were tired of subsidizing these welfare programs. And that's where this guy comes in.
My friends, some years ago, the federal government declared war on poverty, and poverty won.
This is where things start to get a little bit murky, so we needed help. We got it from Ann Kim, who is an expert who literally wrote the book on this history and the modern day poverty economy, and sat down with us to talk through this history and how it works today.
Remember during the 1980s, we had this, well, no, you don't remember the 1980s. Well, during the 1980s, there was really this mythologization, if that's a word, of the CEO. At the same time, the government spending was ballooning. Economic times were not that great. So Americans were not feeling particularly generous about funding social services programs. And so the CEOs are really kind of held up on a pedestal as the ones who are going to make government just as efficient as they made their own companies.
Poverty is a big business here in the United States, and the government is making decisions right now that will affect millions of people. And yet, what I've been finding is it's hard to keep up on all of this, how this stuff is being reported, and what is trustworthy and factual.
Let me guess, ground news will help you keep track of all of this, right? Oh, wow. I'm so surprised. Here, I'm going to show you his code.
I view. Ground News is completely subscriber funded, doesn't rely on corporate influences to decide what you see. And if you want to join the platform, you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, which has all of these features I talked about today. You get 40% off if you use my link or scan the QR code. ground.news/Johnny Harris is the link. It comes out to be like $5 a month for this, which to me is an affordable price to be better informed and to have a more critical view of the news you're consuming. So sign up now, ground.news/Johnny Harris. Thanks Ground News for sponsoring today's video and for existing. Okay, back to our list of who gets rich off the poor. So it's the 1980s. Reagan wants to rein in all of this spending. He's also afraid that Americans are becoming too reliant on the welfare system. So he kicks off a bunch of changes that over time would lead to a fundamental shift in delivering income support to low-income populations.
They wanted to privatize Medicaid, Medicare, prisons, air traffic control.
This privatization of government spending started under Reagan, but it continued into the future administrations, especially under Bill Clinton, who helped expand it.
Oh, yeah.
And the fundamental shift looks like this. We're going to be using a graphic like this, not only for right now, but for the future cases of how this works today. Taxpayers give money to the government. The government used to give money to citizens in need directly. But after these reforms, the money would start to be distributed to the states. The states would then hire for-profit companies to do the complicated work of distributing this money to eligible people in need. They would be responsible for making sure that no one's abusing the system, determining who's eligible and who's not. And the thinking here was that the government is much less efficient than private companies. And that is true in most cases. And that if we apply business and the free market and profit motives to welfare, that the for-profit companies would make this more efficient. Less government spending, less waste, and less over-reliance on the welfare system. And the big part of all of this is that there would be more requirement for people to be looking for a job or be working in order to qualify for benefits. And who would verify that applicants are actually working? These for-profit companies. And so this is how our welfare system works today, in a very kind of American way. It is administered by private companies that you've never heard about, who are given lots of money from the government to dole it out to people in need.
So Reagan started this privatization train. And it was really President Bill Clinton who not only hopped on board that train, but got it accelerating to its destination, which was total privatization of a lot of social services in America.
Okay, so that's the context here. It's been 45 years since this big experiment began of privatizing our welfare system. And I've always wondered, did this work? So that's sort of been the curiosity at the heart of this story. Is government more efficient? Are we saving money? Is this helping vulnerable populations in a more efficient way? The answer is, in some cases, yes. There have been positive outcomes of outsourcing to contractors within the welfare system and public spending. A good example of that is food stamps that used to come in these paper coupons, but now are delivered electronically on a debit card. This is more.
The government could do that. There is literally no need for that to be handled privately. The government could do that. Every single thing that people say, oh, in this private-public partnership, privatization actually was truly beneficial. No, you're just paying an expensive middleman who year over year is going to increase the prices and greatly expand the amount of money spent on social welfare while still offering the same, if not a diminished level of social welfare. It is the exact same principle behind private healthcare in this country. You look at the cost of healthcare expanding year over year. You look at Medicaid and Medicare expanding. The numbers are fucking insane. You're like, oh my God, we're spending so much money on this. It's like, yeah, the reason why we're spending so much money on this is because we're still going back to private insurance as a middle manager that's driving up the cost because they have no fucking interest in lowering the costs across the board. As a matter of fact, it's literally beneficial for private healthcare in certain circumstances to increase the cost. It is an unnecessary middleman that does not need to exist, that quite literally works to explode the cost of all of these services that would be infinitely more efficient if handled by the government. America and the private-public partnership in the United States of America is one of the biggest nuisances. It truly contributes to our GDP skyrocketing. It really does. It is one of the major reasons why our GDP is as vast as it is, as large as it is. Having said that, however, the services at the end state on the client side are still dog shit. So we spend more than everybody else, and we get worse or even less money, less monetary help, or less services, a diminished service at the end on the client side in comparison to other places. All that does is create an economy around expensive middlemen that should not even fucking exist. Oh, it is in every aspect of our lives. I despise it. Genuine question. Why do you not think Ronald Reagan is the worst president of all time? I do. What are you talking about? Ronald Reagan is the worst American president, I would say, even though there's a long list of evil demons, including slave owners. I think Ronald Reagan's impact on America and the globe as a whole is tough to beat. It's him and George W. Bush that have done untold amounts of pain to the entirety of the planet. Reagan himself was a product of his era, of course. Simply just an actor working alongside the international vision of neoliberalism.
Secure, it's more efficient. It ensures that people use these for food. There are a lot of instances where private companies have made government spending more efficient, but the purpose of this video is to shine a light on the many instances where private companies have gotten really rich off of this system in a way that has not benefited the most vulnerable and needy people in our country.
I don't know. It might be George W. Bush's administration that might be the worst. But I think Ronald Reagan still set the stage for George W. Bush. And I guess Carter set the stage for Reagan, but God, every president is so bad. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to point the fingers at, like, especially in contemporary administrations, like, it's hard to point the finger at, like, one guy. Who's the best president? FDR. And even he did a whole bunch of awful shit. Cutting out black people from the New Deal. Japanese internment camps. But it's not even close. In a field of monstrous administrations, FDR stands alone. Even with all of the negative impacts of his even with all the negative consequences. Abe Lincoln was pretty good too. Even though he also had, again, a bunch of issues. What about Lincoln? Yeah, Abe Lincoln was pretty solid. But I still think that the abolition of slavery was more of an inevitability than even the New Deal was, or even which side we landed on World War II. It's hard to figure out. It's hard to figure out which would be. I mean, I think Abe Lincoln is more consequential with that. But I don't know. We need a tier list, maybe. Abraham Lincoln said he didn't care about slavery one way or another. He would go with whatever would give him the most clout. Fuck him. Okay, calm down, dude. All right, let's keep going.
Country, the poor, the elderly, children in need, the disabled. So, finally, the reason you clicked on this video, let's draw up this list of who gets rich off the poor. And for that, I'm gonna need to look at all these papers, so we need more space. Let's go to the big table. Okay, so the first one on our list is slightly adjacent to the privatization of welfare, but it follows the same incentives and dynamics. And it has to do with taxes. One of the ways that the government subsidizes the lives of lower income people is through a tax credit. So when you file your tax...
Okay, speaking of Abe Lincoln, one last thing I want to mention is that it is very funny that Republicans will talk about how, like, the Democrats were, the Dixiecrats, or Abe Lincoln was a Republican, whatever the fuck, right? And it's so funny because, like, in the time of Abe Lincoln, the Republican Party's credo literally featured the abolition of chattel slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North. It was the closest any major party has ever been to Marxism in American history. That was the Republican Party. Think about that. Like, this is a part of American history that's often not mentioned. Not only was Karl Marx a major glazer of old Abe and Abraham, he was a marabou himself. He wrote letters. Abe never responded as far as we know. I don't think there's any information on whether he ever responded to Karl Marx or not. But Abe Lincoln, gay, maybe bisexual, we don't know. But the Republican Party's official, the original credo of the Republican Party was to engage in the abolition of chattel slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North. That's real. The real red party. Red with the spirit of capitalism. Or, fuck, I couldn't even say it right. Red with the spirit of communism. In pre-communist, in a pre-communist society. I can't even get myself to hypothetically say the Republicans are red for... I was about to say capitalism again. Oh my God.
Taxes, you show that you've been working, you've made money, but you didn't make that much money, and therefore you qualify for an earned income tax credit. If you have kids, it goes up and it kind of maxes out at around $7,000. This is a very simple thing. In a lot of countries, you like check a box and you get this refund or this subsidy to your life. But in the United States, it looks like this. This is a 45-page instruction manual about all the specifics on the earned income credit, something that should be so simple and that is a key way of helping lower income people live their lives. The tax code here in the United States is deathly complicated, intentionally designed to be so to make certain companies rich. And this is one way that works. I had a lot of feelings about this. I made a whole video on the New York Times about this very thing, but I didn't focus on this aspect of it. Because it's so complicated.
Yeah, that's by design. As Johnny also knows, that is literally by design. And sometimes they'll make it even more complicated, also by design, where they'll just make it inaccessible. Like they'll close up the pathways where you could receive potentially this aid. Like during COVID, when the state of Florida deliberately made their website unusable.
Low-income people who qualify for this credit don't want to fill it out themselves, and so they go to a tax preparer. Enter this guy. Well, not this guy specifically, but a guy like this, representing a company like this, Liberty Tax.
Also, they make money. I forgot. This is opportunity for bounty. More of that private-public partnership that the American government absolutely loves. A middleman that will solve the inefficiencies that we have directly created. Sometimes the middleman itself petitions the government, lobbies the government to create these inefficiencies so they can fill that void and make money.
Is one of many tax preparation companies that advertise to low-income people to come in so that they can prepare their taxes and get them in on the earned income tax credit. But we now know they do so using some pretty shady means. There's a lawsuit. Lawsuit. District of Columbia versus Liberty Tax Service. Liberty Tax was recently sued for luring low-income people by saying that they will prepare their taxes for them, only to deceive these customers by secretly skimming extra money off the top of their tax refund, which remember includes the earned income tax credit that is meant to subsidize their lives. Liberty Tax also gives out loans to people, saying that they can pay them back once they get their tax refund.
But what that really has done is create a market for high-interest fast cash products like refund anticipation loans or refund anticipation checks, which are basically just payday loans that are secured by the refund. And so this predatory industry has grown to take advantage of the complexity of an incredibly important benefit that a lot of poor people count on every year.
These loans would often come with high interest rates and unexpected fees. In fact, the pricing in all of this has been kind of a black box, allowing Liberty Tax to take advantage of low-income Americans trying to get in on the benefit that they are entitled to because of this tax credit. Okay, and this is where I have to come clean. I worked for this company. Not for very long, and not in any high position. I was one of these Statue of Liberty guys. One winter, I was home from university waiting for a security clearance for an internship at NATO, and I needed money. And so I found this job, being the Statue of Liberty, holding this sign. I didn't know what the sign said, okay? But it probably said something like, "Need money today? Apply for a $500 to $6,250 easy advance." In other words, I was probably a part of luring desperate people in to get a bad loan or to have their tax refund skimmed by this corporation. I had no idea, and I'm sorry. Liberty is just one of many corporations who has gotten in on these schemes, targeting low-income people to try to get in on their tax credits. And to me, this is actually a failure of our tax system. For this segment of the population, this should be a very easy thing like it is in every other country. A box on a free government website that you can fill out in 5 minutes. But instead, we've got a privatized corporate middleman who is making all of this money off the poor. Okay, number 2, housing. So here in the US, instead of building big public housing complexes like they do in some countries and like we used to do, the privatized version of the American government gives vouchers to low-income people and allows them to go choose a house, and the government will basically pay for a portion of their rent. This is called Section 8 housing. And there are landlords that specialize in renting to Section 8 tenants, getting this government subsidy voucher that goes to pay for the rent. But what you find is that some of these landlords jack up their prices because they know the government will pay for it. Like here in DC, an apartment that should cost $1,600 a month, the landlord might charge almost $1,000 more, like $2,500 a month, well above the market price, knowing that the government, who has poor oversight over this program, won't pick up on this and will...
Yeah, y'all heard that? He had a internship at NATO. I didn't miss that. I know he had an internship at NATO. That's why I say he's CIA. You guys got a little insight into how I play with Kaya normally. Why are Mormons always getting tricked into being evil? That's so funny. Beat her ass like that.
Subsidize that inflated price.
Don't you use minoxidil? Is it not poisonous for your dog? No, I feed her minoxidil every day. It's fine. She likes it. She likes the taste of it. Yeah, dude. I put it in my head. And then I also fucking... Not only do I put it on my head, but I also wash my hands after applying it because I know it is poisonous for my dog. Also, I think her being 100 pounds also helps in this regard as well. But I've never had her be anywhere near the minoxidil. Are you stupid? She's my daughter, and she's precious. It's so funny when people try to test me on my dog training and my dog welfare when, like, she is the best trained dog you've ever seen. Why would your assumption be that I would ever put her life at risk? The pill is finasteride. Minoxidil is just Rogaine, chatters. What if your dog starts balding? I will have to give her minoxidil then. I'm kidding.
Now, I'm not just making this up. Those are real numbers from an investigation here in DC by the Washington Post, who found that the DC government is overpaying thousands of apartments to the tune of $1 million every month here in Little DC. But this is happening all over the country, enriching landlords while depleting the assisted housing fund, all while distorting the market. Like, this is not free market. This is a totally distorted thing. Number 3 on our list is corporate middlemen, which is kind of a big section. I'll try to work through it fairly concisely, but it's kind of the biggest one here. This is where a lot of people get really rich off the poor. Remember from our history section just a few moments ago that Ronald Reagan shook up the welfare system by, instead of giving
Ronald McDonald Reagan
money directly to people in need, instead giving it to the states, who would then give it to a corporate middleman who would then distribute it. And that corporate middleman also had to kind of determine the eligibility of people, making sure they're working or they're looking for a job. And all of that is a lot of work, and these corporations were the ones to be doing it.
So these are the folks who are getting government contracts to act as government in running welfare programs. They're basically agents of the government. They're mercenaries for the public sector. They're making huge decisions that benefit the everyday lives of low-income people. One of these companies, for instance, was a company called Maximus, which is one of the largest welfare services providers today. They had revenues of about $88 million in 1995, and just a few years later, their revenues were already up to $500 million. And today,
just shave your head. There's a little unknown toxic side effect of Rogaine. It destroys joints and cartilage. And I know you know this. Wait, what? Is there? I didn't know that. And no, I'm not going to fucking shave my head, dude. What are you talking about?
they're a $4.9 billion business.
Now, this was exactly the point for Reagan and his reformers. These corporate middlemen were supposed to be much more efficient in administering this government money. And indeed, they are for-profit companies and they operate much more efficiently than the government itself, cutting costs and looking for ways to do things more efficiently. But let's remember, this is not like a normal corporation like McDonald's that is selling a product to a customer that can go somewhere else. Let's see what happens. A few years ago, Maximus took...
I hope he's going to say efficiency in this process just means diminished services, right? Like efficiency for McDonald's, you know, one can make the argument is good or something. I don't know. I'm not in favor of efficiency in private corporations either, because in many circumstances, efficiency simply means increasing productivity and displacing the pre-existing labor force and keeping prices relatively low. But in terms of efficiency in a private-public sector arrangement, that literally means diminished services, finding ways to not pay people, and also maximizing the pay that you're getting from the government.
Took over Tennessee's health insurance program, state-run health insurance program. It's called Medicaid. And what you saw is that many children and elderly people very quickly were booted out of the program. They were found ineligible. There was a 23% increase.
Say goodbye to streaming. If you take DHT blockers, no one will watch you. DHT blockers will ruin your energy levels and ruin your streaming career. I don't know if you know this, but since I started taking DHT blockers approximately 6 years ago, I went from 300 viewers to 30,000. So I think the exact opposite has happened.
In the number of uninsured children in the state.
What is going on, dude? What the fuck's happening in the chat? I've been pretty open about taking minoxidil and finasteride for literally 6+ years. Are you guys just trying to stun lock me or some shit?
That's more than any other state at the time, 2018. It took me a while to get my head around this. Like, why would a for-profit company want to kick children and old people off of the state health insurance program? I'll explain in just a sec, but let's look at one more example. In 2016, Maximus took over the Medicaid program in Kansas. And soon thereafter, applicants started to see huge delays in their applications. Backlogs started to build up, which, remember what we're talking about here. This isn't abstract. This is vulnerable people, in this case, mostly elderly people, not being able to access their basic health needs for weeks and sometimes months because their application was pending for a very long time, meaning Maximus was working on it, but presumably very slowly. And that's because children and low-income people and elderly people are not Maximus's customer. They do not have an incentive to serve those people, partly because those people can't go anywhere else. Those people think that they're interacting with the government. They don't know who Maximus is. And mostly because their main job is to get more government contracts and then to cut costs so that they can capture as much of that government contract as profit. So in this case, what that means is cutting staff, making it as cheap as possible to process these applications. This answers my question about why a company like Maximus would want to get people off the rolls, to deem them ineligible for these benefits, because it's cheaper for them. They are motivated to find people who do not qualify and to pare down their list so they have fewer people to work on, which is less cost for them. So yes, there is cost cutting and efficiency that's happening here, but it happens to be at the expense of vulnerable, needy people who the government is trying to give money to. Now, actually, I don't blame Maximus very much for this. I don't think they're bad people. I think they provide a very useful service in most cases. We should expect a corporation to behave like this. The definition of a for-profit corporation is someone who does everything in their...
Wait a minute. No. Hold up. Let him cook. Wait. Hold up. Is he refusing to ascribe a moral imperative and simply saying that this is how capitalism is, only helping you arrive at the conclusion that it is an immoral system in and of itself? Because that is, welcome back, Karl Marx, you know? It's not like he's saying that, this companies are not moral actors. They simply operate at the behest of the profit incentive. It is the incentives within the system that has been normalized that is the issue here. Just saying.
Their power to make money for their company. That is their job. So without proper oversight and competition and regulation and performance review, these corporations should be...
Oh my God. Oh, damn. My bad. It just was... It's not the private-public partnership that is at fault here. It's simply that the government hasn't regulated it appropriately. Oh, man. If only there was more regulation from the government, and then there would be more abundance.
Expected to minimize...
Yeah. He turned it around and said, real capitalism hasn't been tried yet. I mean, he's not like a fucking libertarian or whatever. I think he's more so a social democrat. I love how, what? Dodge is reversing what Reagan... I love how...
minimize the resources they have to put into processing applications and administering benefits.
Yeah,
and
what we need is a public-private partner who can oversee the profits for the middlemen. What we need is more middlemen. That's right. Instead of making the government do this service, as it does virtually everywhere... Sorry. I apologize. Stop sniffing. Stop sniffing. You're gross. Yeah. Anyway, instead of having the government seize control over these initiatives as it has in virtually every other competent and comparable OECD nation, we need another middleman, maybe even a private one that is just like a regulatory agency that regulates the regulators, I think. And then we can hire more people. And then more CEOs can make money that way. That'll fix it.
Another point of fairness here, if you look at the financials of Maximus, they're not some crazy profitable company. Yes, they bring in billions of dollars. They've captured a huge amount of this government services market. Their gross profit margin is 20%, which seems like a lot. But if you actually look at their net profit margin, which is kind of their more typical profit margin, it's like 3%.
Then, okay, so is private healthcare. Private healthcare margins are so low. Private healthcare margins are so low. Why is there a government services industry? Why isn't it just the government? If it's so goddamn low, if the net profit margin is around 3% and that's so low, so low, then fucking abolish it. That's my argument. Like, if you are a capitalist, and this is where I think the capitalist dogma shelters you from recognizing the truth. It stunts your imagination, where you have the fucking horse blinders on, and no matter how much you can dream of a beautiful future, if you're still locked into the dogmatic ways of thinking within the structures of capitalism, you ultimately still have this underlying attitude that corporations are also magnanimously doing things. Even after you describe that this is just how corporations are. Corporations are supposed to work for profit. That's what for-profit corporations do, which is why we need more regulation on top of this. Okay, how about no regulation in that field? That is a necessity because it's run by the government.
That's a pretty poor performance for a company. They're not insanely profitable. The CEO did make $7.3 million last year in full compensation, and they did spend over $1 million in lobbying and funding elections. My point here is corporate middlemen who administer welfare are not robber barons, and they're not running some corrupt scheme, but they are for-profit corporations who will cut costs where they can. And if they're not held accountable for doing that, the people who suffer are the people who are already vulnerable and needy in our country, which is what all these programs are meant to help.
Because they're one of only a handful of companies that are in this business, you can get away with a lot of behaviors that may not fly in a more competitive marketplace.
I remember interacting with these companies. I didn't know I was interacting with them until I started reporting the story, but when my son was like 1.5, he was diagnosed with autism, and we started to look around for services, realized our insurance didn't cover anything, so we went to Medicaid.
Dude, this is why we watch Donald McDonald, Mr. CIA Harris, okay? The reason why we watch him is because we disagree with him, chatters. That's the whole point.
And we qualified. And my wife spent hours and hours on the phone with what I now know was a corporate middleman trying to work through these applications and processes. And it was mind-numbing.
Yeah, Johnny is the insight into the liberal mind, as is Asman the mind of the conservative. We get to understand what conservatives are saying, doing, and thinking, what motivates them when we look at the Asmongold chat and Asmongold. Just as it's important to understand the fascinating mind of a liberal, Johnny Harris gives us a fair insight.
Complicated and difficult, and the wait times were so long, and the paperwork and the hoops that we had to jump through. And I remember feeling a lot of anger at the inefficiency of the government. The government has no incentive to perform because we're not their customer. What I realize now is that I was dealing with a corporation. I was not the customer. Was not the customer. My son, Henry, who needed services, was not the customer. And in fact, complicated forms and more wait times and process is actually more business for these corporate middlemen. They have an incentive to sell more paperwork to all of us. To me, that is a distortion of what Ronald Reagan dreamt about, of corporations swooping in and making our government more efficient. Okay, that's corporate middlemen. Let's move on to number 4. Medicaid dentists. Now, I've had some positive experiences with Medicaid. When I was a freshly married, in my young 20s university student with no insurance, and we had our first baby, I got hit with a $10,000 bill from the hospital and freaked out and went to the billing department at the hospital, and they told me about this magical thing called Medicaid for someone like me who was very low income at the time. And lucky for me, whoever the benefits contractor in Utah was handled it very well, and it really saved my bacon. But if you look at all sides of Medicaid, you start to see entire industries that exist to take advantage of the Medicaid system. A good example of this is dentistry.
It's created an enormous business opportunity for some dentists who see that they can make a living treating exclusively Medicaid patients.
Unlike regular private insurance, Medicaid doesn't reimburse very much for dental procedures. So because of that, a lot of dentists don't take Medicaid as an insurance. And on the other side, there are some dentists that only take Medicaid. They specialize in appealing to patients who qualify for Medicaid, getting them in, and doing as many procedures as possible to get in on those Medicaid benefits. And once again, if we're talking rational corporate behavior and incentives, these offices will often target lower income or disabled or elderly patients who are less likely to advocate for themselves and against medically unnecessary procedures.
So inevitably what's happened over time is that this market has turned into a very exploitative one, where dentists have been prosecuted for charging for procedures that didn't exist or procedures that were completely unnecessary. For instance, there was a dentist in North Carolina who was prosecuted for having performed 17 root canals on a 3-year-old toddler.
Oh yeah, this is insane.
And it's not just one bad apple in North Carolina. This is a lawsuit where the US government settled with a company called Cool.
Was it? I think this literally was the company that, was it TrueAnon or? I think I remember either TrueAnon or Chapo talking about this company and what they did.
Smiles. And they are
there's like a weird, there's a company in Florida that has like a weird connection to people connected to Matt Gaetz. So I do think that it was TrueAnon that talked about this. Yeah, the 17 root canals on a baby is like something that I recall hearing.
Medicaid-specific dental franchise who had to pay close to $24 million because an investigation found that they were performing dental operations that were not medically necessary. They were taking advantage of poor patients in order to get more money from Medicaid. According to the lawsuit, they performed tooth extractions, gave out stainless steel crowns, did root canals on babies that did not need them. Like, there are multiple things really wrong with this. Obviously, exploiting a government system to deplete the Medicaid fund is one aspect, but performing like dental surgery.
My wife is a dentist, and this is completely misconstruing the truth. Brother, he is literally talking about like things that have already been prosecuted in a court of law. He didn't make that up. Unless you're saying the justice system is unfairly maligning big, brave Medicaid dentists that do unnecessary dental work in an effort to farm Medicaid payments. This isn't to say every dentist operates like this. No, he's not saying all Medicaid dentists do this. The fuck?
Surgeries on people, root canals on babies for money is a level of greed.
Unless your wife got prosecuted, in
and
which
corporate
case
exploitation that I cannot really get my head around. But again, in a world where companies will maximize profits, this is to be expected if the incentive structure is set up that way. Let's get to number 5, which is similar to the dental clinics, but it has to do with kidneys. Here in the US, lower income people are disproportionately plagued with kidney failure, a disease where your kidneys fail and your blood can't be cleaned by your kidneys, so you need a machine called a dialysis machine to clean your blood for you. Luckily, since the 70s, the United States now heavily subsidizes people who need dialysis for their...
This was ironically Richard Nixon, wasn't it? Am I crazy? Am I misremembering? Yeah, Richard Nixon signed Social Security amendments in 1972, which created the end-stage renal disease. Nixon signed the bill that was experimental at the time to cover all medical expenses for anyone diagnosed with kidney failure. Richard Nixon, Maoist third worldist, opened up China to the world. Remember that. Okay? EPA, kidney dialysis machines for all. Opening up China to the world. Just saying. These are important things to remember when talking about the often misunderstood Nixon regime.
Their kidneys. And dialysis is meant to be a temporary intervention while you wait for a kidney transplant. There's always a long waiting list for a kidney transplant, so you're on dialysis until you can get a transplant, which increases your chances of living. It is a wonderful thing that the government subsidizes this because it saves a lot of lives. But inevitably, here comes the exploitation.
Overnight, it instantly created an industry opportunity to offer dialysis.
Disadvantaged people need more dental work than those who can afford to go every 6 months. Disabled people have more complex dental cases. Dentists should be able to make a living off of Medicaid exclusive work. We need more dentists and access to dental care. Fuck this guy. I think you guys are misunderstanding the point that he's making. I don't think he's talking about every dentist, every Medicaid dentist. Politics is dead. There's no left or right, only rich or poor.
Dialysis, because now the government was going to pay for it.
One of these companies is called DaVita. I think they're the largest dialysis center company in the United States. And because of this set of incentives, we can start to piece together how they would behave.
And the thing again about dialysis is, like Medicaid dentistry, it's a volume business. The government pays dialysis centers per treatment, and last year was about $380 per treatment. So it is unfortunately in the interest of dialysis companies that run dialysis centers to keep those machines occupied as many hours of the day as they can, to cycle through as many patients as they can, because an empty dialysis machine is $380 that they're not making.
Okay, so a company making sure that their machines are being used at full capacity is actually, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. That is a company using its resources efficiently, administering a life-saving treatment. But that's kind of just the beginning. What you see in these for-profit dialysis centers is less staff to help with the treatment, and you see higher death rates. And this is where it becomes so clear where the failure is. You see 17% fewer referrals for kidney transplant, meaning these people who are on a temporary dialysis intervention, who are supposed to be waiting for a kidney transplant, are kept on the machines longer because a for-profit company makes money the longer they are in the chair. So why would they refer them to get a kidney transplant when they make more money keeping them on the dialysis treatment? If someone gets a transplant, that is a lost customer.
Unfortunately, it's an option that's being denied a lot of people because it's in the financial interest of dialysis centers to keep someone in dialysis rather than, quote, losing them to transplant.
Now, DaVita has paid like $1 billion in settlements and for some of this behavior, including $350 million they had to pay after being sued by the US government for paying doctors to go out to recruit people to come to their dialysis centers so that they could corner the market in certain areas. They had to pay another $450 million because they were found billing the government for medicine that they had received and just thrown out, and charged the government anyway so that they could get reimbursed. All of this, once again, further draining the money that is allocated by our government to help people in need. And finally, number 6, the last on our list, the one I'm deeming the most egregious because it has to do with children. And not just any children, the most vulnerable children in our society. Specifically children who have been removed from their family because of abuse, abandonment, or death. Foster children. If a foster child loses a parent or is physically or mentally disabled, the federal government entitles them to around $700 a month to subsidize their lives. This is one that goes straight from the federal government, from the Social Security Fund, straight to these children, or at least it should. But here comes the corporate middleman once again. States will often hire corporate middlemen like Maximus, who is in fact a part of this, to look through the databases of foster children, to identify which of those children qualify for this benefit, meaning which of these children have a dead parent or are physically or mentally disabled. And then to go through the process of diverting that money.
Whoa. Kaya! Oh my God. Kaya, please. You're being real bad right now. I have pomegranate molasses that my mom that my dad got for my mom. She dropped the bottle, and it broke, and then it started spilling everywhere. And because her car was running, she had to go outside and quickly turn off her car. I cleaned it up in the process, but Kaya was running out to go lick the pomegranate molasses. That's what's going on in the background.
Away from the children and into state coffers. The state says they're doing this to help supplement the foster care program in their state to help boost their budget. But what feels very icky about this to me is that it creates, once again, a business opportunity for a for-profit company who is incentivized to scour these databases looking for children who qualify for this benefit to divert the money away from them and towards the state. And Maximus gets paid a fee to do this. They're incentivized to do this as a service for the state, to look through these databases and look for children who qualify. There's one NPR report from a while back that reports that the corporate middleman Maximus, who we've talked about at length here, and who I will probably get sued by, would get $1,600 per child that they found who qualified for this benefit. Remember, a child whose parents are dead or who has a physical or mental disability, who's entitled to around $700 a month to supplement their very difficult life. If Maximus finds that child and diverts that money into state coffers, Maximus gets paid $1,600. That was in Alaska. Oh, but it's still going on. In 2018, Washington State worked with Maximus to get $6.89 million of foster children's money. Wisconsin got $4.13 million from their foster children, thanks again to the services of Maximus. Illinois, $18.7 million from foster children. Illinois didn't work with Maximus in this case, but another similar corporate middleman called Diversified Services Network to do the same thing. None of these companies want to be known or spoken out loud. They just sort of operate as like a proxy for the government. This is what they do.
I saw the Supreme Court 9-0 ruling. Supreme Court says Trump administration must facilitate return of Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. And no, this is not the Supreme Court going woke, Chad. Okay? This is the Supreme Court saying this is our limit. Okay? Our limit is when you violate a previous court order and erroneously, without due process, send someone to El Salvador. You cannot turn around and claim as though you have no mechanism of bringing them back, especially because, I mean, this is important. This is important because this is like either a constitutional crisis or the Trump administration takes the L. If the SCOTUS went along with this, this would mean that like the judiciary is gone. There's no power to the judiciary at all. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. What happens if they don't agree to this? This is the interesting part of the story. I don't know. I mean, I feel like last time something similar to this happened, we had a war. Oh. So yeah. We shall see. It does show that Clarence has a limit, which I find fascinating. Cherokee National Supreme Court ruling. Yeah. Basically, I don't know. Maybe I am not up to date on my constitutional law and also Supreme Court history, but I can't think of a time where a constitutional crisis was triggered against the state rather than other states, like against the federal government. A constitutional crisis being triggered against states or a collection of states is one thing. I guess, yeah. Andrew Jackson, well,
every day.
I kind of want to watch this Legal Eagle video. What happens when he ignores court orders? This is precisely the case that may happen.
Lawyers live by one ironclad rule. When the judge tells us to do something, we do it. That doesn't mean we always like it, and it doesn't mean we won't try to find other arguments to achieve the same ends. We're kind of like teenagers in that way. But at the end of the day, we roll our eyes privately and comply with what the judge tells us to do. And when we disagree with the ruling, the right thing to do is obey the judge's order and appeal until the last court tells us no. And because thousands of lawyers follow this basic rule every day, the rule of law survives. But right now, the rule of law is in peril because President Trump has decided he doesn't have to follow the court's orders he doesn't like. Sort of. It's complicated. He's refusing to comply, but saying that they are complying.
On Air Force One last night, he was asked, did his administration violate the judge's order?
I don't know. You have to speak to the lawyers about that.
But it seems we may have the clearest case of the executive defying a direct court order in American history. And it looks like things are only going to get worse. Now, as we've already explained, the ACLU got wind of a Trump plot to massively expand and fast-track deportations without a fair legal process. The Alien Enemies Act of 1789 is a controversial law that purports to allow the government to deport foreign nationals during wartime. But Trump has invoked this act to justify deportations during peacetime. And Trump asserts that the act allows him to deport certain immigrants on the grounds that they are members of a Venezuelan gang. Of course, so far all this has happened without any due process whatsoever, meaning that we don't know that any of these people are actually members of a Venezuelan gang. And as long as the president says that they are a member, they can be deported, actually renditioned to a foreign country that they're not even from. And that means that it's possible that even American citizens could get swept up in this whole process. Which is why we spent an entire video going over how terrible all of this is. But the ACLU filed an emergency lawsuit asking a federal judge to stop the renditions. On March 15th, U.S. District Judge James Boasberg issued a 14-day temporary restraining order halting the deportation of over 200 Venezuelan immigrants. The judge even told the government that if the planes were in the air, they needed to turn around. And despite that order, the administration proceeded with the deportations. At a hearing, the DOJ lawyers asserted that Trump had the power to deport immigrants and that he could keep his reasons secret from the court. And the judiciary exists to interpret and enforce the law, ensuring that the executive and legislative branches operate within constitutional limits. But the Constitution contains a potentially fatal flaw. It doesn't give the courts a way to enforce their orders. That's why the system depends on all of us recognizing the court's authority. And when the executive branch defies a court order, it effectively declares that the judicial authority is meaningless.
Yeah. It's just like when you turn around and say like, yeah, I'm not following the court orders, then like the entire system falls apart. Because it's entirely predicated on the persuasive power that the judiciary has. It's the only thing that they have, which is why I was very critical of the Supreme Court's previous decisions not exercising its persuasive power because they were worried that Trump could simply ignore it, signaling that the judiciary has no power whatsoever. Does that make sense?
Potentially eroding the rule of law. And it seems the Trump administration's actions have finally triggered the constitutional crisis we've been dreading all along. So today we're going to talk about what happens if the president ignores a direct court order. Schoolhouse Rock laid this all out for us.
No one part can be more powerful than any other is. Each controls the other, you see, and that's what we call checks and balances.
And that's a pretty nifty system when it works. But Trump is theoretically not the first president to face off with courts. Presidents like Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln are often cited as examples of leaders who defied judicial authority. However, the myths surrounding their actions don't quite match with the reality. What Trump is doing right now is putting us in completely uncharted waters. For example, in Worcester versus Georgia, the Supreme Court ruled that the state of Georgia could not impose its laws on Cherokee land. And that case contributed to the horrible episode in American history known as the Trail of Tears, where thousands of Native Americans were forcibly relocated. President Jackson criticized the court's ruling, and he allegedly said that Chief Justice, quote, John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it. But this quote is almost certainly apocryphal. Most articles about the presidency and the rule of law conclude that Jackson himself defied a court order, probably because of this probably incorrect quote. Jackson supported Georgia's defiance of the Supreme Court, and he did not send the marshals to enforce the Supreme Court's order. But it's a myth that he defied the court himself. Similarly, Lincoln is often thought to have defied the courts when he suspended habeas corpus during the Civil War. In the case of ex parte Merryman, Supreme Court Justice Roger Taney considered whether to grant a habeas petition by John Merryman. Taney was sitting as a circuit court judge at the time, so this wasn't a Supreme Court case. But the military accused Merryman of operating a secessionist terror cell. When he was arrested, he filed a petition for habeas corpus, and Taney ordered the general in charge of Fort McHenry to appear at the hearing and to bring Merryman to the hearing itself. The government suspected Merryman of blowing up train tracks to prevent Congress and federal officials from reaching Washington, D.C., which would have cut D.C. off from the rest of the Union and could have altered the outcome of the Civil War.
Like, I'm thinking of Brown v. Board of Education, or even, even in that situation, it's like, it's states themselves refusing to abide by the precedent set by the Supreme Court. This is a direct action that the Supreme Court is making a demand over, and the only person that would enforce this action is the federal government. It completely undermines the checks and balances if the federal government refuses to follow. It's a fairly direct destruction of the any kind of power that the judiciary has.
When a U.S. Marshal tried to enforce the order to bring Merriman to court for a hearing, the military refused him entry. Judge Taney ruled that the government should have brought Merriman to court, but he never directed President Lincoln or the general who had custody of Merriman to release him from confinement. Instead, he wrote an opinion that Merriman should be released. He asked the president to consider it, and then he served the opinion on President Lincoln. The entire case was over in 48 hours, and historians don't know if Lincoln was aware of the proceedings while they were happening. Merriman was eventually released on bail and wound up dragging out his treason trial until after the war ended. But the point is that Presidents Jackson and Lincoln did not directly ignore court orders in the way that the Trump administration seems to have been doing in these deportation cases. Now,
this is why I said it's like a little bit different, where it's the federal government not enforcing states' capacity to do harm versus the federal government directly refusing to answer to the judiciary. I guess it's in practice it's the same outcome, kind of, but like it is new.
Now, before we get into the court's options, it should be noted that it's not always easy to determine if the government has violated a court order. Sometimes the government violates the spirit of an order without violating the letter of the law itself. And there are two recent examples of this. On March 6, President Trump issued an executive order suspending the security clearances for the law firm Perkins Coie, limiting the attorney's access to federal buildings. U.S. District Judge Beryl Howell granted a temporary restraining order against the enforcement of this order. But Trump then issued an executive order targeting another prominent law firm, Paul Weiss, using the exact same language enjoined by Howell. Now, we can argue that the Paul Weiss order will be enjoined for the same reason that the government should not have tried it again, and that's true, but Judge Howell's order doesn't apply to other law firms. As a side note, this is one of the reasons you should not be able to pass a bill of attainder in Congress or create effectively a bill of attainder by executive order either, but that's a topic for another video. But in any event, the two executive orders are different. One targeted one law firm and the other targeted a different law firm. So the first TRO doesn't apply to the second executive order. And Trump seems to be playing the same game with transgender people in prison. In January 2025, President Trump issued Executive Order 14168, mandating, among other things, that transgender women incarcerated in federal prisons be transferred to men's facilities and denied access to gender-affirming medical care. On February 25th, federal judge Royce Lambeth granted a preliminary injunction blocking the transfer of these transgender women to men's prisons and the termination of their hormone therapy. The Bureau of Prisons subsequently proceeded with transferring other transgender women to men's facilities, but kept the three named in the TRO where they were. While headlines said that the Trump administration ignored a court order, this probably isn't true. The administration complied with the letter of the order by not transferring the three named women to a men's prison, but now they face additional lawsuits on the
It's so fucking evil and gross,
same
dude.
grounds
Holy
related
shit.
to all the other people that they transferred. Now, while the courts have the right to say what the law means, and that goes back all the way to Marbury versus Madison, the Constitution doesn't give courts a clear way to enforce orders against a rogue president who refuses to follow the spirit of the orders or just outright ignore them. Now, if you are illegally renditioned to a foreign country, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team, so click below. So when the government arguably disregards a court order, judges usually start by clarifying their orders and giving the government a chance to comply. This is happening right now in dozens of cases involving Trump's illegal executive orders. If the government doesn't comply, then judges may find them in contempt. And one thing you'll notice about everything that we're talking about here today is that this is a slow process. Courts have to lay a factual and legal foundation, and they have to slowly ratchet up the pressure over time. If they don't lay the correct factual or legal foundation, or they move too fast, then all of their decisions might get overturned on appeal. But generally speaking, contempt of court is defined as any act which is calculated to embarrass, hinder, or obstruct a court in the administration of justice, or which is calculated to lessen the authority or dignity of a court.
Yeah, you could literally, like, that's the awesome power that courts technically have. Like, this is why it's insane. If the Trump administration is like, no.
And when distinguishing between the types of contempt, there are two broad categories: criminal versus civil, and direct versus indirect. Now, civil contempt is remedial rather than punitive, and serves only the purpose of the party litigant, and is intended to coerce compliance with an order of the court or to compensate for losses or damages caused by noncompliance. When civil contempt is at issue, the party moving for a contempt finding bears the burden of showing by clear and convincing evidence that contemptors violated a specific and definite order of the court. And there are two types of civil contempt. Coercive civil contempt aims to compel someone to comply with a court order rather than punishing them for disobedience. The court imposes sanctions like fines or jail time to pressure a party into obeying the order, and the contemptor in a coercive civil contempt action is said to possess the keys to their own cell, because they can immediately end the sanctions with simply complying. The classic example is a witness who refuses to testify despite a court order. That person may be jailed until they agree to testify. And the other kind of civil contempt is called compensatory civil contempt, where the purpose is to award compensation to the party harmed by the contemptuous behavior. For example, if a company violates a court order and causes financial harm to another party, the court may order the violator to reimburse the injured party for the losses. But like private parties, government agencies and officials may be subject to civil contempt. But if the initial burden is met, then the burden shifts to the contemptors to demonstrate why they were unable to comply. Now, Trump officials have been held in civil contempt of court before. In 2015, the Obama Department of Education fined Corinthian colleges $30 million for defrauding students and misusing federal funds. A court directed the Department of Education to stop collecting on the loans, but when the Trump administration took over, the Department of Education continued to bill the 16,000 students who Corinthian defrauded. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos defied a court order to stop collecting student loan payments. And a federal judge ruled that, quote, "There is no question that defendants violated the preliminary injunction. There's also no question that the defendants' violations harmed individual borrowers who were forced to repay loans either through voluntary actions or involuntary methods, offset from tax refunds and wage garnishments, and who suffered from the adverse credit reporting. Defendants have not provided evidence that they were unable to comply with the preliminary injunction, and the evidence shows only minimal efforts to comply with the preliminary injunction." The court found DeVos in civil contempt and fined the agency $100,000, which was paid to the impacted students. Now that takes us to criminal contempt. The primary aim of criminal contempt is vindicating the authority of the court. To prove criminal contempt,
jail his ass. Put his ass in jail.
The court must show that a clear and specific court order was in place and the contemptor knowingly and willfully violated the order. Since criminal contempt is punitive in nature, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. And the court's authority to impose criminal contempt sanctions come from Rule 42 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. Rule 42 states, "Any person who commits criminal contempt may be punished for that contempt after prosecution on notice." And criminal contempt of court is generally recognized as direct or indirect, depending on where and how the contemptuous behavior occurs. Under Rule 42A, contempt is indirect when it occurs out of the presence of the court, requiring the court to rely on the testimony of third parties for proof of the offense. If this is the case, the court must hold a separate hearing to determine whether the contempt occurred. For example, if someone failed to pay court-ordered child support, this would be indirect because the failure happened outside of the courtroom. And the same is true if someone failed to turn over subpoenaed documents or disobeyed a restraining order, but contempt is direct when it occurs under the court's own eye and within its own hearing. The judge can immediately see or hear the contemptuous behavior and can punish it immediately. Direct contempt includes exactly the type of conduct you would expect, a witness openly refusing to answer a judge's questions, or a party disrupting court proceedings with outbursts.
One more word out of you, Mr. Reed, and I'll hold you in contempt. I hold myself in contempt!
And here, regarding the case of the putative Venezuelan migrants who were renditioned to El Salvador, if Judge Boasberg is considering criminal contempt to punish the government, then he would have to weigh whether the government's actions were direct or indirect. The failure of the government to turn the planes around happened outside of his courtroom, so it would qualify as indirect contempt. However, I suppose that there's an argument that the DOJ lawyers were in contempt of court because some of the contemptuous conduct occurred inside of the courtroom. The parties took a break to determine whether the airplanes had already taken off, and the judge orally told them to turn the planes around, and the lawyers indicated that they would comply with the order. But direct contempt provides for summary disposition. No federal court is going to punish the government without a full hearing, especially since the government will appeal any contempt order. And it's better for all parties to have a complete factual record justifying whatever the court decides to do, whether it's civil or criminal. The problem is that the government is trying to prevent Judge Boasberg from undertaking the fact-finding necessary to develop a complete record about the flights to El Salvador. The judge has repeatedly asked the government to answer questions, but the government has refused to provide any answer. And then, sensing that Judge Boasberg was moving closer to a contempt finding, the administration suddenly claimed it was considering invoking the state secrets privilege. This prompted a new round of back and forth between Judge Boasberg and the government, which finally ended with the government asserting it had a national security reason to refuse to answer any questions about the flights. But it certainly seems like the administration's privilege argument seems to be made in bad faith. They didn't raise it until the judge continued to investigate, and a lot of the information about the flights is already in the public record, including a bunch of propaganda videos that they made at the time, and the first reference to privilege came from a declaration by an ICE official in a
I think none of this matters of the Supreme Court ruling saying his order was wrong. It still matters because the Supreme Court, just like the lower courts, have, I mean, it's still a part of the judiciary. So it technically still matters right now, depending on whether or not Trump will decide to do the thing, to do the damn thing that is, that will eventually turn the U.S. Constitution into a piece of toilet paper. You know what I mean? Like, it just, this is, I guess they could just keep stalling. That's usually how you can effectively refuse to comply with a direct order from the Supreme Court. Just kind of ignore it. I mean, this is one of the many cases that the Trump administration's actions have created that is boundary breaking, precedent setting, truly the next stage of American fascism. This is what I've been talking about. On the immigration front, this is one of the many court cases. On the First Amendment side, also tied back to immigration, it's yet another incredibly important court decision. Like, this is the moment where either the institution starts serving the fascist agenda and the rules, the legality doesn't matter anymore. It's more so an argument about morality. Like, this is the moment where, is slavery legal or not? Okay, that's basically it. You know how we talk about how laws don't mean anything if those laws are directly and openly unjustifiable? And we point to the racial purity laws in Nazi Germany or slavery laws in the United States of America. This means, are we crossing the legal Rubicon or not? Are we just completely dismantling any persuasive power that the judiciary has, therefore completely dismantling the judiciary, or, I guess, turning it into a puppet of the federal government, which in some instances it has acted like that regardless. But I mean, this is a very important moment, I think, in American history, depending on what the Trump administration does.
Regional office in Texas who would not have been privy to any cabinet level discussions. Now, Secretary Rubio, AG Pam Bondi, and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem say that the information about the flights must be kept secret for sensitive national security reasons. And they claim they can't even show it to the judge in camera, meaning privately in chambers, because Trump's policy goals must never see the light of day. Of course, irony of ironies, they made these arguments just days before Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and other high-level cabinet members leaked active war plans by including the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in their Signal group chat. And then they claimed none of that information was classified or sensitive national defense information. Now, notwithstanding the onslaught of scandals coming out of the Trump administration, state and federal officials rarely screw up so badly that a judge finds them in criminal contempt. But when a public official flouts the courts and inflicts serious damage on other people, the courts often have no choice. For example, former Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio established a policy and practice of racial profiling Latino drivers.
By the way, this video is outdated at this point because, I mean, there's still a lot in it that's important, especially at the beginning where he talked about like the historic precedent for finding yourself in violation of Supreme Court orders. But the reason why it's, I guess, technically outdated is because as of this moment, as of a couple hours ago, the Supreme Court did decide unanimously to return the Maryland man that was falsely sent to El Salvador, despite having a previous court ruling that protected him because he had a withdrawal order.
Drivers and asking them to prove they were legally entitled to be in the country. A federal judge ruled the
Am I missing something? Are all this irrelevant per Trump versus U.S. presidential immunity? No, this doesn't render that moot.
Policy was illegal, but Arpaio directed his deputies to ignore the court and continue to racially profile drivers for 18 months. The sheriff's office illegally detained.
That's not what the SCOTUS said, though. They said that the admin should facilitate the process of bringing him back, but did not require that they do so. Huh. There is a video from earlier today.
So remember when we said the Trump administration,
which I have on the docket as well. The video that I had on the docket already, which was this, what do you call it? Which is this one, which is SCOTUS, due process in theory, deportation.
Snatched an unknown number of immigrants from the streets of America without any due process, no hearings, no trials, and renditioned them off to detention centers in Trump-friendly jurisdictions, then sent them on flights to a Salvadoran torture prison where they will be placed under the watchful eye of the guy who describes himself as the coolest dictator in the world. Well,
I mean, I guess the verbiage is like must facilitate. But I mean, that's pretty clear, no? Must facilitate the return. Like, what are they supposed to do? Must return? I mean, they said must. SCOTUS also referring it back to the district court to further clarify what facilitate return means. This is far from over. Facilitating without a deadline means nothing. They could just delay for years. No, I know. It could be ass covering. It could be ass covering from the Supreme Court. So that they say, well, we gave the lawful order, but then we left it in an open-ended manner. So they could just turn around and say, oh, we're trying to facilitate. We're following the lawful order of facilitation. That doesn't mean we're actually returning him. They can hold off on doing it. Yeah, new Supreme Court order requiring U.S. to facilitate return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from El Salvador could open the door to similar legal claims by those Trump deported last month under the Alien Enemies Act. The language is vague, but logic would suggest they mean bring him back. Yes. But there's two different points here that are a matter of that could be up for contention. One, the fact that CCOT is in a sovereign nation, totally independent from the United States of America, which clearly is a legal argument that they're going to entertain. Okay. And the second part of the problem is, you know, they'll claim that they are facilitating the return, but facilitating the return can mean tomorrow. It can mean 3 years from now. It can mean never. It was part of the reason why I said that the Biden administration, for example, had the power to de facto delay student loans. That's directly within the power of the executive. They can't outright let's say the Supreme Court says you can't outright abolish student loan debt, but you could technically delay student loan debt permanently. It's a power that they have. It's a power that they've used. It's a power that they used during COVID. It was a matter of the Biden administration refusing to use that power that they had that stopped them from doing so. So I don't know. Decision is unanimous, by the way, and it suggests someone held overseas can still be given due process. Yeah, will require the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. How much infighting in the Supreme Court prevents outright corruption? What? He cooked. CNN analysts are saying that El Salvador cooked. Just say no still, and the U.S. is still facilitating. Yeah, I saw the Mahmoud Khalil memo as well. It's right here, which is insane. This is also complementary to the thing that we're discussing. As you guys know, Mahmoud Khalil was also kidnapped and black bagged from Columbia University, where he resided, as a green card holder for seemingly no crime whatsoever, but simply an awesome power that previously, at least as far as I understand, not really been utilized by the Secretary of the State. The justification for why he was black bagged was that he was determined to be a threat to American national security. The real reason as to why they were doing that, or at least the evidence they suggested as to why he was a threat to national security, was, well, as follows. This is what they said. Information provided by the DHS, ICE, HSI regarding the participation and roles of Bleep and Mahmoud Khalil in an anti-Semitic protest and disruptive activities which fosters a hostile environment for Jewish students in the United States. My determination is also based on citations for unlawful activity during this protest. The public actions and continued presence of I don't know why this is censored, but and Khalil in the United States undermine U.S. policy to combat anti-Semitism around the world and in the United States. In addition to the efforts to protect Jewish students from harassment and violence of the United States, consistent with Executive Order 14150, America First Policy Directive, to the Secretary of State, the foreign policy of the United States champions core American interests and the American citizens condoning anti-Semitic conduct and disruptive protests in the United States would severely undermine the significant foreign policy objective. No hard evidence whatsoever, but vague generalizations. Incredibly, incredibly dangerous. I don't think that the judge that required hard evidence will see this as like reason alone to justify the deportation. After the immigration judge in Mahmoud Khalil's case ordered the government to provide evidence to justify deporting him, this is what they filed. This is from Janine Yunus, Palestinian American civil liberties free speech attorney. I've been a lawyer for 14 years, she says, and a criminal defense lawyer for 9 of those years, and I've never seen anything like this. Totally nebulous, vague allegations about involvement in anti-Semitic protests and disruptive activities without any specific attributions of unlawful activity or even anti-Semitic speech to Khalil himself, which in any event is protected. The U.S. rightly does not have hate speech laws. That's the other side of this. Even if they were to ascribe anti-Semitic speech directly to Mahmoud Khalil, this would not actually be reason alone to fucking deport him or to revoke his green card. Do you understand? You can't do that. That's why I keep repeating, and I stress this, the importance of this. The First Amendment protects you from exactly this, government action. This is why you can't just like deport Nazis just because they are Nazis. Although you might want to do that, you literally cannot do that. This is precisely the reason why the First Amendment is the reason why you can't do that. So this would destroy the First Amendment. It's just, it would destroy it in its entirety. There would be no more First Amendment. This would be the boundary-breaking, precedent-setting case that would erode the constitutional protection that every citizen and non-citizen alike has in the United States of America. In the U.S. and all civilized societies, if the government is going to punish someone under the law, it had better provide evidence for specific forms of unlawful activity by the individual they're targeting. Not only has the government entirely failed to do that here, but it's obvious its case is predicated on punishing First Amendment protected speech and protest. Like even with Charles Manson, for example, you have to provide direct evidence that Charles Manson was influencing people to take action, right? Even in RICO cases, you have to basically tie back with hard evidence how the influence of the person who is in charge of the criminal organization and their opinions and their actions are basically are basically why these sorts of crimes are occurring. Okay? You can't just simply go, yeah, this guy is a bad guy. I've decided he's a bad guy. I decided he did a bad thing, so we're deporting him. You can't do that until now. Yeah, this speculation, I think, is not incorrect. My theory on what happened, Beitar, Canary Mission Fed senators fabricated lies past the DHS and ICE. Deportation orders were issued without vetting. They thought Khalil was on a visa, not a green card. Now they look incompetent and have to reconsider their sources. Janine speculates further, says, agreed. I agree with the speculation, by the way, because they literally initially stated that Mohammed Khalil was on a student visa. That is too large of an error to make. It is shocking. And then they just continued along with it. Now they box themselves in and won't admit they made a mistake and maybe should have done a little work before accepting at face value the words of an explicitly genocidal terrorist group. Yeah. Anyway. Can you please boost this message for Chad to see the Encampments movie this weekend? Maybe the last one in most places, unless more people go. His center's Mohammed Khalil and his work is very good. Yeah. What is this? A disgraced former cop turned private prison contractor approved the report claiming Andri, the gay makeup artist, was a gang member based on mom and dad tattoos. This cop has been caught lying and was fired after drunk driving into someone's house, but he has now apparently been given the power to single-handedly sentence innocent people to life in a torture dungeon. Yeah. Is Beitar run by the guy trying to have sex with Brace Belden in the park? Yes. Beitar is run by that guy.
We have an update. Things have gotten worse. Things have gotten much, much worse. And honestly, despite everything that's happening in the world, I think this ought to be the most important news story in the country. Now, these actions triggered a wave of lawsuits that we previously covered. Then at the 11th hour, Judge Boasberg swooped in to save the day, ordering the government to turn the planes around. Then the government thumbed its nose at the order and continued to send people to the gulag with zero opportunity for due process, while simultaneously declaring that their inability to do so was an emergency worthy of a stay by the DC Circuit Court and eventually the Supreme Court. Now, this broke with 249 years of American legal precedent, and this could very well be the beginning of the end of one of our country's founding legal principles, the right to due process. None of the individuals detained have ever been found guilty of any crime, nor were any of them charged with one. In fact, most of them were on the government's radar because they were attempting to go through the US immigration system the legal way, via immigration courts. And yet Donald Trump has appointed himself their judge, jury, and executioner.
They emptied jails out. Other nations emptied their jails into the United States. That's an invasion. And these are criminals, many, many criminals. Murderers, drug dealers at the highest level, drug lords, people from mental institutions. That's an invasion.
Whether citizen or not, anyone detained by the US is entitled to due process as a constitutional right. But those rights are in question now. So first, a quick refresher of the facts, horrifying as they are. The named plaintiffs, identified only by their initials, are a group of 5 Venezuelan nationals who are being detained by the government. The lead plaintiff, JGG, arrived in the United States in March of 2024 and sought asylum. According to his court filings, he fled Venezuela because he had been tortured, arbitrarily imprisoned, and beaten by the Venezuelan police, whom he claimed will continue to retaliate against him because his stepfather is a political dissident. Like many of the other plaintiffs in this case, JGG was already going through the legal steps of the immigration process. He even had a hearing scheduled regarding his asylum application. And I will remind you, asylum is legal immigration. And while it may or may not be true that everything he has alleged is true, that's the purpose of the asylum process, to determine if it's true, and if it is, at the end of that process, he would be granted asylum and would be a legal resident in the United States. Apparently, though, that process was moving too slowly for the Trump administration because instead of waiting for the immigration system to properly adjudicate JGG's asylum case by doing, inefficient things like evaluating evidence, allowing him to have a hearing, and requiring adjudication by a neutral third party, the administration detained him and then presented JGG, a native Spanish speaker, with papers in English while falsely claiming that he was going to be released. Once he signed those papers under that false pretense, the government whisked him away to a detention center in Texas. At 3 o'clock in the morning on March 14th, 2025, he was awakened by the guards and told that he was going to be transferred somewhere else. The guards refused to specify where he was going to be sent or why. That transfer was apparently thwarted by a mechanical problem with the plane, which allowed JGG to contact his attorney and file this lawsuit on the morning of March 15th. And I will also remind you that the plaintiffs were not seeking full residency in the United States. They were simply asking for regular due process and to let the process of the immigration courts play out. But in their lawsuit, plaintiffs stated that they had heard that the Trump administration planned to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to remove Venezuelans to El Salvador's notorious prison, the Terrorism Confinement Center. And as we've discussed before, the Alien Enemies Act is a 1798 law that was designed to give the president sweeping power to expel immigrants in times of war, and it has rarely been invoked since. And to be clear, when I say that El Salvador's Terrorism Confinement Center is a torture prison, I'm not exaggerating. The BBC published a shocking expose on the prison in 2023, highlighting its various human rights abuses, which included overcrowding, no windows, fans, or air conditioners to combat the year-round tropical heat, no outside recreation, and no familial visitation. Salvadoran officials have proclaimed that they don't expect the prisoners will ever be released. According to court filings, police beat newcomers to the prison with batons, prisoners are sent to dark basement cells where they're beaten daily, and one prisoner even required an operation for a ruptured pancreas and spleen. Scholars have stated that 375 detainees have died in Bukele's Salvadoran gulags, but some estimate that—
Bro, this stuff is so heinous. They got Legal Eagle to start making videos that are more overtly political than ever before. I feel like in the past, he always towed this line. He's always been a liberal, for sure, and you can tell, but rarely does he ever make, like... I feel like he doesn't... He normally wouldn't go this hard on anything. He's a liberal, for sure, but in his commentary, you can kind of get a sense that, like, he defends the infallibility of institutions in general. He's not going to go above and beyond in terms of his commentary. I feel as though him, Philip DeFranco, many of these other guys, CoffeeZilla, regardless of their own personal biases, I feel like their commentary on issues such as this one have often been more restrained. And slowly but surely, you see his commentary evolve through the process, where it's just like they're sending people to a concentration camp.
the number is more than 1,000. So upon hearing that the president was about to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to send them to a torture prison, the plaintiffs understandably were terrified and implored the DC District Court to issue a TRO preventing them from being extraordinarily renditioned to El Salvador based on the groundless whims of the Trump administration. And later that same day, the Trump administration confirmed the rumors by issuing a proclamation declaring that it was invoking the Alien Enemies Act to apprehend, detain, and remove members of the Tren de Aragua gang, a violent Venezuelan gang that has been designated as a terrorist organization. Is staging an invasion or predatory incursion on behalf of or in collaboration with Venezuela's dictator Nicolas Maduro. Now, if you think that seems a bit of a stretch, I'm with you, and we'll get to that in a bit. But the government has claimed that JGG and the rest of the plaintiffs are being renditioned because they are members of TRADEWAR. The plaintiffs have all argued that this is not true. Several plaintiffs have pointed out that the government's suspicions are based on the specious fact that they have tattoos, including a tattoo of an eye and a tattoo of a rose and a skull.
And a tattoo of mom and dad, a tattoo of autism awareness. It is such an insanely high bar of punishment for such a low bar to clear. It's just like, I've never seen something so erroneous. It might as well be just like, I've decided your vibes are off, so sorry, you're going to fucking perma jail.
The government has provided no evidence to support this assertion that any of the members are in fact members of TRADEWAR. Now, in ordinary times, there are actual processes for adjudicating these kinds of questions of fact, and they're called courts. This is why courts exist. If the administration wanted to credibly accuse the plaintiffs of membership in TRADEWAR, they could have pursued criminal charges or allowed plaintiffs to continue to work their way through the immigration system. But instead of gathering evidence and laying out a case against the plaintiffs, the Trump administration just stamped them with the terrorist gang members designation and sent them for an indefinite stay in a Salvadoran gulag. DC District Court Judge Boasberg came in on March 15th by issuing a TRO from removing any of the individuals.
Like, this is why he's a lib, you know what I mean? Because like Boasberg is not exactly a woke libtard himself, you know what I mean? He's a conservative judge that would have probably processed all of these deportations in the most expeditious manner, but the only reason why I didn't is because, you know, there was clearly no fucking due process.
Individual plaintiffs from the United States for 14 days. Judge Boasberg also provisionally certified a larger class of plaintiffs, specifying that all non-citizens in U.S. custody who are subject to Trump's proclamation also could not be removed for 14 days. And in the March 15th hearing, Judge Boasberg told the Trump administration's attorney that, quote, "You shall inform your clients of the order immediately, and that any plane containing members of the class that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States." As Judge Boasberg later pointed out, his orders were quite narrow. He said, quote, "Neither order required the government to release a single individual from its custody. Neither order prevented the government from apprehending anyone pursuant to the just published proclamation, and neither order prevented the government from deporting anyone, including plaintiffs, through authorities other than the proclamation, such as the Immigration and Nationality Act." And indeed, as the plaintiff last month designated TRADEWAR a foreign terrorist organization, members of that gang are already inadmissible to, and thus deportable from, the United States under the Immigration and Nationality Act. Now, the Trump administration, desperate to avoid having to actually present evidence before indefinitely detaining people in a torture prison, filed an appeal to the DC Circuit that same day. In the meantime, while the Circuit Court appeal was pending, the Trump administration decided to continue renditioning people out of the U.S. in contravention of Judge Boasberg's March 15th TRO. According to the government's own statements, 2 planes left prior to Judge Boasberg's ruling and would have been in the air and thus still subject to his order at the time that the order was issued. Indeed, the administration bragged about his continued non-compliance, declaring on March 31st, after Judge Boasberg had extended the TRO until April 12th, that, quote, "Last night in a successful counterterrorism operation with our allies in El Salvador, the United States military transferred a group of 17 violent criminals from the TRADEWAR and MS-13 organizations, including murderers and rapists." So on March 16th, Judge Boasberg set another hearing to discuss the Trump administration's non-compliance, and the administration filed a motion to vacate the hearing, arguing that the court lacks jurisdiction to, quote, "interfere with the president's national security and foreign affairs authority," led by Pam Bondi. Trump's Department of Justice had the temerity to argue that because Judge Boasberg's more specific order to turn those planes around was issued orally, it wasn't actually an order. It was really more of a suggestion. Yes, that's what they actually argued in court. Judge Boasberg was apparently unimpressed with the administration's legal wrangling because he held the hearing anyway and ordered the government to submit sworn declarations certifying that no one on any flight departing after the TRO was issued had been removed solely on the basis of the Alien Enemies Act. He also ordered the Trump administration to specify when the proclamation was signed, made public, and went into effect, and how many individuals subject to the proclamation are still in the U.S. and in U.S. custody. The administration responded that it didn't think that it needed to answer the judge's questions about the flights, but that if it must answer those questions, it will only do so in camera or with an ex parte declaration, meaning that they would only do it in the judge's chambers outside of the eyes of anyone else. Now that was strange because the administration had broadly publicized many details of these renditions. Bukele himself had posted on Twitter on March 16th stating, quote, "Today, the first 238 members of the Venezuelan criminal organization TRADEWAR arrived in our country. They were immediately transferred to CICOT, the Terrorism Confinement Center, for a period of 1 year renewable. The United States will pay a very low fee for them, but a high one for us." Bukele also bragged about how the prisoners in CICOT are being used as slave labor, stating, quote, "Over time, these actions, combined with the production already being generated by more than 40,000 inmates engaged in various workshops and labor under the Zero Idleness program, will make our prison system self-sustainable." In response to these declarations, Secretary of State Marco Rubio replied on Twitter, quote, "Thank you for your assistance and friendship, President Bukele." So it was clear that the administration wasn't exactly keeping this a secret, and it was odd that they would argue to the court that this was super sensitive information. Judge Boasberg, though, generously allowed the administration to file its answers ex parte and under seal. But this was still not good enough for the Trump administration, which decided that it didn't want to answer the judge's questions at all, and instead filed a motion to stay the judge's order to disclose details about the flights, claiming that, quote, "The court's continued intrusions into the prerogatives of the executive branch, especially on a non-legal and factually irrelevant matter, should end." Defendants whinged about the court's, quote, "micromanaged and unnecessary judicial fishing expeditions," and claimed that, quote, "there is no serious dispute that the government complied with the minute order." But the Trump administration argued that it needed the stay because it was evaluating whether to invoke the state secret privilege to portions of the information the court was seeking, and that a stay was warranted while the appeal to the DC Circuit was pending. Defendants also threw in a few arguments about how the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act wasn't reviewable by the court, and, just to add insult to injury, stated outright that they did not trust Judge Boasberg to not share the ex parte information with the plaintiff, stating, quote, "The government does not currently have any assurance at this time that information provided to the court on an ex parte basis would not subsequently be provided to the plaintiffs or the general public before the government could seek appellate review of that further disclosure." But Judge Boasberg was not having it. He granted the government an additional day to provide the information, but sternly called defendants out in their non-compliance, stating, quote, "To begin, the court seeks this information."
Most of them are actual criminal scum, though. You mean the administration? Yeah. People in the White House? I agree.
Not as micromanaged and unnecessary judicial fishing expedition.
This right here betrays reality, and it shows that you still, in spite of your fascist rhetoric, have a conscience inside of you eating away at your brain, your heart, your soul. What do I mean by this? Because you have to fantasize about these people that are unjustly sent to the slave labor camp being violent criminal scum. It's clear that there's no evidence for that. Okay, it's very clear that there's no evidence for that. That's precisely the reason why they're violating due process. It's the whole reason why this is fucking happening to begin with. This back and forth in the judicial system is occurring. But you ultimately think it is impossible. Like, it has to, these people have to be violent criminals. I'm going to fantasize that they are violent criminals in your mind. I'm not talking about the guy who got deported. Who are you talking about? This conversation is entirely about people that have been deported in an unjustifiable manner due to erroneous claims made by the Department of Homeland Security without any due process whatsoever. In your mind, you're fantasizing about an invisible criminal doing invisible crimes that you haven't actually had the state prove, not recognizing that the erosion of due process will inevitably harm you as well, because when the state decides that there's no need for due process, that means you can be branded a criminal without any evidence whatsoever, and then shipped off to a fucking El Salvador slave colony, and then never to be returned, by the way, from said slave colony. These are all the fucking different ways in which the government is operating. But in your mind, you're like, oh, well, I hope that they're all criminal scum, because otherwise, what is the reason for all of this brutality? Because you cannot, in good conscience, recognize that the American government is the one that is doing the wrong here. About all the rest of them, the ones that aren't even shipped from the U.S., what are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? There's been numerous investigative reports that have been conducted on who has been deported. 75% of those deported to CICOT had no criminal record nor any allegations against them. 75%. And in the 25% that they have, not all of them are fucking gang members to begin with. Their crimes are things as silly as like trespassing. The American president is a convicted felon. He is literally more of a real criminal than the fucking people that are being deported. You understand?
But to determine if the government deliberately flouted its orders issued on March 15th, 2025.
Yeah. One dude driving a bike in the wrong lane. Yeah, it's just like parking tickets. Parking tickets, dude. It's fucking nuts.
And if so, what the consequences should be. And Judge Boasberg...
And if your argument is, oh no, I was just talking about all the people that are MS-13 and CCOT prior, okay, you do understand, even the people, yeah, exactly, even the people in that prison already are not all fucking criminals, dumb fuck, chatter. CCOT is a horrendous fucking terror camp. Do you even know the process in which these people get shipped into this facility internally inside of El Salvador? Do you know the process? Do you know how it works? Government stooges come to your house overnight, black bag you, put you in a room where a fucking judge is wearing a balaclava, 300 people at a time. That judge wearing the balaclava decides all 300 are actually MS-13. It's over. That's it. That's what it takes to get the CCOT. That's what it gets. That's what it takes for you to be disappeared inside of El Salvador. So no, even the people that are in that prison are not all violent scumbags and criminals.
Expressed surprise at the government's claims of secrecy and referenced Secretary Rubio's post on Twitter, proudly sharing details about the plane's arrival in El Salvador. The judge also blasted the administration for appearing to flout his order, stating, quote, as the Supreme Court has made crystal clear, the proper recourse for a party subject to an injunction it believes is legally flawed, and is indeed later shown to be so flawed, is appellate review, not disobedience. So while the fight over disclosing the flight details was ongoing, the administration also moved to vacate the temporary restraining order, arguing that Judge Boasberg had no jurisdiction over the case and that the plaintiffs had not satisfied the TRO requirements. Judge Boasberg declined to vacate the TRO and rejected the Trump administration's arguments that he could not consider the case, finding that, quote, the court need not resolve the thorny question of whether the judiciary has the authority to assess this claim in the first place. That is because plaintiffs are likely to succeed on another equally fundamental theory. Before they may be deported, they are entitled to individualized hearings to determine whether the act applies.
I'm done. I can't talk about this anymore. I'm fucking I'm tired. I'll cover it tomorrow in terms of like the Supreme Court decision. I want to move on to some other stuff. We'll cover the Supreme Court decision and what's going on. Because I'll do the SCOTUS due process video later. It's I didn't realize that we were on the wrong video anyway. I fucking clicked on the wrong one. There's more videos that I wanted to cover. There is Douglas Murray and Dave Smith debating over Israel. There's also this video that I've been meaning to watch from Chris Kunzler, which is The Confused Zionism of Ethan Klein. It's a really good video. He has a new channel that I guess, or a smaller channel, and this video already picked up a lot of steam. 153,000 views in a matter of 3 days. And a lot of people whose opinion I do respect have who've suggested that this is a good video. The first 45 minutes of the debate is literally Doug complaining, not worth watching. No. I will watch the Douglas Murray one because I fucking despise Douglas Murray.
Crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it.
At the end of January this year, Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions posted what is undeniably one of the most popular pieces of pro-Israel propaganda that the internet has seen in months. The video boasts more than 200,000 likes and over 3 million views. And whilst Ethan would probably balk at this video being called pro-Israel, it was even initially sponsored by ExpressVPN, an Israeli-owned company whose owners have extensively extensive links to the Israeli military through funding it, and also even going as far to fund trips for Israeli soldiers perpetrating the genocide in Gaza to go back and see their family. Now, the original goal of Ethan's video was to deplatform and discredit the Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. However, the video has backfired because although Ethan had been on a near 15-month-long crash out from October of 2023 until January of 2025, what Ethan did is expose the paradoxical nature of his position, which he maintains is pro-Palestine, to an even larger audience than before. Put simply, you cannot maintain the notion that you are pro-Palestine when you use your YouTube platform of nearly 6 million subscribers to spread the exact same talking points that have been utilized by the Israeli government to justify the extermination.
A former E-fan leaked the letter they received from his lawyer. What is this? Do this or get sued. Someone asked me to post this by itself, so here you go. In a previous post, I shared the email I received from client's lawyer over an alleged minute-and-a-half clip. Upload this snark page that they are claiming does not fall under fair use. The rest of the letter is basically just legal jargon about what fair use is. What the clip posted apparently doesn't fall under the umbrella, yada yada. But the good part is the demands, so I don't face litigation, mind you. They addressed this to an incorrect name and addressed me as Mr. when I'm a woman, so not sure how people are going to Google me. Anyways, enjoy and maybe check your emails. 2, you provide our office with all the correspondence you have had with the moderators of H3 Snark. What? 3, you provide our office with all the correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. 4, you provide our office with all the correspondence you've had with Reddit. And 5, you provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation. Keep in mind that the federal court filings are public. Anyone performing a simple Google search on you, let alone a background check, will discover this information. Once judgment is entered against you, the court's finding that you engage in copyright infringement and lied in a legal document will also be publicly available. You have until March 25th, 2025 to agree to these terms. Oh my God. Is this real? Is this actually what fucking... Is this straight up? No. Someone attached a legal letterhead to this? Like, this is childish. This was the post before this. I was locked out of my old college email for a while and finally got back in today. And looky here, I had allegedly posted a clip on the Snark page when it was active where Dan admitted that the main sub was banning anyone active in Snark. Guess they didn't like that too much. Shall I post the highlights of the letter? Dude, this is ridiculous, man. What is happening? What is, like... I don't even understand, like, what the purpose of such a thing would be. Like, he just thought maybe he could bully random... If this is real... If an actual fucking lawyer wrote this and it's not fake... Okay, if an actual legit lawyer wrote this and it's not just like someone doing psyops or something, it just sounds so insane. Dude, this I can't in good conscience assume that this is like I can't believe that this would be real. His name is there, look him up. No, I know that's the same lawyer. That's Ethan's lawyer. We know that that's the same lawyer, chat. I know that's the same fucking lawyer that sued Noah, or not sued, but sent a cease and desist to Noah Samson. I'm simply stating that this, like, suing random Redditors for posting videos of what Ethan Klein has said is so incredible to me that I doubt that any fucking lawyer would even write a CND like this. And it feels as though this is like simply a way to extract private information, like personal information about people, and turn it into a matter of public record with the exclusive purpose of just like using that information to to silence critics. As a lawyer, any lawyer can do something stupid for enough money, Lamau. I mean, this is... This doesn't make any sense. Like, hey, random anonymous Reddit user, we have decided that if you don't give us something totally irrelevant to the fucking copyright claim, like this is written like, if you have a copyright infringement issue, you can't make additional demands. Like, that's extortion. What the fuck? The only demand you can make is to take the copyright down, right? Am I crazy? Am I wrong? I don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer. You can't just be like, hey, we found you in violation of this copyright, which means that you posted a clip on a subreddit that we have my client has a copyright over. So now you have to, send us a video of yourself dancing in your underwear. Like, that's okay. Cool. What the fuck? What do you mean? You can't do that, right? Like, you can't. I'm not crazy, right? I don't think you could just like make completely separate demands from someone that over a copyright claim. You either tell them to remove the copyright claim, which usually platforms will actually oblige, and if they don't oblige, then you might be liable for it. But in this situation, it feels crazy to be like, you have to give me private correspondence. That poster did say in the comments that Poopy's lawyer never fought Poopy's. Are you talking about Ethan? Yeah. Hey, if you, a random anonymous Reddit user, want to avoid costly litigation and also your private information becoming public through litigation, you have to comply with these demands that we're making. I don't know. Damn, bro, I found you in violation of my copyright. You posted my copyright somewhere, and now I want you to give me $7 million. I want you to release the text messages that you have with your mom. I want you to tell me what your deepest, darkest secrets are. And if you don't comply, I will sue you over copyright. What the fuck? You can only get this kind of stuff during the discovery phase of litigation. Yeah, I feel like this is a lawyer that knows that a legal letterhead holds a lot of weight for the average person who doesn't know how the law works and is simply trying to scare people into revealing information that they do not have any reason to reveal. It's just an intimidation tactic, which is what a cease and desist is in many circumstances, but this is like something different than that even. He's been bragging about doing this on his Instagram for months. He's openly bragged about using this as an intimidation tactic. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. You posted my copyrighted content on a separate platform. Now you have to be my slave for 34 days. I've decided this. If you don't comply, we will sue you. It has worked against people. If you're some student who lives paycheck to paycheck, you will not fight this. I know, but this is toothless. There is no fighting this in general. I guess this is the reason why the reason why you send a CND like this, or you know, like you threaten to do litigation like this, is because it works on as an intimidation tactic. It works on people who are truly powerless, like random anonymous Reddit users, you know? What a fucking fall from grace. What a goddamn fall from grace for Ethan Klein. Holy fuck. Yeah, Ethan Fair Use Klein. Fucking with poor people, like broke ass college students and shit. So pathetic. Holy fuck. God damn. To add insult to injury here, aside from Ethan's history in successful litigation to defend fair use, how ironic this moment is. This very same lawyer, if I'm not mistaken, or at least this very same law firm that has been defending Ethan in a counter slap, has lost against that other billionaire guy that he fucking hates, who he apparently kept calling a Ponzi schemer. Brian Kavanaugh. This reads like it's fake, but they made it seem like it's from said law firm. I just can't believe an actual lawyer would write something this dumb. I know. Like, Ryan, not Brian. I apologize. His website defaming his enemy, Brian Kavanaugh, comparing him to Harvey Weinstein, was just taken down. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. YouTuber Ethan Klein loses anti-slap appeal in producer Ryan Kavanaugh defamation case. California Court of Appeal upholds a prior ruling that the influencer may have defamed the film financier by falsely claiming that he was running a Ponzi scheme. YouTuber Ethan Klein lost a motion to dismiss the defamation case brought against him by producer Ryan Kavanaugh after the California Court of Appeal upheld a prior ruling on Thursday. Klein, who is famous for his H3 issue podcast and internet troll persona, filed an anti-slap motion to try to get the former Relativity Media CEO and film financier's initial complaint stricken, claiming his comments fall under free speech after Kavanaugh accused the influencer of defamation. Ryan Kavanaugh brought an action against Ethan Klein and TED Entertainment, TEI, Inc., for defamation and defamation by implication, alleging they falsely accused him of running a Ponzi scheme, the court explained in a summary and documents obtained by the Wrap. The trial court denied defendants' anti-slap motion to strike Kavanaugh's complaint. We affirm. So Ryan Kavanaugh, who is a fucking billionaire and not exactly a great guy himself, okay, sued, as far as I understand, brought a defamation case against Ethan Klein, and Ethan Klein tried to dismiss the defamation case and failed to dismiss the defamation case as of, I think, like last week, April 6th, as of 4 days ago. He's been deleting all the YouTube VODs where he defamed Ryan and took down the website. He's probably going to try to settle now that he lost the appeal. Apparently, E kept using an article to show proof of Ryan's Ponzi scheme, but the article was quickly taken down, but E kept using it as proof anyway. When you get the anti-slap dismissed, you go straight to damages, if I recall correctly. When you fail an anti-slap in California, basically that just means that it was decided that he defamed Ryan, so now they just have to settle on damages. I'm pretty sure that the anti-slap is pretty powerful as far as tools goes, as far as legal tools goes in the state of California. As in, if he had won the anti-slap, he would have been able to literally pay, like make Ryan Kavanaugh pay for his litigation as well. Because it's anti-slap is basically is a tool that allows, ironically enough, people like anonymous Reddit users and people who are less powerful to successfully defend themselves against frivolous litigation that tries to stop them from exercising their free speech. So after, I'm not saying Ryan Kavanaugh is a good dude, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know enough about him. It seems like the courts have determined he wasn't doing a Ponzi scheme, though. So I will not be saying that, let me tell you, okay? Yeah, they do not go to damages. That's incorrect. It just means the trial can proceed as normal. Even a frivolous lawsuit is a nightmare for most people, expensive, stressful, complicated, and time-consuming. Yes, except Ryan Kavanaugh and Ethan Klein both have enough money to continue this, the process of litigation. Being friends with Lolo has given you an artificially high opinion of the intelligence and competence of lawyers? I guess. Yeah. SLAP is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Ironic, he lost the appeal the day after he sent Noah the retraction demand letter and went on a tirade about suing everyone, including you. Talk about karma. Yeah, the irony of him using anti-slap, but also openly complaining on the show that his lawyer is restricted from actions against Redditors because of Section 230. Anyway, not only do we have Trump and Israel silencing pro-Palestine sentiment and blackbacking people, but on top of that, Ethan Klein is doing his own little version of that. Yeah, I mean, he's just doing it in a very frivolous manner, in a much smaller, in a much smaller manner. Okay, that's not, you know, I mean, it is. He's doing it within his own confines, and seemingly, at least as it stands currently, the courts would probably not comply with his ridiculous little lawsuits, but who knows? He asked a lawyer on air if you could be sued for domestic terrorism. Shut the fuck up. No, he did not. No, that is. Is bro working with Beitar? What's happening? The fuck do you mean? Okay, stop. I'm not entertaining this. Ethan's continuing to obsess over Hasan asking a civil lawyer if Hasan can get sued for inciting terrorism. No, I'm not. Ethan Klein tries to imply Hasan Piker has committed domestic terrorism or incites terrorism. First, he wants them to go to Gaza while journalists are being murdered. Now, while Trump is currently revoking citizenship, he jokes like this disgusting behavior.
For me, the better. The more better the world becomes. I think so, really. Any laws that we can go after Hasan for? Are you familiar with that? Has he broken any domestic terror laws or? No, probably not domestic terror laws, but like inciting. I mean, what can we do about that?
Yeah, that's out of my
Okay,
realm.
fair
I
enough.
usually do just civil stuff.
Sure, fair
you know.
enough. Fair enough.
He's joking, I think. I don't know. It's just I don't That's wild. That's cool, man. Why does bro hate you this much? I don't know. I don't want to do that thing where I assume that like things that he's saying in jest he means sincerely, except in this circumstance it's hard for me not to assume that there's at least a little bit of seriousness backing this, because he has actively called for my deplatforming. He has said in the past that he, like a couple months prior, I think he said he wants me to lose everything. And he seemingly hasn't stopped talking about me. So I don't know. Maybe he's joking. Maybe he's not joking. Who knows? He is a joke, however, because he's asking a fucking civil litigator whether or not he could pursue like federal charges. Personal injury lawyer. Can we claim he's terrorizing me by being sexy? Look at how hot he is in this photo. Sir, please look at this photo and tell me that this doesn't terrorize your mind. Excuse me. Are you a lawyer or not? My lawyers can't do shit. We have to sue him for being stupid and sexy. I fucking hate it. Stupid, sexy Assad. His armpit is out. How did he skip so many steps in the Hassan derangement syndrome? How did he skip like 11 steps? How was he like outflanking the likes of Sex Pestany? It is wild. I feel like he's made this so cringe that even fucking Destiny has been like, yeah, I'm done with this actually. Well, he's got his own court cases to worry about, I guess. It feels like he made it unfashionable.
You're useless to me, Tom.
Okay. All right. Anyway, according to the filings, the case started when Variety published a story in June 2019 article titled Ryan Kavanaugh accused by ex-partner of running a Ponzi scheme. In it, the trade wrote that Elon Spar filed a lawsuit against Kavanaugh in Los Angeles Superior Court. Kavanaugh persuaded him to go into business with Kavanaugh under false pretenses. Spar had developed an idea for a stock exchange in which the buyers could purchase equity in film projects. However, the outlet later updated its coverage to include a statement from Kavanaugh's team that he and Spar had satisfactorily resolved all their issues. Then in April 2021, Triller Fight Club 2 sued Klein and his podcast company for copyright infringement after they used footage of their pay-per-view fight and music event without permission. At the time, Klein alleged that Kavanaugh was behind the lawsuit despite not being directly involved. Former Relatively Media producer that was also the founder of Proxima Media, which had a controlling stake in Triller. Kavanaugh's complaint alleges that beginning on June 11, 2021, Klein launched a campaign to harass and defame him in retaliation for Triller Fight Club 2's copyright action, the court docs detailed. Klein used his YouTube channels and other social media platforms to disseminate the defamatory accusation in the Variety article that Kavanaugh ran a Ponzi scheme. Within hours of his publication in Variety, that accusation had been retracted and the article had been corrected. Klein knew of the retraction and correction, but repeatedly republished a false accusation over the following months. The case could have ramifications of the current influencer environment, as Klein was accused of encouraging his followers to continually update Kavanaugh's Wikipedia page and circulate clips on Reddit and other formats. Ultimately, Kavanaugh's lawyer, Amy McCann Roller, issued the following statement. This is an important case about the growth of online and professional trolling, which required a real analysis of free speech, of when free speech is no longer a harmless opinion. According to the court, Kavanaugh will now be allowed to pursue damages. It is, yeah, I don't know what to say. Good luck, I guess. Let him fight. I don't know. Maybe you should worry about that stuff instead of trying to sue fucking random anonymous Redditors. Oh, we should. Okay. All right. All right. Applaud yourself for getting off an already sinking ship before it became widely apparent. I mean, I didn't even get off the ship. He just didn't want to do the fucking podcast anymore. And I was like, all right, that's fine. Like, you don't want to do content. Political, like politics, especially left politics, is a dangerous, treacherous space where everybody fucking hates you, even if you have the best intentions, and it doesn't matter. It's not for every single person. I was so understanding. I didn't mind it. I was super understanding of it. I defended him for a very long time. There's a website called Does Ryan Kavanaugh Look Like Harvey Weinstein? Remember, it's still up. Yeah, I guess he hasn't sued him for that, which, you know, I think that'd be silly to sue him over something like that. Anyway, let's watch this.
Of tens of thousands of Palestinian people. Now, I have already made multiple videos on this which have accumulated well in excess of 1 million views on TikTok,
it looks
but
like
Ethan
gone.
Klein has chosen over and over again to ignore these videos in favor of going after smaller content creators who often make jokes at his expense but do not offer succinct criticisms of his thought. So what I thought I would do is critique Ethan's thought and demonstrate that he is not at all pro.
I don't like Ethan, but that seems like a bad ruling. I think the reason why he came after that specifically, the Ponzi scheme aspect of it specifically, is because it was the most overtly defamatory statement. Like other shit that Ethan has done in the process, while annoying, certainly from the perspective of the person that's being trolled, is not as easy to prove. Considering that it was a retracted article, I think it seems like going along with it. Wait, Ethan acknowledged on air it was retracted? Like, I'm not in favor of any fucking billionaire being able, any wealthy person, whether it's Ethan Klein or Ryan Kavanaugh, being able to successfully stop someone from speaking, like, because you don't like what they're saying. Part of the reason why I'm like, part of the reason why I always say, like, I don't give a fuck about whatever Ethan is chirping about whenever people are like, why don't you sue him, is because I think it's like a very bitch-made thing to do. Even if it's like an open and shut, even if there's an open and shut case, like Ethan openly acknowledging that in his own words while sitting next to me, that like the brothel that I went to in like fucking 2010, getting raided for tax evasion in 2016, and then successfully suing both the police force and the Berlin government over defamation and winning. Like, he knew all of that and still went along with it recently, right? Like, implying a bunch of horrible things. Like, even if that in and of itself is like a fairly easy fairly easy way to prove, especially paired up with like malicious intent, considering that he has said that he wants me to lose everything and that he hates me and all this stuff. I feel like there's a case there. I would never do such a thing because I think it's just stupid. It's a stupid thing to do. Like, I don't know. Anyway. Let's watch this.
Palestine, because he is nothing more than a Westerner whose thought is dominated by Orientalism, and he therefore simply cannot offer a succinct political understanding of anything to do with the Middle East. Now, the concept of Orientalism was proffered by Edward Said. It was the first thing that I learnt about when I started my Middle Eastern Studies degree as an undergraduate back in 2019, and what it basically refers to is a distinction between them and us, them being non-Westerners and us being Westerners. And according to Said, this was produced through discourse, and what he meant by this was anything from travel writings, newspapers, stories, depictions, anything that you could think of which created a vision of people from the Middle East or the wider Orient. It is at its most basic media which seeks to create this distinction between them and us, and Ethan's video is a perfect example of it. Through this Orientalism and the discourse it produces, an essentialized image of the Oriental or Middle Easterner is created that is backwards, uncivilized, violent and savage, which is juxtaposed against the civility of the Occident or the West. Now, what is important to note here is that Orientalism is dialectical. It is not just about denigrating the other, creating this barbarous savage. It has always been about making Westerners feel superior, feel better about themselves, and so as to establish themselves as moral and enlightened, even when their politics and behaviour shows an exact opposite. Ethan's content around Palestine is a perfect example of this. He consistently deploys Orientalism to assuage his own feelings and to maintain the notion that he is pro-Palestine, and so he never has to avow the disgusting right-wing talking points that he spreads and the violence that these inflict on Palestinian people. Take this part of Ethan's so-called content nuke, where he speaks gleefully about the assassination of senior Hamas figures.
Disvalues, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They killed it all, they're all dead.
Or this part where he condemns Hassan Piker for his endorsement of Syed Hassan Nasrallah, the former leader of Hezbollah, who was killed in an Israeli strike last year.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he...
Also, he stretched that statement as hard as he could, where I said, I don't have an issue with them, let's just say, to literally turn that into, he fucking... he fucking loves this guy, bro. Like, no explanation to undermine what I was saying. No context involved in that process. Clips are obviously cut. Did I say anything in between? Have I talked about Hassan Nasrallah extensively?
He feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah.
Also, then he turns around and fucking says that Hassan Nasrallah is anti-Semitic, which is ironic because one of his most famous statements is about how a lot of dumb Arabs are anti-Semitic when they don't realize that Israel is not operating at the behest of Judaism, but instead operating at the behest of American empire. Now, of course, if he was even remotely curious about even learning about his enemies, He would know that reality. But of course, he doesn't know that reality. If he actually had done his research on clips of mine, there are plenty of other clips where I've talked about Hassan Nasrallah or Hezbollah, as a matter of fact.
Leader Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
Now, at first, I was just going to let this section of the content nuke play because it seemingly shows anti-Semitic statements by the leader of Hezbollah. But a quick look into this shows that much like the rest of Ethan's video, the sourcing is just absolutely terrible. He has gone on Wikipedia and repeated unequivocally what is put on there without bothering to check the veracity of anything. So let's quickly go through them. The first quote comes from the book of an Israeli official, Shaul Shai, the former head of the IOF's military history department, a lifelong Israeli soldier. So it may be that this man made up his claims, especially since the articles he cites in his book are almost impossible to find now. And we all know that Israel, its government and senior officials don't necessarily love telling the truth. The second quote is not actually from Nasrallah. The source that Wikipedia cites is noted to be incorrect in this 2012 article. It is not a quote from Nasrallah. The third quote is perhaps the most outrageous of all of them cited by Ethan, because it is noted on the Wikipedia page that this is likely a lie. It literally notes that...
There's also direct quotes from him on camera, verbatim, talking about anti-Zionism and talking about, and for the record, make no mistake, because I'm not here to fucking argue on whether or not Hassan Nasrallah has opinions that I agree with. There are certainly plenty of opinions of Hassan Nasrallah that I do not agree with, okay? Like opinions around gay people, or I don't even know. There's probably a million different things I don't fucking agree with Hassan Nasrallah. I still don't believe that he should have been assassinated alongside 2,000 fucking people in a Beirut suburb. Oh my God, what an insane fucking thing. I know.
That Charles Glass says that this was fake, and the managing editor of the newspaper that it was first published in said he had no faith in the article. The fourth quote is not from Nasrallah. The fifth, there is apparently no specific source provided in the book A Privilege to Die, but it does appear in the text of Hezbollah's Al-Ad, as well as in the same English language collection of Nasrallah's speeches. However, straight after is an emphasis that Hezbollah's fight is with Israel and not with Jews. The final quote is just a citation from the Ministry of Israeli Foreign Affairs. I am sorry, but I don't buy their nonsense so quickly. This is a ministry for a government that lies constantly. I mean, just this week, senior military officials in Israel felt comfortable lying about an overt war crime. They claim that Palestinian paramedics who were executed whilst driving their ambulances didn't have their lights on, were acting suspiciously.
Well, the IDF did not randomly attack an ambulance. Last Sunday, several uncoordinated vehicles were...
What is your thoughts on the Jews? I love my Jews. Also, there's another thing that I must repeat and reiterate here. Hassan Nasrallah was not murdered in a campaign of mass murder by the apartheid state conducting a genocide, Israel, for any of the reasons that Ethan or anyone else brings up with regular frequency. He was murdered by the state of Israel in an unjustifiable, illegal bombing campaign over a totally sovereign nation that unfortunately has to reside right next to the apartheid state for resisting against said apartheid state and trying to incur penalties upon the apartheid state for the crime of doing a fucking genocide. That is the reason. And that's the same reason why Yemen keeps consistently getting bombed. And that's the exact same reason why people are getting fucking black bagged on the middle of the street by the Gestapo here in the United States of America. It's all because in one way, shape, or form, people want Israel to stop its genocide, whether by speech or whether by force. That is the reason. Make no mistake. So yes, in that incredibly narrow set of circumstances, I do think that Hezbollah is in the right. Just like in that incredibly narrow specific set of circumstances, I think the Ansar Allah movement is in the right. What they are doing is moral in terms of enforcing a blockade to stop Israel from committing a genocide. I think it's moral for Mahmoud Khalil to also protest against Israel on U.S. soil, where he also, on top of everything else, has the constitutional right to be able to do that. Okay?
Identified advancing suspiciously toward IDF troops without headlights or emergency signals.
And now there is literal video evidence showing the exact opposite. Israel will say and do anything because they rely on morons like Ethan believing absolutely anything because it fits with their narrative that the other are barbarous and evil monsters who commit crimes constantly. But then consider Ethan's reaction to this clip of his wife.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got...
How do you count a talking point that they killed or starved 2 million people? Genuinely asking, what talking point? Who did this? Who killed 2 million people? I'm so confused as to what you're talking about. What, chatter, just say it's fine. You have probably been misguided. I don't know. What? The Yemen government? Do you mean the Yemen government in exile that is no longer entertained or recognized as the true government of Yemen? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the Ansar Allah movement claiming that Saudi Arabia's and the UAE's Western-backed coalition forces starving the entirety of the Yemeni population, and then seemingly saying that that is actually the Houthis that did that? Because if that's the argument, yes, you're wrong. That wasn't the Ansar Allah. As far as the Yemen, the government of Yemen, I think you're talking about the government of Yemen in exile that was used as a puppet for the Saudi ambitions in Yemen. What Yemeni government? I'm Yemeni and I don't even know who he's talking about. No, I think he's doing this thing. I think he's doing this thing where people will say that like the shit that Saudi Arabia and UAE coalition forces did was actually because of all of those crimes are directly the responsibility of the Ansar Allah movement. I think he's misguided. Also, I don't think anybody, I don't know what the exact casualty numbers are, but I don't think even the Saudis killed 2 million people in Yemen, for the record. Yeah, no, I think Ansar Allah, no, they did not do that. I don't know the exact numbers. I can look it up right now if you want me to. But I don't even know who would claim that there's a 2 million number anyway. I was making a pro-Yemen point on TikTok and someone said, but they starved 2 million people. Yeah, that person that you're talking to has no fucking idea what they're saying. It's partially because Yemen is the poorest nation on the fucking planet. That's pretty pretty big part of that problem. There's not a lot of information, and most people don't even care to understand the situation there. And you're asking me how to debate a TikTok comment, so I feel like this is not the best use of our time. But yeah, not even the Saudis use this argument. This is just Western depravity. Yeah. So there's no way to know the exact numbers. The situation is chaotic. There are also no longer valid institutions. All are puppets of Saudi, UAE, or Houthis, who I am neutral towards. Yeah. The irony, of course, is that with the exception of the one guy who is still the former leader in exile, even his forces, even his coalition forces, have, in the aftermath of October 7, put down their arms and joined in unison the Ansar Allah movement and participate against the demonstrations against the state of Israel for the crime of genocide. And as far as I understand, are firmly committed to trying to stop Israel from committing a genocide. So there's like 3 guys at this point that are not on board with what the Ansar Allah movement is doing. Where have you read all that? Read all what? Anyway, let's continue.
Get rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy. Just recognize his picture. He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No.
In the video, Hila is endorsing Yoav Gallant, Israel's former defense minister, a man who is wanted by the International Criminal Court, whose crimes far supersede any of those committed by either Nasrallah or any other leader of Hamas, the Houthis, or anyone you can think of. This is a man who said openly he wanted a total siege of the Gaza Strip.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים ב...
Yeah, I mean, just like this could be a good guy, even after being designated as a war criminal, okay? Ethan also does this exact same thing by falsely claiming that a TikToker dude who's 19 years old in Yemen is a fucking terrorist and a member of the Al-Houthi family, okay? Without any evidence whatsoever, and only evidence to suggest the exact opposite. Meanwhile, anyone, including those who have served in the IDF that might be very close to Ethan Klein, it's a bridge too far to call them a terrorist, even though the IOF is a terrorist organization, one that is far worse than Hamas, as a matter of fact. For the record, like, the standards are completely out of whack.
He is the man who prosecuted the genocide, which Ethan loves to say that he opposed.
And for the record, everybody knows, I hope at this point, what my opinion is. I am much more understanding than other leftists in terms of people who have served in any military, as long as their current actions reflect that they understand the wrongdoing that they participated in. And this is included but not limited to, you know, people who have become anti-Zionists in the aftermath of their service within the Israeli occupying force. There is, I think, because given my position, living in the heart of empire, living in a settler colony myself, I think I'm a little bit more understanding. It's if you are unapologetic and still continue to defend the Israeli occupying force, defend your service and all that, I think that's when we have disagreements. That's when I think you're not a good person. Just so everybody understands.
and yet he let his wife take a break with almost no pushback, even though she referred to him as a really great guy. Hila and Ethan's claim was that they didn't really know who Yoav Gallant was or what he was like, even.
But IOF and IDF are separate entities, because I thought IOF is the naming designation of the Israeli Defense Force. I refuse to call it the Israeli Defense Force because they're not defending themselves or defending anything, really. They're defending an occupying force, which is why people who are pro-Palestine will often call the IDF IOF, the Israeli Occupying Force, because that's what they do. That's what they are doing, and I think that that's a much better naming convention for the Israeli Occupying Force. They've called moral defectors selfish for not serving. Oh my God, yeah. Just do some war crimes. What do you mean? Why do you care? Why do you care? Just do a couple war crimes, man. Come on.
Though that clip of Yoav Gallant claiming that Israel was going to institute a total siege was noted by South Africa at the International Court of Justice and was a very popular clip for noting Israel's genocidal intent in Gaza. And so what I think that this is indicative of is either one of two things, which is that Ethan and Hila don't know anything about Israel, Palestine, colonization, and the wider Middle East North Africa region, which is undeniably true, or that Hila could not take the backlash when they avowed their actual views, which I think is the more likely of the two, because the idea that they just didn't know who Yoav Gallant was, one of the most senior figures in Israel's military, is fundamentally ridiculous. And so this would mean that Hila endorsed a man whose war crimes far eclipse any of those perpetrated by the organizations that Ethan thinks Hasan should be deplatformed for.
Yeah, like, unironically, once again, Hassan Nasrallah, even if you were to add Hezbollah's actions in Syria, okay? Even if you were to add Hezbollah's actions in Syria, which, by the way, Ethan does, but in the dumbest way possible, which, once again, shows how little he knows about anything, where he erroneously says that Hezbollah killed 500,000 people in Syria, which is the most psychotic thing I've ever fucking heard, overlaid in front of a city that has been barrel bombed, with the implication that Hezbollah has a fucking air force, okay? How did they do that? How did they kill 500,000 people and get access to barrel bombs and an air force? Shocking number.
Portraying in even a semi-positive light and offering context for why they do what they do. So why is it that Ethan just does not carry the same energy for when it comes to his wife in comparison to Hassan Piker? And what makes this even worse is that Ethan didn't just let Hila get away with this with basically no pushback. He actually took to his Instagram stories to defend her, arguing that the quote was...
Like, there's also, once again... Like, this is a 56-month subscriber, progressive, pro-aggressive Omar. Hezbollah helped the Assad regime murder nearly 1 million Syrians. At HasanAbi, what are you talking about? The idea that, once again, first of all, I'm not even defending Hezbollah's actions in Syria, but I'm simply defending an insane statement that you are making. You are doubling the number of total casualties on all sides with the assumption that it was Hezbollah and fucking simply the Assad regime's own military. Like, there's the Russian military's involvement in Syria. There's obviously Hezbollah is involved in Syria as well. There are literally coalition forces, including Salafists that the Turkish government trained, for example, including which is also another extension of NATO, by the way. Turkey's actions in Syria are an extension of NATO, just so you understand, make no mistake. So they're still American-backed by way of Turkey. And then also on the other side, direct American and CIA involvement. Direct American and CIA involvement in terms of the militia movements, the Kurdish militia movements in the region, specifically in Rojava. I've quite literally I'm friends with someone who went and fought in Rojava alongside the YPJ. I'm very good friends with someone who fought in Rojava alongside the YPJ, as a matter of fact. I've had him on this broadcast on numerous occasions. Okay? Do you deny the demographic change by Hezbollah? No, I don't know what the fuck. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never said anything about... Notice how you just made a fucking insane statement, okay, without mentioning any of the other parties involved, doubled the fucking casualty numbers in the entirety of the Syrian civil war, attributed it to mostly Hezbollah in a conversation where I'm saying, no, it's not fucking Hezbollah that's responsible for 1 million deaths, not the 5. Ethan didn't even make this claim, for the record. Ethan said 500,000, which is the total number of casualties in the Syrian civil war. I was in the process of explaining that Ethan is wrong for saying Hezbollah killed 500,000 people in Syria. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay? You doubled that number, said it was Hezbollah, and when you recognized that you were in the wrong, you turned around and moved the goalpost to something different. What are we doing? The fuck are we doing here? Following is 2406, but a 56-month sub. No, he is. He's a long-term community subscriber who probably fucking unfollowed and then refollowed.
As a result of being after October the 7th. I mean, he doesn't provide this kind of charity to people like Nasrallah or people from Lebanon, people in the Houthis or wherever, who have suffered under Western imperialism and larger terror attacks than October the 7th. No, he just thinks that this applies to Israelis only, and he doesn't seem fussed that his wife endorsed a man who referred to Palestinians as human animals, because whilst he seeks to make the distinction and say, oh, he was probably only talking about Hamas, the thing is that this was the man who oversaw the Gaza genocide that Ethan says he condemns, but he doesn't mind this man referring to Palestinians as human animals so as to establish them as subhumans worthy of death. No, he thinks that that's completely fine because he was a moderating voice who wanted to end the war. But he didn't want to end the war because of his opposition to the Gaza genocide. He just wanted to end the war because he thought all of Israel's aims had been achieved, and that no more aims could be achieved via military means. So all of the destruction and mass killing that was already perpetrated in the Gaza Strip, well, he thought that was enough. This isn't even the first time that Ethan or Gila have displayed their love for a figure who is undeniably implicated in racially...
Hasan, I'm telling you, you're not accurate. You're not accurate on Syria. With all love and respect, my people and I experienced the brutality of Hezbollah, not you nor Ethan. Dude, I'm not saying Hezbollah was a good force in fucking Syria. I'm simply stating that Hezbollah nor the Assad regime murdered 1 million Syrians, even though the total casualty number is closer to 600,000. And yes, a big part of that was Russian military involvement and the coalition forces under the command, or at least the directive, of Bashar al-Assad. There has never been a moment where I've defended Bashar al-Assad. I do not defend him at all. Okay? This conversation is about something entirely different. I'm not saying Hezbollah in Syria was a force for good.
Motivated slaughter. Take George Bush, for example, who in this 2017 clip, Ethan says he loves.
I gotta tell you, I saw George Bush on what was it, Jimmy Kimmel? And I was like, man, I love this guy. I love George Bush.
As a dude,
he's fucking...
George Bush
he's got a lot of character.
He's a bro, dude.
You know, he's like painting. He just made a book of portraits. He's drawing portraits of veterans.
This was a guy who said he wanted to launch a crusade in the Middle East and then went on to do so.
And the American people are beginning to understand. Now, this crusade, this war on terrorism, is going to take a while.
slaughtering hundreds of thousands of Iraqi people, all in the name of oil, something which Alan Greenspan, the former chairman of the Federal Reserve, literally admitted in 2006.
Hey, this is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just having we're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
So if a 19-year-old from Yemen, who isn't even actually a member of the Houthis, but simply supports them, is an evil terrorist who shouldn't be allowed a platform, what does that make Ethan and Hila, people who endorse war criminals responsible for the slaughter of far, far more people than the Houthis?
Left.
Once again, also, Hila was in the Israeli occupying force. And not only that, but also literally participated in a raid in the West Bank, which is illegal. Okay? Israeli military presence in the West Bank is illegal. Ethan himself has said that West Bank settlers are open season targets. What the fuck? Like, if random Yemeni TikTokers are terrorists, then what is your wife at that point? You know what I mean? Like, that's a war crime. The only difference here is that America doesn't consider that to be a war crime because Israel is an extension of America.
Or right. I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
And then there's this part of the content nuke, which has leapt out to me every single time I have watched it. Because why on earth would you say that everyone can agree on loving America? This is most certainly not a universal position. From Iraq to Cambodia, to Vietnam, to Afghanistan, to Korea, across the entire world, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, if not billions of people have suffered under the yoke of American imperialism just over the last century. And even the wider nexus of states that the United States supports is obscene. Take its two current closest allies in the Middle East, the United Arab Emirates and Israel. Both are countries currently facing genocide cases at the International Court of Justice. The United Arab Emirates for its involvement in Sudan, and Israel for its horrifying crimes in Gaza, which absolutely would not be possible without the rhetorical and material support that it was offered by both the Biden administration and the current Trump administration. If Israel didn't have the massive amounts of military aid which America only sells to them so they can maintain an edge over other countries in the region, it would stand no chance against countries like Iran. And so to sit there and say, oh, I love America and we all agree on this, whilst America is responsible for the genocide that he claims to simultaneously condemn, is fundamentally ridiculous. And it really does show you that Ethan just does not like anything which is anti-Western. Any group who is anti-West are differently evil. They are monstrous savages whose ideology has no explanation, who are fueled by anti-Semitic hatred in most cases. But when it comes to the obscene violence of the United States, oh well, you know, it's just politics and we all love it, really. I do not think the Orientalism which dominates Ethan Klein's thought could be any more clear. He sees a 19-year-old from Yemen, Rashid al-Haddad, as a monstrous, violent savage who is an anti-Semitic beast, which, by the way, the kid did apologise for, but he has no problem with his own thought. He never wants to confront the fact that he refers refers to America as something which we all love, even though it was the country which sold advanced weaponry to Saudi Arabia as it bombed Yemeni civilians. It was the country that refueled Saudi planes as they tore Yemeni weddings and other social events to pieces with their horrifying bombardment. It was the one who trained their pilots as they manufactured a siege and starved the people of Yemen. And this is what defined Rashid al-Haddad's life. And Ethan couldn't have some sympathy and say, you know what, this is what motivates this guy. This is why many Yemenis don't actually like the West. But instead of doing that, Ethan would rather sit there and essentialize them and try and portray this as it is some kind of innate anti-Semitism, some random hatred of the West. In the content nuke, Ethan literally refers to the Houthis as the bad guys.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is,
okay.
How does Hasan...
Oh, dude. Shit. My bad. I didn't know they were the bad guys. Okay. Well, how can I argue against that? Yeah. Yeah, suspiciously, this quote-unquote pro-Palestinian content creator is saying that virtually every group resisting against Israel's genocide, they're all the bad guys. Israel is bad too, but they're just like maybe less bad, maybe more bad, who knows? But these guys are definitely bad, okay? What's the argument here then? If you are pro-Palestinian, if you consider... Okay, peki. If you're pro-Palestine, if you're pro-Palestinian emancipation, and you even at times agree that Israel is doing war crimes, sometimes you disagree with that, whatever. Maybe you believe that Israel is doing a genocide on Monday, but you don't believe it on Tuesday. Who knows? You keep calling it a war. Sometimes maybe you call it a genocide. I don't know if he does. Actually, I don't even know. Okay? But you keep saying every single person that is resisting against Israel's unjustifiable genocide of the Palestinians is wrong, immoral, barbaric, bad, then it's going to, I'm going to start to assume that you don't actually hate what Israel is doing. Especially if most of your commentary revolves around criticizing those who speak out against Israel's atrocities, criticizing those who are actually doing anything against Israel in terms of making Israel incur a penalty for the crime of doing a genocide. What's the expectation here? That the Palestinians are simply supposed to just die and the rest of the world is supposed to let them die and then turn around and say, oh, we felt so bad. Is that what it is? So we can feel good about ourselves? Do a land acknowledgement? Weird.
On cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization.
Which really does show his childish, marvelized understanding of politics, because if you think that the Houthis are somehow the evil baddies and America and Israel are some kind of axis of good, then I don't know what to say to you. You have the political acumen of a child. And Ethan's argument as to why they're the bad guys is the classic Orientalist tropes. He refers to their slavery based on some rather dubious evidence published by pro-Saudi outlets, and Ethan acts as if it is bizarre in his recent lawsuit to quibble with the State Department or what Saudi Arabian news outlets are saying. But anyone with a basic knowledge of how you write an academic essay or make an argument would tell you, well, if the Saudis are bombing the hell out of the Yemeni people and trying to claim that the Houthis are the evil of all evils, they might be willing to make things up. But what I think is most important to note about all of Ethan's condemnations of the Houthis for their regressive politics is that Israel, the progressive nation, which along with America he sees as the good guys, could be accused of all of these same things to a horrifying extent. I mean, take Israel's use of slavery. A recent article which appeared in Haaretz referred to the IOF practice of Israelis taking Palestinians as human shields and sometimes killing them for fun as a form of slavery. And when you think about it, denying these people autonomy and forcing them into a horrifying working environment is slave-esque, isn't it? And his highlighting of misogyny is the most obscene part, because yes, the Houthis are probably misogynistic. Misogyny is prevalent all over the entire world. But when it comes to Israel, the extremity of their gender-based violence is absolutely obscene. A recent UN report documented this disproportionate targeting of women and young girls. It targeted the use of sexual violence, how their reproductive rights are infringed upon by Israel. So stop sitting.
There's a lot more hard evidence, by the way, from the United Nations of Israel's standard practice of sexual abuse and systematic destruction of reproductive health care from the Israeli military against the Palestinian population, as opposed to the mass rapes directed by Hamas atrocity propaganda that Ethan unironically uses in his Context Puke. As of today, there is no hard evidence that mass rapes took place and was directed by Hamas, especially on October 7. There is, however, evidence for this. I doubt that Ethan has talked about this stuff. I don't know. Maybe he did.
Sitting there and pretending that you're some kind of defender of women's rights because you oppose the Houthis, but generally seem to have no problem with the IOF, and you haven't made a near 2-hour-long video about Israel's supporters, people like Lonabox, who Ethan literally invited on his show. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. This is who Ethan thinks is a good person to criticize Israel in the right way. A person who has talked about, like, Israel sniping children in the head and disparage those, disparage the hard evidence against such things, saying it's simply a mistake or an accident. Here he is, smiling ear to ear in Israel alongside Sex Pestany with a former government employee. A former government employee of Israel, by the way. Like,
ridiculous. And Lonabox is a particularly important figure to highlight because Ethan, as I said, brought him on his show, but as the photo shows, he went on a trip to Israel, laughing and smiling along with Eilon Levy, Netanyahu's former spokesman, until he was fired over some personal issues. But
do you know how sniping jobs work?
Ultimately, this guy has sought to make a career out of justifying the extermination of Palestinians. He was a pivotal figure, appearing on Western TV, using his British accent, which makes him endearing.
Does Ethan even have clout on the left? He did at a certain point, but this is not the reason why there's a lot of focus on his work. He's a massive content creator with a fairly large audience. He literally restarted his formerly inactive YouTube channel, H3H3 Productions, in an effort to do this Hasbara, in an effort to do this cynical defense of Israel, while never really saying that he's like fully throatedly supporting Israel, but instead choosing to actively attack every single person who does criticize Israel and demand that they get deplatformed. So I think that it's pretty significant if a content creator, especially one that had so much clout in the past, is spending all of his time, effort, and resources instead of directing it towards I don't know, fundraisers for Palestinians, or instead of talking about the atrocities that Israel is committing. This is the overwhelming majority of his commentary on Israel's genocide. He goes after content creators no matter how large or small. So yeah, I think it's not about his clout necessarily on the left, but more so how much time, how much effort he spent, how much social capital he's actually destroyed in the process even. Ethan never had leftist clout. He had normie clout amongst mostly people who are, not meaning this critically, but the most common memesters normies. Yeah.
to Westerners to justify the extermination of Palestinians, to lie about what was going on in Gaza so it was plausible for Israel to carry out its genocide. And since this point, he's continued making videos, including one from the other day where he explained why Palestinians had no right to the West Bank. And yet Ethan just does not care. He's not making 2-hour-long videos about Lonabox. He's making 2-hour-long videos about Hasan because he spoke to a 19-year-old. Hasan didn't spend time with the former spokesman of Benjamin Netanyahu, a man accused of leading a state perpetrating genocide. How can you reconcile the idea that you are pro-Palestine when you welcome Lonabox onto your show and don't care about this, yet spend your time crying about Hasan interviewing a 19-year-old? It is a choice to make a video like this which sought to deplatform one of the biggest pro-Palestinian voices on Twitch. It is a choice to engage in smears of the...
It's not the YouTube drama, it's the YouTube drama cloud he has. He can spit lies because no one will look it up. I have considered why these slop tubers hate on you, and it's because you do not auto-agree with them and you talk about things they do not know and it shakes up their worldview. Yeah, also, considering that a lot of my commentary revolves around undermining and directly tackling pre-established social conditioning that you get from an early age, whether it be unconditional support to Israel. This is pre-October 7, where most people had that social conditioning, or that these brown guys overseas are not like the scary monsters who are equipped with a copy of the Quran that says you have to kill all infidels, or whatever the fuck people believe, the Islamophobia that they learn. This makes it incredibly easy to just turn around and engage in reactionary commentary, even from the framework of being a supposed progressive liberal. If every outlet, if every institution that you trust when you're growing up, even as a progressive, even as someone who fancies themselves to be a liberal, is telling you that these are big, brown, scary bad guys and they're barbaric, then it's much easier for someone who also presents themselves as a liberal or progressive, or even, dare I say, pro-Palestine, to be able to engage in commentary such as this. This is literally the fucking... This is the basis for how Sam Harris made so much leeway with his Islamophobic sentiment while still maintaining the presence that he was a liberal. He was a high-minded, intellectual liberal.
Pro-Palestinian movement, and to seek to exoticize any form of resistance against the state of Israel. You do not refer to Israel as the bad guys. You do not condemn people who openly support Israel, even though it engages in these excesses. Take homophobia. You have Israel's Minister of Finance who said that he was a proud homophobe. He's in control of the economy. In control of the Israeli police is Itamar Ben-Gvir, a man who is also homophobic and once kicked a transgender person and organized a rally in Jerusalem where they paraded around farm animals to mock pride parades. And you sit there and go, oh, the Houthis, they're homophobic, they're this, they're that. It is just pinkwashing, Ethan. You are seeking to create a barbarous other who is unlike the Westerner, who does not share our values, and therefore they are the bad guys, and anyone who might seek to offer them any form of context is someone who supports evil, terroristic, genocidal entities. But your own wife who endorsed Gallant, oh, you know, she's your wife, it's understandable. October the 7th had just happened. And then you think about the West allies, the people who oppose the Houthis, the good guys, according to Ethan Klein, the nexus of pro-Western states. You have Saudi Arabia, most of the Gulf countries, who use the kafala system, something which is equivalent to modern slavery. They invite foreign workers over under promises that they're going to find new and great lives in Saudi Arabia. Then they take their passports and effectively offer them no rights. And many people have referred to this as modern slavery. So why is it the nexus of pro-Western states are the good guys in Ethan's political understanding? Because whilst Ethan might say, well, I'll condemn Israel, I'll condemn Saudi Arabia, this is what America and Israel have helped to set up and maintain in the Middle East for decades now. They want dictatorial regimes like those of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, because these keep people quiet. You know, they will perhaps normalize with Israel, allow it to carry out its ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, destroy any hopes of a Palestinian state, whilst they hide behind the idea of a two-state solution. Any time that these things are perpetrated by an ally of the West, it doesn't matter. It's not a problem which is indicative of how rotten and...
There's nothing more powerful than a corked up white boy with a British accent, well equipped with a Middle Eastern Studies undergraduate degree. I didn't know. Someone said he had a PhD as well in Middle Eastern Studies. I'm telling you, dude, is OP. Because at the end of the day, no matter how white I am, people are going to be like, your name's Hasan, shut the fuck up. Okay? They hear a guy like this, they're like, wait a minute. On this issue, he's clearly not biased. You know, I have my biases.
Evil these ideologies are to the core. Instead, for Ethan, it is just okay. It is something that is basically not even worth mentioning because it's perpetrated by the allies of the country that he so loves. Now, Ethan, the definitely pro-Palestine content creator, like many other pro-Israel news outlets and Zionist content creators online, chooses to focus on the Houthi slogan, "Death to America, a curse upon the Jews, death to Israel, victory to Islam." And whenever I've watched someone's video, you know, they've highlighted that it's just a slogan from people who are oppressed. But what I don't think they've noted is that Ethan comes from a country with elected officials like Randy Fine. I mean, let's just read out one of the statements that he put out on Twitter. "There is no suffering adequate for these animals. May the streets of Gaza overflow with blood." This man, who is part of the most powerful government in the world, that is actually making the streets of Gaza overflow with blood currently, and has been for a year and a half, well, that's okay, you know, we don't focus on those as representing the rotten nature of Western society, a pervasiveness of terrorism. No, that's the country that Ethan loves. For Ethan, the Houthis, whose attacks on Israel pertain specifically to Israel's genocide in the Gaza Strip, I mean, they literally stopped when there was a ceasefire. He is more obsessed with their slogans than the comments and sayings of high-up US officials about exterminating people in the Gaza Strip. And it's not just Randy Fine. You've got others like Brian Mast and many other senior American politicians who were happy to talk about exterminating Palestinians as Israel, their closest ally, actually did that.
I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians during World War II.
The Houthis are not doing that. Theirs may be a slogan which people find offensive. However, ultimately, they are not actually perpetrating the things that they are claiming. But let's not just focus on America, the head of the snake. Let's also focus on Israel and the slogans that they love, because they're part of Ethan Klein's magical Avengers team who fight against the bad guys like the Houthis, Hezbollah and Hamas. But here's an article by the Israeli Gershon Shafir from 1984, who notes that at present Arabs are compared in sophisticated religious exegesis to the 7 Canaanite nations and to Amalek, and in a popular utterance to a donkey. Now, I think that this is particularly important because what you have here is documentation from the 1980s, before Benjamin Netanyahu had ever been Prime Minister, of Israelis referring to Palestinians as Amalek, a biblical enemy of Israel who must be wiped from the face of the earth. The same with the 7 Canaanite nations, the people who had to be destroyed for the existence of Israel. Why is it that people like Ethan love to talk about the Houthi slogans but don't like to talk about these? And this isn't even where it ends. What I'd also like to note is that in the 1980s, the slogan...
For the record, the Houthi movement, the Houthi movement's banner and its slogan saying "a curse upon the Jews" is, yes, absolutely unacceptable. But I think Norm Finkelstein's assessment on the situation is poignant, where it is the banner itself is directly as a consequence of Israel's actions, as Israel is seen as the only expression of Judaism in the region that every single person has experienced. That's the only thing they know. That's what it is. There's a very different attitude, and the statement Jews and Israel are interchangeable in the region We look at this conflict from Western sensibilities and fail to recognize that difference. I'm not plucking my beard. I'm plucking my mustache.
Death to Arabs became popular to the point where Heike Grossman, an Israeli member of the Knesset and also a Holocaust survivor, would note that she found it so awful because the slogan was only one word different to the one that the Germans used to chant at her and that still rung in her ears. And it's worth noting that in the 1980s, this didn't end at just chanting death to Arabs at Palestinians. No, multiple Palestinians were attacked, and the Israeli press made some shocking discoveries in the Israeli military. They found squads of Israeli soldiers referring to themselves as the Mengele unit, who had extensive plans to mass murder Palestinians.
I've seen discourse of the slogan is calling Israel to curse upon the Jews and not the Houthis cursing the Jews. No, I don't think that that's the case. I mean, I doubt it. I think that's just, again, Western copium from people who are anti-Israel. Hot take, Ethan knows he's in the wrong. He knows he's out of his depth on this issue, but he's built too big a hole for himself to climb out of. His ego won't let him. It's like when I know I'm wrong when I get a fight with my little brother, but I keep fighting anyways because I don't want to look dumb. Yeah.
So why is it that Ethan thinks that, you know, someone who is a 19-year-old who supports the Houthis is a bad guy? He's an evil terrorist. But the same doesn't go for all Israelis. You know, he might say, well, I don't like this excess. I don't actually support this kind of thing. Does every single Yemeni who rejects Israel, protests against it, and wants to take up arms against it, hold horrifying anti-Semitic views? No. There are many who just oppose the state of Israel because its treatment of Palestinians and hold a strong disdain for America because of what it has helped to do to their country for decades. But luckily for Ethan, you know, this was the 1980s, the chant death to Arabs, it's not so popular anymore. You know, just a couple of fringe Israelis, they were the guys.
It's important to note the Houthis are Zaydis. The Zaydi imamate in Yemen was very beloved by Yemeni Jews. When the Zaydi imam was killed by Republicans, a Yemeni Jew poet wrote a requiem for him. Like Jews lived in Yemen since biblical days and did not face a single pogrom or prosecution like in Europe. Well, yeah, I mean, initially, pre-Israel, the entire MENA region, straight up, across the board, with some exceptions of like Christian-backed pogroms under the Ottoman rulership, was seen as a safe haven as opposed to Russia or Western or Eastern Europe, as a matter of fact. Time and time again, Jews that escaped pogroms or even the Spanish purges that took place came to the Ottoman Empire because the Ottoman Empire was a safe haven. What about the tax under the Ottomans? Every non-Muslim paid a tax in the Ottoman Empire. They were able to freely practice their religion and do whatever they wanted. They had more rights under the Ottoman Empire than they did anywhere else. And also, Muslims, on the other hand, paid a separate tax, zakat. So it's not like only the Jews paid jizya. Christians also paid jizya. Muslims paid zakat.
Chanting it and stuff, you know, not everyone. Oh wait, hang on a second. One of its key proponents who used to chant it a lot, Itamar.
Yeah, and the jizya tax was lower than the zakat, and also did not come with an obligation to fight as well. You didn't have to serve in the military, unless you were Dev Shirme, which is very different. Dev Shirme is a practice of taking non-Muslims from a young age and then training them to become some of the best fighters in the Ottoman Empire. Anyway, I'm diving into the weeds of fucking Ottoman history now, so I'm not gonna do that.
Is now Israel's Minister of National Security. Oh, it's okay though. He doesn't actually say.
I hate it when you talk about this. You fail to recognize that some things are the other way around, sometimes unfortunately too, but it's okay. We will have a conversation about minorities in the Middle East later. Balkan chatters light the fuck up whenever I talk about this. It's not something that I am defending. I am not defending any of these practices. I do not think that the Shirme system was good. Okay? Holy fuck, dude. My mom is yelling from the other room saying the Byzantines used it as well.
Death to Arabs anymore. Here's a video of him saying that he now says death to terrorists and encourages others because it is legal with a government stamp of approval. But when you consider that this man refers to all Palestinians as terrorists, including the mother of an autistic Palestinian who was murdered in cold blood by Israeli security forces, what is there to say? This guy has transformed Israel's prisons into even worse torture dungeons than they already were. I mean, there's decades of the horrifying treatment by Israeli prison officers of Palestinians, but it's only worsened in recent years. And Ethan doesn't see this as a sickness within Israeli society. He doesn't see it as indicative of the monstrous nature of their ideology, their movement. He thinks that there is still something redeemable about Israel. But what is there redeemable about this? Why is it that you would make a video this long condemning Hassan Piker for interviewing a 19-year-old, for showing Houthi music videos? Why is it that you would spend your time doing this when Israelis are out here doing these kind of things? And it does not end there. One of the other most common chants that you consistently hear from Israeli soldiers is "May your village burn." Here's a video of the Israeli soldiers chanting it before they go out and actually do that in Gaza.
Let it burn, baby. This house is on fire. This house is on fire.
This is a man who claims that he thinks there is a genocide in the Gaza Strip, yet he spends his time talking about the Houthi slogans. He doesn't talk about the Israeli slogans. He doesn't talk about this as a sickness in Israeli society. I have said it over and over again. He sees Yemenis and Middle Easterners who are not Jewish from Israel as monstrous savages, whose ideologies are different, whose motivations are different to those of Israel, Jewish people and Americans. He is a man who exceptionalizes the state of Israel in order to make himself feel better about his horrifying right-wing views which justify the slaughter of scores and scores of colonized people across the entire region. But all of that's okay because, as Ethan puts it, they're the bad guys.
Israeli Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah. Do we have that one?
Like, come on,
the other one. I could add it.
You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you denying that? So are you not denying that? So are you
Now look, I don't want to critique Ethan's personal relationship with his wife, Hila Klein, or the Raider of Ramallah as she is sometimes known, because it's ultimately unimportant for this video. But what is important is that it is one of the clear reasons that he deploys Orientalism, to make himself feel better about the clear incongruency between his consistent lack of condemnation of his wife and her behaviour and his constant condemnation of people like Rashid al-Haddad, who have never even served in a military, yet he sees them as terrorists. Now, as I'm sure that many of you know, Hila served in the IOF, the Israeli military. It's where she came by the nickname the Raider of Ramallah, and she maintains that, she was just doing a desk job for a senior IOF terrorist, a senior figure within Israel's occupation. She was just doing a desk job for him. But then she got bored and one day wanted to go onto a raid in Ramallah, a space which Ethan refers to as a terrorist city. Just watch this clip.
What did you do? What was your role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office somewhat close to my house in Tel Aviv. And it was kind of like going to a day job in an office. It happened right after there was some kind of a second war in, where was it, in
I remember
Gaza?
that, yeah.
There was some sort of a small war
Yeah.
when I was there. And so my job was to, like, when they send officers or, like, people to go serve, I had to, like, logistically help with, like, their hotel or a room, things like that. But it was all on the computer. It just felt like some computer thing.
Right, okay. So secretary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was super boring, and I really hated it. Because it was just like, I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to change my role. And it was something like you can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out, and then they're going to give you something else completely random.
Different
you have no
position,
idea.
different post,
Yeah.
different location.
So I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah, I hated everything about it, didn't want to do it. Because if you're doing something that, it felt like I wasn't doing anything, I was just wasting my life.
Yeah.
It could get really...
Dude, that's what's so crazy about it is like, I didn't know this clip existed at the time when I did Leftovers to Ethan. And like, I had seen some of the things that Ethan has said at the very least about Israel. And my assumption immediately was like, there's no way that they would ever be defensive of Israel post October 7. You know what I mean? It was just like, it's Ethan himself has said so many things about Israel, about how it fucking sucks dick. You know what I mean? Just like how awful it was. And it's wild that he's just done an about face on it, but in the opposite direction since then.
really frustrating. I don't know.
Right.
And you got to do it for 2 years.
Right.
So I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more. Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the new one was in a way that was a base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience that I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know.
Were you doing secretary work there?
So yeah, I was the secretary of the head of the. There's like a, I don't know the terms in English from the army.
Right. Who's that officer?
So there was I was in Dukhifat, which is like a brigade, I guess, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah, and that brigade has like a main officer. So I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy. Cool.
So it was nice. It was interesting. It was more demanding in a way, but also kind of more rewarding because
you told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah. So my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah to arrest terrorists, and so
that nighttime raid by people who were also in the Israeli occupying forces that then joined Breaking the Silence, which is a philanthropic organization comprised of former Israeli occupying force vets who are against the occupation, has been clearly branded as an act of terror, for the record. It is not to arrest terrorists. You would be the terrorist by the legal standard in that instance. You're not supposed to be there. You're not supposed to be there as an occupying force. You're not supposed to be there with arms. Israel's illegally occupying Ramallah, as well as the rest of the West Bank. Make no mistake. Okay? And the purpose of those night raids is not to actually arrest terrorists. The purpose of those night raids, which, by the way, everyone's a terrorist according to Israel. The purpose of those night raids is to instill terror. Ironically enough, it is to make your presence known, to constantly be a force upon the Palestinian population, an illegal force. This isn't like just immoral. It is also illegal.
So I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So
a big part of this also was documented in the now Oscar award-winning documentary, No Other Land. Actions such as the one that she partook in.
Time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
And there you have it. She did this because she was bored. So why doesn't Ethan condemn her as an evil terrorist? Why doesn't he think that she should be destroyed along with members of the Houthis? What is the difference between her and a Yemeni person who hasn't even fought against another country? Well, let's actually just have a look at more of what these two have to say.
To serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will.
Like Israel as a...
I think here they're talking about me not serving in the Turkish military, by the way, if I'm not mistaken.
As a place, the mentality of growing up there, like everybody feels an obligation to protect, to serve, to nurture this place that feels like the only place in the world where they can live and be Jewish and not be like discriminated against.
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if people think that's a controversial statement. That is the reality of Israel.
Oh my god.
So,
Yes, you're right. The army is a necessity. If you're a fucking occupying force, of course the army is a necessity. You're constantly terrorizing people that you're illegally occupying the lands of. Yeah, no other place on the planet except for the apartheid state of Israel where Jews can be totally safe. A place where the Israeli army is illegally occupying the lives of 2.5 million Palestinians in the West Bank in direct violation of international law. And also on the other side, another 2 million Palestinians in the beginning of Israel's genocide. Now those numbers have reduced, according to Trump's estimate, to like 1.7 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, dominating their lives, killing them every single fucking day. That's the only way that Jews can be safe in Israel. What a ridiculous crock of shit. I maintain the position that no country has simply a right to exist. But a country like Israel that is set up as an apartheid on the principles of ethno-religious supremacy with an exterminationist ideology on indigenous soil that they seek to eradicate and seek to destroy certainly does not fucking have a right to exist. That's ridiculous. This is not a controversial statement at all. Does Nazi Germany have a right to exist as a nation state? Doing the fucking Holocaust? No? Okay, then Israel doesn't either.
Person to decide I'm not going to do it is a very selfish decision because meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. Very important years of your personal development, you're putting it on hold to go do this, and it helps nothing with your career afterwards. You finish it, then you start your,
you don't even
your
need
actual
to defend
life.
yourself. It's just normal.
And I just want to note something before I analyse this clip here. Lying for Ethan and Gila is a very dangerous game because you have published the vast majority of your life on the internet for well over a decade now. I've been watching you since I was 14, really. And what you said, first of all, was that, you know, Gila didn't actually want to serve in the IOF, that, you know, she was kind of forced to. But I think...
Maybe clarify by saying no country has a right to exist. That's what I said. I literally started off by saying that. That was the first statement I made. Like, the idea that, like, any country has a right to exist is a silly one to begin with. Like, people have a right to exist, okay? But it's so funny. You didn't hear me say exactly those words verbatim and said, hey, man, you better clarify.
I think what's becoming clearer is that both of you are letting the mask slip more and more, because in that original clip you claimed, oh, it was mandatory and all of these things, but now Ethan is saying that it is a necessity and Gila is saying that people who don't serve are shameful. That's not really congruent with the idea that you didn't want to serve, is it now? And Ethan and Gila are claiming here that the IOF is a necessity because of the really serious threats that Israel faces, terror every single day. But what are these threats? Where do they come from? Is there any context to them? Or are they just the result of the barbarous anti-Semitism that Jewish people face every single day in the Middle East? Well, of course they're not. And it's so ridiculous for Ethan to sit there and claim that he is pro-Palestine, because once again we can pick apart another part of his ideology. So Ethan says in the content nuke that he thinks Israeli settlers in the West Bank are colonial settlers.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots, they're monsters, they're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
This doesn't also make sense because, like, at the time when he said that, I didn't even realize that Gila had literally participated in a raid. What is the raid supposed to be? Why are people saying his lawyer? Like, what?
When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm not really sure that he knows what this means. But anyway, he thinks they're valid military targets. But he doesn't have a problem with his wife who served in that area, who raided terrorist cities. He has no problem with that. He said just a few days ago that he is proud of what his wife did.
And like, and I mean, to me,
it's like,
that's shameful and it's embarrassing. Hila served her country. She did her civic duty. And I think that's a good thing, that, you know, regardless, like just in general. Right?
But at the same time, he's against the occupation. He's against the extremities of Israeli society. What does he think Israeli soldiers do in the West Bank? They're not just having fun or protecting Israel. They are maintaining Israel's colonial regime in the West Bank. They are there so as to ensure that the Israeli occupation does not face any form of serious resistance. She was arresting people, most likely for opposing it. Who knows whether that was via armed resistance or peaceful means? I mean, Israel doesn't make a distinction. It doesn't even offer people trial before it begins its horrifying torture of them. I mean, Ethan Klein is a guy who claims that he thinks that there is a genocide going on in Gaza, yet simultaneously thinks that it is shameful not to serve in the Israeli military, that it is some kind of necessity.
Yeah, it doesn't. This is the problem. You have to look at like the overwhelming amount of his coverage on this issue to get a good grasp of like what he truly believes. Because there have been instances where he has said the things that he just added onto the fucking context puke. Ironically enough, the major inconsistency that is that's a great demonstration of this, a great demonstration of the other inconsistency we're talking about is the fact that he also brings up the $6,500 donation that he made to my fundraiser. Okay. That fundraiser where we raised, alongside this entire community, where we raised $1.6 million, I believe, in the immediate aftermath of October 7. He uses that to say, look, I'm pro-Palestine. Look, I gave $6,500. Like, how could I be anti-Palestine? And then he chooses to deplatform the guy whose fundraiser he gave money to, and also has continued to say, oh, these guys raise funds, the Creators for Palestine charity that we also set up together. That charity is negligible. It's meaningless. It's so stupid. My $6.5 thousand, on the other hand, very, very important. Very important. It doesn't make any sense. Like, do you see the inconsistency there? On the one hand, he thinks it's fucking stupid to fundraise for Palestine. But on the other hand, he uses that as a form to say, look, I'm pro-Palestine. You see? This is inconsistent. How does no one see this in his audience? It's just like on basic principles. This is an inconsistent position to have.
Does this guy think that actually talking about Palestine and Israel on the internet is securing him? Every single time he opens his mouth, he puts his foot in it because he has no understanding. He has no coherent position. He just condemns the excesses of Israel without ever confronting what he actually supports. And I mean, he claims that Israel is under threat. He does it in the content nuke as well. He claims, oh, you know, Israel's under these threats. It has been since it was established. But where do these threats come from? I mean, Hezbollah, for example. What is the actual context of it? Well, Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982. Hezbollah largely came from that. It gained legitimacy through fighting against Israel, through driving them out in 2000, driving them out in 2006. It became popular. Lebanese people liked it because it stood up to Israel. And by the way, the crimes that Israel has committed against the Lebanese people are truly unbelievable. Since the ceasefire came into effect, who is the one terrorizing the people of Lebanon? Who is the one consistently carrying out bombardments during a ceasefire? It is absolutely obscene that this man sits here and tries to overplay the threats that Israel faces that come from its settler colonial nature. And the same goes for the terror attacks. Look, innocent civilians being killed is not a good thing, but Ethan claims that he opposes colonial settlers. He claims that he thinks there is a genocide. He says all of these things, but he lets his wife go on about how there are terror attacks every day. Does he not see that since the inception of the Zionist project in the early 20th century, Palestinians realized that they had to resist against what the Zionists were doing? They knew that the Zionists wanted to build a state that did not involve the Palestinians, where the Zionist project would be dominant over them. And so Palestinians have resisted ever since that date. And Ethan even seems to say that he thinks settlers in the West Bank are valid targets, but he doesn't carry that same energy for people who settle outside the Gaza Strip, who live on the lands of the people who were expelled to Gaza in 1948 during the Nakba. He doesn't.
Ironically, this is something that I try to get him to understand as well.
Doesn't care about that, you know, that doesn't matter. He's more interested in trying to talk about the Mizrahi Jewish people brought over to Israel after the expulsion of the Palestinians, rather than talking about the suffering of the Palestinians and actually contextualizing why they might resist.
What is this? Man really typing, supporting central authority while never making eye contact. Bro's typing Marxist takes with a fingernail he can measure rice with. Standing the state but can't handle eye contact or finish wetting toilet seats. Guy in here just alt-tab to reread his own Discord messages for tone. You don't have to look over your shoulder. Must be weird seeing yourself in the reflection of your screen when you're trying to disappear. Someone just adjusted their glasses and held their breath for 3 seconds. Love how some people in the chat are like they're scared the professor's going to grade their casual text messages. Man really out here typing with fingernails longer than his attention span. Imagine defending China while sounding like you're asking permission to speak every time. Who the fuck is this guy talking about? Is he talking about me? What the fuck? Are you all right, dude? Why are you reading all that? I don't know. He got fucking timed out. It's crazy. I think he just needs medical attention.
Would rather resort to, as he did with the Houthis and any other group, claiming that they are some kind of violent anti-Semitic savages. For Ethan, militant groups in the Middle East are irrational savages who carry out violence against Israel and America because of their horrifying ideologies. But people like Hila, who serve in the Israeli military, an entity who, as I have said over and over again, engages in all of the crimes which Ethan allegedly so hates, he thinks that that is a necessity. He thinks that she is some kind of rational person. But what is rational about defending the colonization of an indigenous people's land? He says that he thinks Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, but he thinks it's necessary for Israeli soldiers to serve in it, and he thereby condemns the tiny amount of Israelis with an actual conscience who don't serve and go to prison for a few months. People like Tal Mitnick, who I've actually spoken to, who I said over and over again, oh, it's a brave thing what you're doing, and he said, nah, laughing my ass off, it's the bare minimum, because the truth
I've had Tal on this broadcast as well.
is that how can you sit there and say, oh, I think there's a genocide going on, I think that Netanyahu's a war criminal, but not say, actually, it's wrong to help and aid and abet that? Hila served in the Israeli military on the back end of the Second Intifada, a period which is often portrayed as explosive Palestinian violence, where poor Israeli civilians were targeted for no reason. But it, of course, has context. It came after a major provocation by Ariel Sharon, and it...
Murad is watching me right now from right now. He's standing right next to me, away from the camera. And I said, what's up? What are you doing? And he went, Philip DeFranco is not live this week, so I'm forced to watch you instead. I need to beat his ass, dude. Worst brother of all time.
Also led to the murder of 4 times as many Palestinians. They also received horrifying collective punishment. The Jenin refugee camp was leveled. I mean, look at this photo. There were mass curfews, schools closed, people arrested, beaten, homes taken over by Israeli soldiers, and massive torture of Palestinians. How dare you sit there and make a distinction between your wife, who had no problem with serving in an army that did those things, and by the way, also also took huge amounts of human shields. Here are articles about it. How dare you sit there and somehow try and make that acceptable? Something that you say you are proud of. You may say that your wife is just a secretary, but Israel's occupation of the West Bank, its torturous regime, its brutalization and murder of innocent Palestinians would not be possible without those desk secretaries who make the cogs go round. This man's politics are right-wing and disgusting, and he makes himself feel better about them by just deploying Orientalism, by portraying Israel and America as enlightened countries who don't engage in misogyny, slavery, bigotry against other people, who aren't irrational, who aren't hateful. But of course, he is unwilling to confront the fact that these are all charges which should be levelled against Israel and America, who have perpetrated them on far grander scales than any group he hates. Now let's move on to some clips of Ethan spreading some of the most despicable Zionist talking points that have been utilised to perpetrate Israel's horrifying crimes in the Gaza Strip.
When civilians fucking get murdered in Gaza, that's a dub for Hamas because it raises creates more pressure on Israel from the outside forces. He's got more people talking, more people outraged. So it's both. It is both Israel is blowing up buildings and killing a ton of innocent people. But people who pretend that Hamas is anything but a fucking barbaric terrorist group that intentionally kills its own people for political gain is lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
It is.
They were keeping some of the hostages in.
It's actually not debated, but not in the direction that Ethan thinks. Yes, it's not debated because Israel made this false claim, and then nobody really followed through on it when they showed zero evidence to suggest the matter. So the idea that Hamas puts command and control centers is not debated is a correct statement, just not in the direction that Ethan thinks. He's wrong.
In hospitals too. It seems like a lot of them ran through hospitals. That's it. I mean, it's just logical, right?
Now, for someone who is self-proclaimed to be against the genocide in the Gaza Strip and also pro-Palestinian, to hear a talking point like this spread is truly disgusting. You cannot reconcile these two things because all of the evidence points to the fact that Israel has lied. It has been unable to support outrageous claims that it made, such as the claim that there was a terror base and command center under the Al-Shifa hospital that was used to raid it, to make patients there suffer. And I mean, babies literally died in their incubators because they had to be left. They rotted and decomposed because of talking points like this. Israel has struck and targeted hospitals over and over again because of talking points like this. It has arrested Palestinian doctors, tortured them to death, perhaps even sexually, like Adnan al-Bursh. But for pro-Palestinian anti-genocide Ethan Klein, there's no debate about it. But that's just not true. Just a few months ago, one of the International Criminal Court's lead prosecutors, Andrew Cayley, noted claims of Hamas in hospitals had been grossly exaggerated. This is a man who was appointed by the UK's...
Have you considered that he was saying that anti-Semitically? Have you considered that he is pro-Hamas? Hamas?
Racist Home Secretary in its recent history, Suella Braverman, a woman who is unequivocally pro-Israel, and he is saying this. He is saying that it is likely Israel has grossly exaggerated its claims. Then you have Forensic Architecture, who highlighted that Israel lied at the International Court of Justice about a militant fighting inside hospital boundaries. They debunked it, clearly. People do not want to talk about this. And then let's move on to what Craig Mohiba said. As he noted, the mere presence of armed forces of members of the enemy in populated civilian areas does not constitute the use of human shields. Indeed, Israel should carefully consider the implications of its repeated claims that it does, given that it maintains its military headquarters in a busy section of Tel Aviv. Ethan has spread one of the most deadly Zionist lies. It is truly despicable. For this man to try and sit there and claim that he is pro-Palestine is utterly obscene. And it's provable that the Israeli military just make up numbers when it comes to claims about terrorists or militants. You had this Haaretz article which stated that of 200 people who crossed an arbitrary line invented by Israel, which they executed, less than 10% of them had any link to Hamas. Or you have this article from the BBC about Israel's bombardment of Lebanon, where Israel made the claim, oh, we were bombing a Hezbollah command center, we were only targeting militants, we were eliminating Hezbollah commanders. But of the 73 people killed, only 68 of which could be verified, likely because they were torn to shreds and their families will never even get to bury them. Only 6 of them had links to Hezbollah's military wing, none of them held a senior rank. The other 62 of them were civilians, 23 children, and they were killed. And Israel lied, and people like Ethan believe it, and they show it to their audience of millions of people. Tell them these kind of lies that are currently killing people in the Middle East. These are the claims which undergird Israel's genocide. This is the way that the consent is manufactured, which makes Israel's slaughter possible. This is why people are so anti-Israel, America, and the media in our countries. And as I have said over and over again, to the point where it is getting tired, for someone who claims to be pro-Palestine and anti-genocide to say these things is despicable, but it still shows you his Orientalism, this distinction in the way that the other fights. They are savages who lie, who want their own civilians killed, not like Israel. No, Israel's a moral nation. His wife was in their army, you know, it's something that he's proud of. And I'd like to end with a very short segment about the recent anti-Hamas protests in Gaza that Ethan, like many other liberals who purport to be pro-Palestine but in reality are Zionists, has not been able to get over.
Ethan said you wouldn't have a career if you didn't have a podcast with him, Lamau. I think I'd probably have a better career right now if I never encountered Ethan Klein, if I'm being totally honest. A big part of his haters... and even like members, like a lot of content creators on the left put me in the crosshairs for my association with him and started dunking on me way fucking harder. Like it was definitely a reputational hit. You hadn't heard that, Lamau? No, I had not heard that. The reason why Ethan had me on as a co-host on his podcast was not because he was giving me a leg up. The fuck? I was averaging 30,000 viewers back then. The fuck is he talking about? If anything, it probably was reputational damage. He said you had under 10K viewers prior to October 7 and that the podcast revived you. Wait, what? Yeah, I think he, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, sure.
This man has been so excited about them. He's found a new way to condemn Hasan, to say, oh, he's more pro-Hamas than me. Oh, I think that these are the only way to end Israel's genocide, and they're going to be brilliant. But what I would like to say is, look, no one who knows anything about Palestine should be surprised that there is anti-Hamas sentiment in Gaza. Life is very difficult in the Gaza Strip. During times like this, people turn against their government. And so I wouldn't actually have a problem with Ethan covering them if he hadn't used them as yet another way to excuse Israel's genocide. Because Ethan has posted a plethora of stories about this, but I just want you to watch this very short clip where Ethan effectively says that the
No, he specifically said that you do pro-Palestine content for the clout, not recognizing that your viewership took a hit because of it. Perhaps if that was the case, maybe he could use a little bit of that clout by doing actually pro-Palestine content then. Ironically enough, a third of my community left because of my insistence on covering Israel's atrocities every single day after October 7. Including the podcast that I had with Ethan that he did not want to continue doing because of our disagreements on Israel. And also The fact that he could not handle the backlash that he was receiving. Yeah. Also, I covered Palestinian emancipation extensively before our podcast. I covered it before October 7 as well.
These are the only means to end Israel's genocide.
The reason you don't see this, and I mean, Israel's forced them into a point of desperation where like they're willing to risk their lives, but like protesting against Hamas publicly is a grim.
You lost so many viewers out to 10-7 for standing by your beliefs. He cannot imagine that. No, he can, because he's losing viewers because he's standing by his beliefs. The problem is his beliefs are fucking immoral. That's the difference. And also inside of him, there is like still a conscience that is probably putting him at odds with his output, putting him at odds with what he's saying about Israel. He has to maintain this like moral superiority about being pro-Palestine. He has to lie to himself.
It's a grim outlook. That is not something you want to do. Hamas, just read their charter. Listen to what they say. They're Islamic. They're violent.
They're Islamic.
And, you know, protesters, and it's known that protesters, people that there are who dissent against Hamas, get scooped up, get punished, disappear.
Now, if at this point you don't believe that Ethan is Orientalist and creates a distinction between them and us, he literally refers to one of the reasons for Hamas being so dangerous as them being Islamic. I think if I were to say that Israel is the way it is because it is Jewish, he would make videos about me calling me an anti-Semite.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100p. 100p. As a matter of fact, he does that anyway. Like, he does that when people make the distinction between Zionism and Judaism, which is the truth, by the way, despite the endless efforts to conflate the two falsely. Ethan will turn around and say, all Jews are Zionists, and you're basically just substituting Jew for the term Zionist. So much so that his advocacy on the matter, paired up with the Anti-Defamation League, also known by its common name, the Apartheid Defense League, went and got the term Zionist barred. In Twitch TOS, they made Zionist a protected subcategory. It would be like Twitch saying, yeah, you can't say Nazi. It's a protected category. That was after Ethan's attempts of not only deplatforming me, but going after Twitch, the entire platform, claiming that this platform was the most anti-Semitic platform of all time, despite the fact that he was doing this on YouTube, where many of the content creators he claimed were, being anti-Semitic alongside actual anti-Semitic content creators, still have a career on that platform that he's on.
Completely insane that he would say this, especially when you consider that Israel's violence against non-violent protesters is off the charts. During the First Intifada, a mass uprising that was largely non-violent, Israel deployed some of the most horrifying torture that you could possibly imagine. And you can read about how horrifying this torture was in texts such as On Gaza Beach. Yitzhak Rabin, someone who is considered one of the most peace-loving Israeli prime ministers, issued an order to break the bones of non-violent protesters. And this isn't something that went away.
Bro is still obsessing over Ethan, not like he makes a comedy podcast. I don't know. I don't think it's really funny to do genocide defense over and over again. Also, it's really hilarious to say I'm the one obsessing over Ethan when every single time I even briefly cover the subject matter, let alone an entire video from a separate content creator dissecting some of the insane things that he's done, chatters come to me with 100 different instances where he has said something absolutely insane over the course of the past couple of weeks that I didn't even fucking know about. I also said he is supposed to be a comedian, and he said he wasn't one, so I don't know which one it is. Rent free. Okay, chatter. Yeah. Rent free. You're right. So rent free that the person that I'm rent free in the mind of is saying he wants to sue me and apparently talk to a fucking civil litigator the other day about possibly getting me charged with promoting domestic terrorism. How many Instagram stories have I made about Ethan Klein? How many Instagram stories he's made about me? How many episodes has he talked about me? How many episodes has he dedicated entirely to me or my friends? It's pretty funny that I don't have to actually say anything. He just constantly gets in trouble on his own because everyone can see that he is behaving in this hysterical manner.
Israel's response to the Great March of Return, a march that initially was not supported by Hamas, although later they didn't come out against it, but was largely non-violent. Israel responded by shooting Palestinians. Look at this one, where an Israeli sniper brags about maiming 42 Palestinians in one day. These were horrifying, traumatic injuries that led to people losing their legs and being unable to walk. But Ethan would never dare to say that Israel is an innately violent country, that it is this way because it is Jewish. No, because that's not acceptable. But when
Ethan accused Sam Cedar of saying the N-word, then stories about the backlash by talking about you? What? What?
When it comes to Muslims and people from the Middle East, he sees them as different. He sees the way they behave.
He said you watched that clip yesterday, Lamau.
As unacceptable because of where they come from and because of the fact that they challenge the dominance of the West and Israel.
I mean, listen, I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending... just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them.
And the core problem with this is that the Israeli government doesn't care about the hostages. The Israeli government doesn't care about Hamas. Just a few days ago, Benjamin Netanyahu stated that voluntary migration was the plan, that they would control the Gaza Strip. That's it. They're not hiding it. It's a plan. Anyone can discuss it with them. They are openly planning to ethnically cleanse 2 million people. Why are you obsessing over these protests? They are not going to save the Palestinians. They are not going to end the suffering. The genocide that you allegedly condemn, the thing that you have spread the propaganda that has enabled. Israel is just ramping up the destruction. It's why they blew up the Turkish cancer hospital, the only cancer hospital in the Gaza Strip. No one's going to be getting any cancer treatment there anymore. Where are they going to have to go? Other countries. They won't come back. Gaza is gone to the Zionists, and anyone who is going, well, if Hamas released the hostages, it would save everything, is wrong. The only answer to this situation is massive, massive pressure on Israel. But that's not what Ethan wants. Ethan is planning on taking a trip to Israel to show you its real side. But what real side is there to Israel when it is a country that is openly planning to perpetrate the greatest crime of the 21st century? You can say, oh, I don't like Netanyahu, I don't like this, I don't like that. It won't change anything. The Israeli military that you are proud of your wife serving in is going to expel millions of Palestinians from Gaza. Then it will turn on the West Bank. Then it will turn on Palestinians inside Israel proper. And you want to go and show your supporters this wonderful side to it. It is one of the most obscene and shocking things that
Zone of interest, straight up,
has come out of Ethan Klein's mouth over the last year and a half. Because it is not only that as he goes, Israel will be implementing its plan to expel 2 million people, it is also that what he loves and enjoys about Israel is inextricably linked from the dispossession, marginalization, and extermination of the Palestinian people historically, the Nakba, the consistent displacement of Palestinians. But it is also linked to the fact that only a few hundred miles away, if even that, in the West Bank, Palestinians will be being expelled. Communities will be being wiped away. There will be violent pogroms against Palestinians. And Ethan is just going to ignore it. He will not care because he wants to show you the real side. But the two are inextricably linked. So Ethan Klein is a confused Zionist who wishes to disavow the most extreme and unacceptable aspect of Israel's genocidal violence against Palestinians, but he cannot abandon his Zionism. He is unwilling to see that Hamas, far from being the sickness, is but a symptom of Israeli settler colonialism, the true sickness that plagues Palestine. From its very inception, Zionism was rejected and resisted by the indigenous Palestinian people. They never wanted to give Palestine away to colonizers who came with the explicit goal of marginalizing the population of Palestine, destroying their alternative mode of existence, and eliminating their cultural and historical contributions to the land of Palestine. And so until Ethan can see that there is no Zionism without the Nakba, without the current expulsion of Palestinians, without the settlement in the West Bank, this man will remain forever a confused Zionist who will continue to aid and abet Israel's extermination of the Palestinian people.
Yeah. That's all I got for today, folks. I am gonna be on one of the Nelk Boys' podcasts. I was offered a platform to preach the gospel. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. I gotta go. I'm already late. Love you all. Free Palestine. That was Chris Kunzler's video. He's great. He's I've been following him on TikTok. I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel, but his video banged. I'm gonna explain to the Nelk Boys, the Jelk Boys. Anyway, peace, everybody.
Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.